I haven't been here since 1976, and it's deja vu, man. It's like the culture never ended.
You know where I was in 1976?
Where was that?
I was in my playpen with a diaper on. Always up for a project with Victor. He pushes me to the limit every time. I didn't recognize this until I started to walk around. I know that modification on the tail end, the interior, and there's some action going on in the front. You know, this is Jack's car. I was trying to get this from him, so I don't know how you pulled that off.
You know, I'm a negotiator. I made him a deal he couldn't refuse.
Victor seems to acquire cars in the same way I may go to the hardware store. Pick up a new wrench, Victor picks up a new car just like that. Somehow he got together with Jack and made this car his. This is one of my favorite stock-bodied cars. It's almost like every year Riviera hits it, you know, from the boat tails to this style. They're all awesome. This car is beautiful as it is. I'm just trying to get on the same page, like what's he thinking?
When I was a kid, back in the days, this is like where I started from. You know, lowrider cars, I'm going back to my roots.
As soon as he says lowrider, I'm like, oh yeah, low and slow. That's cool.
My original idea was just to leave it alone, finish the body work, keep it stock, and just lower it down. Well, then I started thinking, I said, hey, let me see, me and Ian, stock, no way. I stood back and I see a few body modifications so you could kind of see what they are, but I don't take away from my childhood dream. This is what I've always wanted 50 years later.
You're trying to tell me that you still haven't accomplished every childhood dream. There's still a list of them.
This was the last one.
We're in the consultation phase, and sometimes I gotta offer a little dose of reality. The thing is, I know you're subtle. You have this potential to go awry from being subtle.
No bubble top, no fiberglass. We're gonna go just stock with minor enhancements, I promise you. The supercar burned us out. So I wanted just to like take a break and do just a subtle 65 Riviera custom.
Victor's saying it's gonna be easy. We're only gonna modify a couple things.
And same in the back, there's too much fender well. Like 50% of the wheels gotta be covered up.
50%?
50%.
That's not subtle, that's half.
It's subtle to me, come on, give me a break. Had Vinny, my nephew, draw up a rendering on the computer, and I'm showing you what it's gonna look like. It looks factory. I mean, check this out. See how just subtle?
Oh, wow.
And anybody, I took it down. I did around the wheel well, and that's simple. That's just 2 things. That's not 10 things.
Wow, that is, dare I use the word subtle. Victor pulls out this rendering, and I'm pretty impressed. You know, we use the term lowrider. It could go anywhere. It could get really crazy. This looks like it's gonna be pretty classy.
It still looks like a Riviera, right?
If you can rein it in and stick to this looks like 3 things for sure. Like 1, 2. In looking at the rendering, I can see that it's pretty subtle changes. You know, when I'm bringing up the idea of 3 things, it's like, okay, front wheel arch, rear wheel arch, and 1 more time, and we're out. You may have broken new ground here. Have you been in counseling or anything like that?
No, I'm just tired from the last build.
Yeah. It appears that everything else is stock. There's only a side view of this vehicle, and it just looks like a lowered, kind of laid-back cruiser.
I want to take this thing to Santa Maria, Cruising Nationals. That's the best car show of the year.
Oh, for sure.
So we have 6 weeks to get this car completed.
The clincher in this negotiation was Victor's got this deadline. He wants to get to the car show. It's a pretty quick turnaround. I love the idea. I think it'll really keep the reins on Victor's ambitions. I think it'll really keep things in line. 6 weeks, kind of tight. If we can keep it to 3 things, we can get this. And the clock starts now. Deadline doesn't change, but what we decide to do with the car can. That's the factor. You know, as long as we get there, anything goes between now and then. As per the rendering, we'll just make it look as close to that as possible. I've taped it up over there.
Look at that. That thing is so cool. It's gonna be the easiest build you ever done for me.
Thing is, sometimes subtle is harder.
That's a huge change in the side view of the car, so let's just get to it. It's still a 7-foot panel to bodywork.
First rule of a lowrider is it's gotta be low. This car's set up on coil springs all around. We're not gonna use them, so I'm gonna cut them all out just to get the car slammed.
Yeah, I always get anxiety when he cuts my cars out.
You don't really need those springs anymore.
The main enjoyment for me is giving Victor that shock value, you know? He's got a really nice car. I'm sure it was a considerable investment. So to go in there with a blowtorch and just start slicing stuff apart, it's exhilarating.
Smells like fresh baked Riviera.
That's the only time I see you smile is when you tear stuff apart.
Because he's gonna give that tension right back to me. I know it. Later in the fab, he just gets in there and he's picking and picking, you know? So right now, I'm gonna give it to him while I can.
Wow.
It looks good.
Yeah, now that I see it, Ian, man, it's looking like real nice. I mean, look at that. That's beautiful.
That's what I was telling you yesterday.
Getting this car on the ground, you can see it's an awesome lowrider. I mean, as is, and Victor's feeling the same way.
You know, we drew this up and that looks pretty cool. But then as you see the car sitting there,
Victor looking at this car on the ground, I could see maybe having second thoughts, you know? It's like, whoa, you know, do we need to jump into this big project?
she's pretty. Look at that body. Look at the stance already. It's a beautiful car.
So I'm kind of talking them down, telling them we're on the right path, you know, we can do this. It looks good, but we can make it great.
I've never seen what you're describing. You're saying you haven't either. I'm excited to give it a whirl. It's a great freaking project to start, really clean. So we know the rear quarter's a major element. I think we just focus on one side, test it out, and nail it, right? Get it into primer, and then develop the rest as we go. Challenge here is that quarter panel mod gonna make the car better? There's basically no going back.
You know what, I'm committed. It's gonna look incredible when it's done, so let's do it.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a lowrider, man, just like the good old days.
I got no problem cutting your cars apart. I've proven it.
As subtle as this project's gonna be, the challenge is to improve on the design. I never have a problem cutting a car apart. It's just, this is such a classy thing. I don't want to go backwards on it.
Envisioning a line somewhere from this point, this arrow, straight forward.
The main focus is to maintain the look of the Riviera. Those body lines should be intact, just slightly modified.
Like Robin Hood, the archer.
Tape's expensive. Victor's buying, so I use that stuff everywhere. The whole thing I need to do with getting the project started is get the car cut apart and just get some eyes in position. See if the sheet metal is going to translate to that idea. Basically going to section the car, but instead of removing material, I'm going to add material.
This is gonna be down here. That's kind of representative. We want to tailor that fender skirt opening to a nice shape that fits the car. First thing is to get that big panel set in the corner. It's a little hard to envision right now. You know, even if you squint and put that tape measure, oh, wait a second, there it is.
The rear end of this car is a huge part of the whole look of this tail dragger stance. So getting this fender cut, we're on the right path.
Now there isn't a hole. Now there isn't a car. Perfect. Riviera, 65, low rider. You know the shop, you know Victor.
We're aiming at getting this wheel arch to look just like the drawing. Right now, I'm just trying to get this thing in the ballpark. Everything changes once you get down to the fine print. Now that we're in the sheet metal phase of it, we might be able to tailor it a little bit more like the Riviera looks.
Now I have something that I can hang this on. This is all set in, and I just attach this to it. So that way I can decide, is the fender here, is the wheel opening back here or up here? And I think I'm gonna cut the bottom of this off so it drops another couple inches. Dun, 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 dun.
Up, see that? This is a first. Usually the shop inspector is the harsh critic, the stink guy. He comes in and he's all tongue. He's like, yeah, this is on. That is the lick of approval. He's into lowriders.
So see, this line will follow straight through.
The big point of concern here is this line that runs the length of the body. The drawing doesn't show it, but it's a primary element in this wheel arch. It comes down the door and goes up over the tire. My goal as of today is to just make it look as close to that drawing as possible. This is all just a setup for discussion.
Ian, how you doing?
Hey man, got a bunch of stuff mocked up. Before Victor came in, I made a mock-up of this lowered rocker panel. That way we can get a feel for the whole side view, how high the car will be off the ground.
Wow, man, you got that thing low. I mean, you know me already.
Yeah,
that thing's on the ground. That's looking real good, man, real good.
This mock-up is important because we're trying to translate this drawing into what the car is actually providing.
You hit it right on the whole panel. The only issue I have is just with the opening of where the tire is. If you could just expand that out, and then, I know I said, hey, put it on the ground, but hey, come on, let me at least go up driveways.
I knew this coming in the door. I was just, just listening. Just waiting for that moment, where it's like, surprise, we're changing everything.
I'm not saying I changed my mind, but I want to enhance my thoughts.
The thing about Victor and working with him is he's always changing his mind. So while I'm building something, I'm thinking of 50 different ways to rebuild it, and that's just the way it is. It's kind of setting yourself up for the inevitable and knowing how to pull through it.
I just want to make a quick mock-up to make sure we're on the right track.
And I think I know how to get what he wants using the stock Rivi parts.
Right there. That's it. And I'm relieved because you just cut up my dream car. I'm thinking, man, did I do a bad thing by wanting to modify the back wheel and the front wheel?
Everybody in the world will just put a fender skirt on the car to lower it, but that's worth the effort for sure. It's cool.
Unfortunately, it's not going to translate into a good finished piece. I'm going to have to rebuild the shape we've created out of some steel stock because it's got to be arrow straight to make it count.
As you can see, quarter panels are tidied up.
Still not hammered out to perfection, but I need to get these wheel arches nailed. We've done all this fabrication so far, and it's merely a mock-up. And I'm okay with cutting my old work apart. It's always about just trying to get that end result.
And you come in firstly and create a nice straight shot right through that wheel opening. And I'm actually gonna lower it just a touch too.
The thing about this modification is the concept of the Riviera remains the same. I just have to rebuild this whole wheel arch to look exactly like the sheet metal should had it been made this way from the factory.
If the tire doesn't look right in the wheel opening, it looks funny. So all this debate is worth it, for sure, because I only want to make it one more time. So here's the deal. Instead of using sheet metal on that wheel arch, I'm going to use square tube.
If making rear wheel arches out of square tube was easy, everybody'd be doing it. It's not that it's impossible, but you got to have a nice graceful curve in the metal and put it all together.
Tube's going to come right through, and that'll give this a perfectly straight shot. Great little session of envisioning we had there, but now it's time to cut all this junk off and make it right. Using this angle, it's pretty thick, and that's gonna give the sheet metal something to hold on to. You could see when we attempted to do all that, we ended up with a big caved-in mess. This quarter panel has to look as if that giant stamping machine at GM nailed it. But we're changing everything, and I'm hand forming it, so it's pretty techy. The one thing that's gonna sell this idea is having that line flow straight through the fender well opening. So it's straighter than a straight line, so I'm just going by all those trim holes right down the center.
From day one, this is why I've been so interested in customizing cars. You know, it's the metal fabrication that's kind of the root of why I started this. It started with rust repair, and now it's building custom three-dimensional panels.
All right, so that's that. As far as this rear portion is concerned, I got this all fully welded up, so that ain't going nowhere. Is there something behind me? It's like, you know, when somebody pats the kid on the head, almost the same thing. It's like, keep it up, man.
First review by Senor Inspector. This may be the best walk-in ever.
This is the last part of the action, and I'm not getting distracted by any of this. You can see I'm focused. There's a tongue in my eye, so I guess you're liking this project, huh?
I don't know the breeding of this particular hound, but you never know. He may have a little of that Latino culture in his blood.
Well, I guess I won't be needing a shower this evening. I'm gonna follow this angle that Victor and I started working on.
I think I'm on the right track. Shop Inspector is all full of approval, so hopefully Victor is thinking the same things. As much as I tend to get satisfied with my own accomplishments, Victor always seems to think I can do better. So I don't really know how he's gonna react to this.
Ian, how you doing?
Good, man.
How's she looking?
It's getting close. None of that is Riviera anymore. I had to make everything.
Yeah, you know what, dude? You nailed it.
Fortunately, Victor loves it. So we are on our way. 3 easy steps, 2 to go.
You got that line perfect. Look at how it goes straight to the back behind the wheel. It looks like factory. I bet you if someone had never seen a Riviera before and they seen that, they would think it's factory.
I like that, you know, you're coming around. You're actually, you know, you're 1.5 inches off the ground, and I know that's a big step for you, man. You're coming up in the world. I remember projects where you're talking about subterranean vantage points, so this is good. That was a lot more challenging than I thought, but if you're good with that, I'll follow that rocker panel right forward and we'll create the new front wheel arch. So the front wheel arch is gonna be, you know, perfectly round, basically. It's gonna match that white wall. So let me roll a ring out of the same square tube I used for the back, and then we'll just set on the car and see what we come up with.
Good, let's go for it. I recognize that.
Yeah, there was this one time where I cut this guy's Porsche apart, and I got to keep all the tires from it. So I got 4 nice tires with great tread.
Even though Victor's envisioning process isn't crystal clear right from the onset, I really like working with him because he's got a different take on everything in comparison to what I would do. So it really pushes my fabrication. There's a million ways to bend metal, you know? I choose to do it caveman style.
That's German engineering for you. It's too big, eh? Pretty close. Now you gotta shrink that up, right?
Yeah.
If it's still not right, you just kind of hand form it.
It's like one of those strongman cartoons. Popeye, you have spinach or something back there? I'm actually thinking of changing these wheels out. I brought another set of wheels with me that have the white wall, the same size tire. Let me just wheel that in so you can make the radius around the actual wheel.
I think the biggest part of any project is that wheel and tire combo. You immediately know what the flavor of the car is. Oh, perfect. Victor brings in a new set, and it's exactly what I thought it was gonna be. Simple and classy.
It's like a hovercraft.
Yeah, no, that's clean.
Yeah. Now that we got this tire and wheel combo, we know the diameter, so I'm gonna form the tube right around it.
So you want this thing like right up there, right?
Yes.
Look at that. All right, now when I shake my head, you stick tape on it.
Right, so to me, proportion, it's looking too small. It looks like a little teeny hole there.
I agree with you 100%. It looks like a little freaking pinhole in the side of the car. So, you know, we shrunk down that one that I rolled. Let's just roll one right out of the tire and just put that on there and see what it does.
Of primary importance is the fact that the tire looks right on the car with the fender that we're creating in place.
Yeah, no, that feels much, much better.
We're really making decisions on the car, so I'm setting up two different options just to see what looks best.
The line I see is this in between both, half distance.
Yeah. Well, I got an idea to make that happen. I'm gonna set those two rings on the car and trace right down the middle. I'm gonna tack weld them to the car and I'm gonna trace right through because we can always make it a little bit bigger easily.
Yeah.
This is decision-making central, you know? You got a concept, next step is to fab it out.
Any last wishes, last
No.
requests?
I'm ready, I'm committed, go for it.
It's a nice car.
There's a million ways to go about this, you know? I'm trying to play it conservative. You know, the back was pretty straightforward. I know the front's not gonna be that simple, so I only wanna build it once. Main thing here is to just get that mock-up three-dimensionally, you know, cardboard, tape, spray paint, whatever it takes.
This isn't the car. So you can see you're flowing in this general direction, sort of like this. Voila, instant lowrider, just add tape. I think it looks pretty aggressive with that.
It does.
Something about the paint fumes in the air, it just helps everything come together.
This is a pretty complex shape to create and then mirror on the other side of the car, so just trying to get Victor to just stick with this, you know, are you sure? Is this the way it's gonna be?
Again, I know we're gonna change it. It's just the way it happens, but I have to put it into metal now. Knowing the diameter of the opening, at least I can build to that and we can trim back, because that wheel arch that's in there has to get totally removed.
This is pretty ambitious. You know, these subtle changes are not without consequence. So, you gotta make this count.
But without no risk, there's no reward.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. No whisk, no reward.
Decision's been made, we are on our way. We're in Van Nuys, California. Van Nuys Boulevard, cruise night. If you know anything about Los Angeles, you know this is one of the scenes. I'm not one of the old timers, but I've seen a lot of movies, and a lot of them include the Van Nuys Boulevard cruise night. You name it, in the 70s, this place was hopping, and it's still going off today. One thing I can say is lowriders are a big deal at this cruise, and that's the reason Victor and I came out. There's a lot of them. They're busting the moves. They got the stereos going. It's pretty cool.
Ian, jump in. Let's go for a cruise like the old days.
So is there anything you want to change on this one, or is it okay?
No, this is it.
Okay.
This one's done.
No more enhancements?
Out here with Victor and his crew, they're in full force. All the cars I've worked on with him are here. It's pretty awesome to see the lineup.
I haven't been here since 1976. And it's deja vu, man. It's like the culture never ended. From the vans to the lowriders to the bikers.
You know where I was in 1976?
Where was that?
I was in my playpen with a diaper on. Victor's telling me this is where it all started for him. From the day he could drive, Van Nuys Boulevard was the spot. So he's been coming here since high school. It's pretty awesome.
So that's the crazy thing, you know, you've been here, you've lived this. Me growing up in New York, this view here, I've only seen in movies, you know?
Yeah, and the difference between now and then is technology. The cars go higher, the cars go faster, the cars are shinier, and it's just amazing what's happened. You know, my kids are here, the next generation, followed my passion, and they're doing the same thing I'm doing.
That's cool, man. Some of these younger kids are getting a little loose though, man. Somebody was spinning in circles.
Yeah, no, it gets crazy, like real crazy.
As far as lowriding goes, it's about dropping them, hopping them, cranking the tunes, having a good time. This is the spot for it, for sure. The whole thing with the lowrider culture is big time pride in their ride. You look at these things and they are dialed in, detailed to the max, and they use them. That's what I like. They're out, they're hopping. This is awesome.
Seeing all these cars, man, this is the scene, dude. I get it. I've always dug lowriders, but there's nothing like being in the mix, you know? In the car, cruising. I saw a bunch of vans up here too. I know the van thing was happening.
Yeah, this is where Scooby-Doo was created.
Victor's got his whole crew here. His son, Rick, is here. They each got their own rides. It's pretty cool. The thing that I'm so amazed about is, like, you know, you put airbags in a car, it lifts up and down. These cars are freaking going for it, dude, and they're working them.
The amount of money they invest in these cars is awesome. You see the murals, a whole bunch of hydraulics, airbags. The cops really don't mess with anybody either. It's just kind of, they let them do their things.
There they go.
Oh, there they go, they're starting it up. But
It's just a matter of time.
my dad's been bringing me out here since I was a little kid.
That's the crazy thing. Like, I've never cruised with Victor, with your dad. It's like the cars, I work on them and they go away. I don't know what they do.
Oh, it's great, man. And the collaboration, you guys come together with some really badass cars. The ultimate question, where's the dog?
He could never come here, man. Never, ever. He'd be a wreck. He loves lowriders.
His attraction to lowriders?
Yeah, he loves lowriders, so he'd just be a panic. He'd be one of these guys out in the street chasing the hopping cars. I think the Rivi's gonna fit right in here.
Oh, yeah, it will.
Thing is, we are slamming right through this build, so it's nice to take a night off, get a little more inspiration, get fired up. Lowrider scene kind of parallels every clique in the car culture. The guys are getting their detail in, they're having fun with their rides. It's all just a different type of style. Unbeknownst to me, the shop inspector gets special deliveries. Somebody shows up and there's a box with his name on it.
I don't know what the heck this is about, but it's addressed to Dude. Canine Dog Chore Coat.
Typically, you know, he's the naked dog, no collar. You know, he's just walking around inspecting and criticizing, and he may be up in his game.
Oh boy, this is classy. Oh, look at this. It's pretty cool, man. I think he's digging this project. He's got a lowrider, he's got a special coat, he's got 2 pockets, he's got a collar. You're looking good, man.
And this dog seems to be digging his new gear, but I'm loving it even more, you know. This is perfect. This is like a walking tool chest.
Like a pack mule. Look at this. This is epic.
Bring your tools. We got work to do.
You know, this is perfect. I don't like stuff in my pockets. I don't like jewelry. You know, I don't like to be weighed down. That's my toolkit right there.
It's all right there. It's mobile. Toss it a treat every now and then. As long as it doesn't fall asleep, it's right by your side.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
This is the crazy thing about living with this animal, is he's got a bigger fan base than I do.
Check this out. You are the luckiest dog in the world today. Look at it.
I don't get beds or jackets in the mail. I mean, what's going on here? I'm doing all the work, he's getting all the credit.
You look relaxed. It's not too shabby, huh?
Most likely this guy's gonna be sleeping on the job.
My goal today is to just get some metal representing all that tape and paper we had, and easier said than done. It's the same story with the back. The contour's got to flow, the tire's got to look right in the opening, so it's going to be just trim, check, inspect. What I figured out with the back that I wasn't even thinking about is this line kind of determines almost everything. It determines the starting point, so I'm gonna bring this right up to the tire, put on the round tube, and join the pieces. This ring is totally flat. Fender is totally curved. So I gotta totally curve this to totally make this work, dude. As simple as this front wheel arch looks, it's very complex, especially bending a tube.
I have a plan, but before I get to it, I want to replace the cardboard with sheet metal. Marker. Thank you. After going to cruise night with Victor, I realized we had forgotten a very important part of the process, and I wanted Victor to come in and check it out before I go any further.
Ian, what's going on?
Working out these lines.
That looks nice. Right around my white wall showing.
Yeah.
Everything's flowing.
This project's a whirlwind, you know. Victor and I are all concept. The car's on the ground, it's gotta look good, it's lowered, etc. There's other factors to consider, and we gotta talk it out.
This is exactly what you're asking for.
Yes.
But it's slammed. The frame is on the ground. You got to lift the car up on the air suspension to ride. So, I mean, what I'm figuring is, you know, circle in an arch, it looks great, but it's so tight right now that when you bring that up, you know what I mean? It starts
It's
to
gonna
look weird.
funky. I'll probably be able to see the engine, right?
Well, that's the thing. It all depends on what you want out of it, but when we raise it, it might not look right.
It's gotta look as good at ride height as it does sitting on the ground, and that might mean we have to adjust these fender well openings.
I never figured on, hey, I gotta drive this thing. My look is slammed hard.
Right, and that's what I mean. We built this car, but literally it is metal to concrete. Even though the rockers are up, you know, the frame is on the ground. So I got these bags just in. There's no compressor or anything. Let me hit it with the shop hose. And one thing you gotta remember is the back always lifts first. I got it so it lifts so fast that it's gonna crush those rear quarters, so just kind of watch it.
Can I have a car that just anybody could get in and lift up without having to lift the back up, the front up? Can I get a regular car where I just go up easily and down? No, lift the back up first, the front up second, turn your head left, turn your head right.
One of the subtleties about close clearances is there's a procedure. So he's not taking it easy, you know. He's like, I want a turnkey thing. Why can't my stuff be simple? Full custom ain't easy. Victor should know this by now. And in raising the car up, sure enough, the front tire looks weird.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could definitely go over curves. That's one good thing about it.
You could set up the valves to have side-to-side action, you know,
Yeah.
flip-flop like it's showing, but right now it's just a bag. One bag is pushing the air into the other, so it helps us pose the car. So right now, rocker panel's down. So that's as low as you can get. So that's
Right there.
That's about cruise
Yeah, that's
height
gonna
right
be
there.
cruise height right there.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly.
So that's where I could drive it and still go over manhole covers and cruise it,
If
right?
you're lucky, yeah.
Yeah,
on
so
a good
then,
day.
yeah, I'm a lucky guy. We lowered this down 2 more inches. Yeah, and then now this bar's down to here and we're cruising and then we achieved what I wanted.
Right.
Changing the radius, modifying the fender a bit, it all adds to a better look in the end.
Yeah, I'm glad you said something about that because, you know me, I would have had to enhance it at the last minute. Knowing me, the bodywork would have been done, painted, and then here we go again.
Well, the good news about all this is we're already there. We're in the ballpark. I'm just gonna lower that arch down, weld it in place, duplicate it on the other side.
That mock-up is finally dialed in. Now it's time to just get her done.
No second chances, so we gotta nail this, finalize it, and get onto the rear end.
Go for it, let's do it.
After we decided that ring's gonna come down another couple inches, I decided to replace this whole piece of the fender. I came from the front all the way back and then shimmed it out with a few grinding discs on the old rim and tire just to keep that contour of the fender where I need it. Although I have the radius finished around the tire, it needs to curve with the fender too, which isn't that easy.
The focus on this whole modification is to make it look as if it could have been done that way from the factory. So the main challenge here is to maintain the lines of the Riviera, keep it subtle, as complex as it may become. The whole deal is I'm going to try to keep this distance even to about the 10:30, 11 o'clock area. And then I'm going to have to start to pie cut it.
get it to bend.
Came up with a concept of cutting this tube every few inches. The easiest way to translate that would be maybe if you know what flexible exhaust tubing does. It just is able to be formed pretty simply, so I just don't know how much cutting is going to be required. My thought is that at the end of this, it all has to get put back together, welded solid, so it's got to happen.
And then you could just take this and bring it up. We're close. The thing is, the tighter the radius, the more relief cuts I'm gonna have to make. So on a mellow curve, you know, every inch or so is good, but when it gets really tight, I'm gonna do it about every 1/4 inch.
In simplest terms, this is the simplest way to achieve this. It's a lot of effort, but you can see that it's working.
As flat as this car looks, it's super curvy. When you're coming into that front fender, it's about an 8-inch radius. Looks like it's flat, but it's curved this way and it's curved this way. And I'm using flat steel. Victor said it was gonna be easy.
I was trying to hold Victor to this concept of 3 easy steps, so we've already gone way past that.
Just modify everything. 3 easy steps. As far as the world of fender forensics goes, this is represented by this. These tabs are representing the underside, and now I have to create this outer lip. But you can see the radius differs from the bottom. There's almost nothing. It's almost flat, and it turns into this really dishy shape. That's what the boss wants.
In the end, I got to make sure that this concept translates to a solid finish, and it's all about whatever it takes at this point.
It's just one of those things. I can't stand flies in the shop. And we have horses next door. Horse, look, it's right behind me. It's coming in fast. It's smart. I've tried to gas it 5 times already.
Can't stand it. For some reason, I'm a fly magnet. I'm like Pigpen.
I think he bugged out. Oh, it's right behind me again. Oh, look at that. Sorry, fool. You're done.
Spray paint's around, you know? It's an ugly color. I'm not gonna paint anything orange, so it's fly repellent.
That's what you get for landing on my sheet metal.
Again, forming a flat sheet into a 3-dimensional shape, there's a million ways and a million high-tech tools to do that. Or you can just splice it into little pie cuts and form it around the fender. The statement of reforming a fender is simple. The challenge of accomplishing that is a ton of work, and that's the thing. I knew this was not going to be 3 easy steps.
The whole concept was, this is strong, strong, strong. You see the fenders flexing. Outer ring is rock solid.
End of the day, this is what the car needs, and I'm all about doing whatever it takes.
There's still a ton of work to do up inside, but right now it's all about the external appearance.
Last few details to wrap up, and this side of the car is done.
Wow, that really looks good. I love the way that looks.
Good to hear. That was a lot of messing around.
Yeah, I love the way you added this piece on here. You dropped it down a couple inches so it starts to taper down to make the car flow out. I mean, that's brilliant.
You know, once we lowered everything, it really needed that front little part of the fender to match, because, you know, dropping the center of the arch 2 inches just changed the whole look of that wheel well. So I just made what looked right.
And I see you did something here to tie this in. That really flows. It actually adds to the car. Like, it looked like it was built from the factory that way.
I think that this is kind of that what happened moment, you know, and that's cool. Guys that know the Riviera will look at it and wonder if it wasn't some kind of special edition, who knows what. Even though it was a ton of work, in the end, it is pretty subtle.
Yeah, you know what, Ian? This side is done. I mean, 100%. The rest of it will take care of it in body work. All flows came out like better than I expected it to.
Victor's really digging the whole line of this car, you know? He's like, oh yeah, it's the lowrider I wish I could have had in high school.
I gotta get a hat and some shades, man.
Speaking of that, I got a surprise.
Let me raise it up so you can see the white wall at like driving height, and I'll show you how it's gonna look up and down. I just got them hot wired to a battery in the trunk right now. Watch when you hit the switch, because it's like, it gets up kind of quick.
Wow, easy there. Easy there, partner. That's ridiculous.
It's like bucking bronco. At the front, I slowed down a little. It's not too much.
And it don't go side to side, does it?
It does all the moves, baby. So if you want to, you know, get your ghetto groove on, you can dump it side to side too. So we'll have a little gangster lean if you want that.
Victor wanted a lowrider, that's what he's got. Front, back, side to side.
You took that literally seriously about the lowrider stuff, huh?
That's what you want, man, right?
The thing is, it's not quite hopping hydraulics motion. You know, this is a cruiser, air suspension works perfect.
The sides look like you're drawing, but there is no reference as to what the heck's going on with the front or the back end of this car.
And there's a reason for that. I figured once we finished the sides, we'd get the feel, and we don't need no plan to tell us what we have to do in the front. All we have to do is walk over and start thinking and talking, and we will come up with something, I'm positive.
We don't need no stinking plans.
Never. Yes, and the more I look at it, we're in trouble.
I think we've made a lot of progress on the side view of this car. It's better than I had hoped, you know. Front and rear are next. I got a few ideas, and I'm sure Victor has got a mind of his own. Who knows where it's going.
Hydraulic pumps catching on fire. Gets dangerous around here.
It's all good?
It's all a part of being a lowrider, man. You know, nice cars, they can get destroyed like that.
Your whole career has been leading up to this point. It's time for you to say, no more changes. This type of conundrum, if you will, could really turn this thing into a three-ring circus.
It looks okay, but it has to look great. Like,
Yes,
wow.
I know.
When I'm turning this way and I look, it's like,
What?
wow, what did he
What
do?
is it? Yeah.
Drum roll, please.
This whole lowrider adventure started when Victor got his hands on this classic 65 Buick Riviera.
You know, lowrider cars, I'm going back to my roots. See how it's just subtle?
wow.
And that's simple. That's just 2 things. That's not 10 things.
Not only that, but Victor had his mind set on taking it to a big show that's coming up.
I want to take this thing to Santa Maria, Cruising Nationals. That's the best car show of the year.
Once we got into it, it turns out subtle ain't easy. No surprise there.
That's the only time I see you smile is when you tear stuff apart.
We put our ideas together, and I got to work.
I bet you if someone had never seen a Riviera before and they seen that, they would think it's factory.
Victor's been around this scene his whole life, so there's plenty of inspiration flowing.
I've always dug lowriders, but there's nothing like being in the mix, you know? In the car, cruising.
Yeah, no, it gets crazy, like real crazy.
There's still a lot to do, but so far it's looking good.
Yeah, you know what, Ian? This side is done. I mean, 100%.
Front and rear are next. I got a few ideas, and I'm sure Victor has got a mind of his own. Who knows where it's going.
Ian, how you doing?
Well, it's time to do the front end, so I was just making sure all these panels were aligned before we cut them apart, you know?
This Riviera has come a long way. It's been quite the journey. We're onto the front section of this thing, and I'm expecting some major changes from Victor.
I got a couple little extra parts to start on the front end, to start on the new journey.
In all the other projects, Victor is all about, the face of the car. The car's coming at you and it looks like this or like that. And I'm thinking, oh man, this one's gonna be a big problem compared to the sides.
Check this out. You know me in Pomona, a 1965 Riviera bar grill, baby.
Victor's always shopping, parts gathering. I never know what he's gonna come through the door with.
It might fit right in. It was made to fit right in this thing. Let's see how she does. Check that out. I just saved you a week of fabrication right there. Look at that.
So it was made for this car.
It was made for this car. And that's my flavor right there.
He brings in this grill, and that totally streamlines the whole process. I don't know where he's going next.
I had these. I bought all 4 of them. Let me show you what it's gonna look like with that and this chrome. Check that out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What I mean, see how clean the look is?
No doubt.
This here's done.
What's the catch? Where's the...
A mile custom, remember.
From my standpoint, it looks like we're gonna get through this project without making any more crazy modifications.
As long as that's the look you're going for, let's get on to those rear fenders.
I want to keep Victor on course, keep him rolling right through the car, and now it's on to the back end.
The thing about these rear quarters is they got to match up with all the stuff that Jack's done, He's customized this whole back end. He did this cool roll pan, drapes under the fuel tank. He made these pods that housed custom handmade taillights. Our main issue is getting this fender drop to somehow flow in with the rest of this.
Jack's already customized this car. The rear taillights are his own design.
He took this big slug of plastic and whittled it into a taillight. So you'd have to put some LEDs back here or whatnot, but he was trying to be super smooth with the car. So you see when they go in, they just insert like a little puzzle piece. So you can see this line comes into the taillight and disappears.
I really like these lights that Jack came up with because they are handcrafted. The only way I would improve it, per se, is to maybe come up with a little chrome bezel around it so it fits the chrome on the car, and of course, some kind of good lighting system.
Ian, I like it. I like the lights. Hey, Jack did an incredible job, but it's not in my vision of what I see this car should be with the modifications we did on the side. To make it really easy for you, all you have to do is this. Number 1, I want to tear the lights out, weld that all up, mimic this angle coming down, this tying into here, cut out the whole roll pan. I don't like it. The license plate's too big, out of proportion. All of the pan out pa' fuera.
I hate to use the term Jekyll and Hyde, but Victor does this switcheroo.
What just happened? 10 minutes ago, you were a different man. What happened with the mood change? What happened to just bolt it together?
I thought we were just gonna breeze through to a happy ending on this whole project, and I see Victor is on a mission yet again.
What we just experienced a couple minutes ago was the calm before the storm. That was just a warm-up. I see what you're saying, just gotta change the whole rear end of the car.
Yes.
No problem. Victor wants to get rid of this whole pan. I can do that. It's a simple task.
Victor came in kind of mild with this almost stock replacement part on the front end, and then when he gets to the rear end, it's gloves off. The thing is, nothing on the car has those embossed details like Jack's roll pan. Starting off fresh is definitely in the right direction.
This is what we refer to as a clean slate.
What we have with these rear quarter panels is just loose ends. They're sheet metal flapping in the breeze. This lower quarter would be the bumper, and I want to reinforce it with something as strong as a bumper should be.
The hardest part in this roll pan would be creating these little shapes. So instead of trying to fix them or recreate them, I'm just going to replace them.
This is a pretty complex curve to create out of sheet metal, so I found these big, heavy stamped bumper parts. I don't know what they're from,
But using them in this lower quarter will reinforce the sheet metal for sure. The idea is I have these two shapes that will not change on their own. So I can attach to it, I can hammer to it, just whatever it takes to form the sheet metal to this contour. These provide a good surface. You have to cut that, bend that, twist that, reface that, patch that. I gotta take this line, swing it. So we're gonna go right to this point here and cut that open. Clearance this out a little bit. Instead of creating like a wooden buck, hammer forming a bunch of stuff that's left and right parts, inside and out parts, taking these existing pieces, trimming them to fit, welding them in, it's just a faster process and super strong. I'm always trying to streamline issues, especially now that there's only 13 days to the car show. So you can see this, instead of having that weird draped bottom like it had, it comes right around. That's all good. And then the filler, just clean it up. Thing is, Victor and I, we got a little history behind us, and he's probably gonna change something. The whole concept with this roll pan is a rolling pan. That's what they do. It makes the car appear to curve under with the bodywork and just gives like more of a hovercraft feel. Aha. This blank roll pan affords the opportunity for change as you're building it. You know, a couple things I'm thinking about. He didn't like the license plate that was in the old one. I got a plan to make it more better. And flip it. I'm gonna surprise Victor with this French license plate. Hopefully he's got some taillights in mind, because I could use a little surprise for the better. So this blank slate roll pan is achieved, it's in place. I'm gonna wait till Victor gets here to surprise him with this French license plate install. I don't know what's coming next. Hopefully he's got some taillights and we can get this thing in gear.
Ian, how you doing, man?
I've been on Operation Blank Slate for the past 24 hours. I hope it's blank enough. I'm thinking about what you kept describing, you know, with all of your motions. And what I took from that was you wanted this angle to be mimicked here.
Yes.
And then same deal here.
And you did it, you did it. You could see it going almost like a V.
Yeah.
That's cool, and I like V. That letter sounds real familiar to me.
You know how I work, man. So last step for the rear fabrication is this French license plate frame. I mean, it's nothing to it, just a typical scenario. It's not gonna be this deep, that's why I wanted you here. I'm gonna cut that open. Let's set this where we need it. I didn't touch the lights because I want you to see everything kind of complete. Jack's custom tail lights, they're pretty darn cool, man. I don't know how you're feeling about it, but I wanted you to just take a moment to reflect after we get all the fabrication done, then make a decision. Even though I rebuilt the entire rear roll pan, this just gets us back to the starting point. Everything Victor wanted to accomplish has yet to be seen, so here we are back at square one. I think we could gauge this without the bumper. I mean, it is, after all, a license plate. It's gotta be front row center, basically. You can't mess around with this, so we'll make sure it's below the bumper, you know, somewhere in that neighborhood. We don't have the bumper, it's out at the chrome shop. And here I am building this roll pan and license plate issue without the dimensions of the bumper. I know he modified it, but I'm not sure how. Not a huge leap of faith, but it's definitely risky. All I have to say is clean, clean, clean. Instead of hanging the picture on the wall, you're putting the picture in a frame. It's perfect. What do you think? It's pretty groovy, huh?
You know what? I don't like it.
What? It's a square thing. How could you even possibly improve on that? Change it?
Yeah, let's cover it back up.
All right, good
no,
call.
just kidding.
I'll take all those pieces and just put them right back together.
No, look at the line. That's all that was missing. It's clean. It even enhances the roll pan as it goes underneath.
That's the weird thing about putting this flat surface. All of a sudden, this gives it a whole shape. You know, you see that kind of crescent shape, which is pretty neat.
All we need to do is just get a set of lights in there to fit in proportion with the car.
You mean license plate lights?
No, lights. I brought some lights in when I came in today
It's not looking good for Jack's taillights.
At this point, timing is critical. I'm doing the mind reader thing, trying to read Victor's mind, focus in on his thoughts, get these taillights nailed, because there's literally millions of taillights in the world. We only need 2, Victor.
Check these out.
Oh, for sure. Okay. Victor comes in with a pair of taillights. Everybody's seen them. They're the classic Cadillac taillights. You see them in a lot of street trucks where they're set up vertical. Cool factor is they have that production part chrome bezel around them, and that sells it.
I love the way this is Frenched in there. It's what, about 3/4 of an inch.
Let's just tape these chromes on there and just take a look.
The placement of the taillights is critical in the attitude of the car. This is a low rider, so my thought is low car, low taillights. That's the flip side of what Jack did, those little things on the tip of the fender. Taping these in place really helps you just get a feel, you know, it gives the car some weight. I like it. I know Victor's always looking for that custom look, so anytime I have an idea that'll take us down that path, I'm always ready to pitch it to Victor.
Yeah.
Look at
yeah,
that.
Look at that. Look, that's badass.
That's hot.
what I envisioned. That's exactly
Right.
what I envisioned.
Yes, custom lenses.
I could just blow a lens just like I did on the Packard, and you know, the supercar I did the same thing with clear, but
Yeah, like you say, that dimension, so you'll have like this Frenched section with the plastic coming out.
That's it.
I was really cool with Jack's taillight design, and I pitched this idea of custom lenses to Victor, and right away he's all about it.
This is it. I don't care what it takes. Nothing else matters to me. This is
nothing.
all that matters. Of the whole car,
Correct.
forget about.
That's space age. That's
This
real.
has to look
Yeah.
the way you got it curved here.
Yeah.
Has to come and curve there. This is it. I'm going home with this. I'm sleeping with this under my pillow.
I'm always trying to further the creativity in all these projects, but sometimes if you choose to go further, it takes 10 times as much effort. You're not really afforded that in this time schedule.
That's like amazing. That's why I do this. For that one moment in my life that I see one thing that excites me.
There you go. I love this idea, but I think before we make the final call, whether we delete or recreate, let's get the bumper on, let's get this on the ground. We haven't seen it slammed yet with some of the bodywork and the lines presented.
I know, Victor, this decision is not going to be easy. To get to the bottom of it, I know we got to keep moving forward.
I got a surprise here.
Yeah.
Danny with Big D Chrome got it done in 5 days. All the welding, all the repair. It was pretty amazing.
Totally nice, because Jack, you know, he narrowed this, he spliced it, you could see all the work inside, and they made it look seamless.
I've been waiting for this because we can't do anything more, and unless they tweaked it out and changed the shape, it should just pop right on like it's supposed to.
That looks good. That's clean.
Oh yeah, look at that, how tight it is. It makes Jack's taillights look like it's in a perfect little frame, man. That's nice. Even though I pitched Victor this idea of making new taillights, I'm still in it for Jack. I still want these taillights to happen. Look how good it makes Jack's taillights look.
Uh-oh.
It's nice. I think we got to just bolt it on and drop the car, and then you'll decide that Jack's taillights are awesome.
Let's see what the car says, Ian.
Passing the buck, huh? Putting the bumper on and dropping the car, that's the stance. Victor and I always do this thing where, you know, first impressions, you know, how does it feel? What's it look like?
Nice and low, sleek, classy.
Totally makes a difference on the ground. And I'm glad these fenders took the shape they did. It's a total game changer.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Gotta have these parts in place and have the ride height set to make a decision.
Your whole career has been leading up to this point. It's time for you to say, no more changes.
Let me just see the other taillights on the back before I could make a decision on if we're gonna take Jack's off or not.
This type of conundrum, if you will, could really turn this thing into a three-ring circus.
It's the only bummer, you know, we're putting a curved bezel on a flat surface. And they're not like the Rivi lights where they're symmetrical, there's a small side. The chrome on this is definitely a better deal than no chrome on Jack's taillights, that's for sure.
The whole thing is custom is custom. When you look at these lights and they have that pattern and the little Cadillac symbol, okay, well, all he did was swap the taillights.
So this is left over from the Packard.
Yeah, no, and I love that color.
It's really good. That's the scary part about acrylic, though. It's not very forgiving. I don't know, Jack. Looks like you might be getting taken out. That is classy.
Let's see it without the chrome frame.
Oh, wow. He's stumped.
Let me do something real quick. Sorry, Jack. It's like a 50-50 call. I mean, literally, it doesn't look too bad, but then with them off, I don't know about the proportion of that lens on the bottom. I need another dimension. It looked just too flat. And now Jack's lights, I'm so conditioning to seeing it on there. It's kind of like I'm getting used to it. It looks okay, but it has to look great. Like,
Yes,
wow.
I
I
know.
mean, when I'm turning this way and I look, it's like,
What?
wow, what did he
What
do?
is it? Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Jack, you're back on here. Jack's back in business.
Pulling out all my tricks to help Victor make this decision. You know, okay, you got the bumper ons, but the license plate in place, you know, just flesh out the car. Maybe that'll help the taillight choice go a little smoother.
I don't know what your registration is, but I know you like potatoes, so I know you're a fan of them Idaho spuds, so I just picked that off the wall. It's got a good look. Drum roll, please.
I just don't want to take away from the bumper. Remember, who made that bumper?
Yeah.
Jack did, right? So I'm not taking all this stuff from Jack. Jack customized that bumper. I went and had it chrome, so Jack's bumper's still on there. No,
You're trying
you're
to
a
sell
fan
me
of
on
Jack.
deleting Jack's taillights, man. You used his name 3 times in a row. That's the sign of a guilty party.
Keep your cool.
Goes with the tape. Up, one gone, one down.
We've been in this predicament before, you know, we always have to make decisions. The bottom line is this has to happen, and I know what I like. Jack's taillights, they work fine for me.
After evaluating all the things we just went through in the last half hour, I know I confused the heck out of you. I was probably more confused.
Well, it's a
but
tough call.
at the end here, by covering Jack's lights, I'm committed to this. I mean, that's a word I rarely use.
Only once in every project, unfortunately.
The decision has been made to delete Jack's lights. Victor likes the contour of the hard metal corner on the top of the fender. So just like that, the choice is made. We're getting rid of something, but we don't know where we're going with adding the other. The tail of the taillights. Feeling good that we've made a decision, but I'm gonna make a few different options regarding the new taillights because I know Victor likes choices to make decisions, so I'm just gonna present a fresh new palette of ideas.
Rivy in the front, Hardy in the back.
Jack's taillights are deleted, the car's in primer. I'm doing some finalizing of the contours regarding the rear quarter panels. So far, so good. I like what I see. I brought Victor out to this car show to get some ideas flowing for the paint. This car show is a benefit for the Paul Walker Foundation. He was a big star in that Fast and Furious movies. This foundation is run by Paul Walker's family. This is the inaugural car show. It's the first one, and the thing is popping off. The line is around the block. It's happening. Crazy thing about that movie franchise is it's got the young people in a furious fury about modified cars. The younger, newer generation got a different style, but it's all the same thing, modifying cars.
Just thinking, you know, we got color samples. We're like, what were you thinking about for the Rivy?
Yeah, they got a little bit of everything here.
Victor hasn't told me anything about what he's trying to do with paint.
I'm not sure, you know me, I won't know until I get the paint, right?
With the new school look, you have a lot of wraps, a lot of graphics,
a lot of strange metallic features. This event has every genre. Look what he did with the bed. It's all laminated
That's
wood. I talked about
amazing.
how he built that.
That's woodwork in its finest.
Really nice, yeah.
That's a pretty interesting color.
As subtle as this is,
solid,
yeah.
subtle. I mean, it has a little bit of flake in it, but yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thanks.
Most innovative dude I've ever, like, you can turn, you're like MacGyver with cars.
Victor's gone pretty crazy with his paint jobs in the past, you know, wild wraps, airbrushing, graphics.
That's a good choice of just taking it to one color, and all the fab will talk for itself.
Yeah. To hear him talking about this truck and its subtle paint job and his approval of it is a step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. Oh, look at the Bonneville, dude. See that color again.
That's got to be about a 65.
Again, another one of those cars where all they did was drop it a bit. It's freaking tight.
And all I had to do is buy a
Bonneville.
Bonneville.
Bought the
There
wrong
we
car.
go again. We're modifying cars that already exist. Story of our lives.
Look at that bumper. It's freaking epic.
But that's weird. The color's
This
not
color's
bad, huh?
nice, yeah. This can simply be chalked up to, you know, walking through an art gallery, discussing flavors you like. Again, let's never forget our humble beginnings. A car like this, you don't even need to paint it. You lower it, you're a rock star.
Man, you love them VWs, man.
Volkswagens are cars too. You know, just because we're at this supercar show, you can always tell the old standard is always nearby. And there it is, stock Riviera. So this is a 64 probably, but
Yeah,
basically
that's
the
a
same
64.
car.
Look at, there you are in the front seat.
Yeah, that does look a lot like me. Victor's telling me I look like a Muppet. I don't play the drums. I don't even have hair. What? I don't get it. We got a 65, but we don't have all the chrome and everything. We did like a whole thing to it. So it's good to see a stock one. The Rivi we're looking at is bone stock. We laid this thing out. We dropped everything. Typical 60s fashion, this car was pretty tall on skinny tires, and we got it down low. It's quite a dramatic change.
There you go. That's a pretty cool color.
Yeah,
just a
that's nice
silver.
too, right?
In between the silver and the blue. Now if I could just get that mixture, that's interesting how they both came together.
Yeah.
So I think that just made me decide silver is blue.
Silver's blue. We're walking along and I can see Victor's eyes glimmering. He's like, oh, these are my favorite cars in the whole show.
Look at that. Look at the art. Look at the way that sits on the ground. Look at the one next door. That's like pure art, baby.
He's got a special area with all the toys lined up, from the lead sled to the supercar and everything in between. It's a really good looking ride. You drove it out here, everything's cool?
I drove it out here. Thing ran perfect.
Victor's never finished with his projects, so he's always changing stuff. He's got this custom retractable license plate he's had me fabricate. Yeah, it's kind of James Bondish, you know.
And look at the color, subtle, the lines flow on the ground. What more do you want in life?
I came in the shop this morning and there were a few surprises. The car is painted and it's subtle. It's a very mature call. It's a good looking vehicle.
I'm building a lowrider car. I'm just keeping it to the conservative point. If you ask people that know me, they know I'm really conservative.
Yeah, I saw the bubble car.
Yeah.
This guy is super talented. I've known his work for years. He's done a lot of stuff for Victor. He's done a lot of cool stuff on Victor's other cars, the Zephyr, the Merc. Dude's first rate.
When we stripe this up, you just want all these just to come to a straight, just point right there and stop, right?
Correct, that's
Okay.
it.
Once we do that, it'll be nice. It's gonna break it up top to bottom, and you have a little more to look at, a little more bling.
Can you be done in an hour?
Give me 30 minutes, we'll be out of here.
24 hours from now, we will be on the freeway, going to the show. The paint and graphics is in session. I'm gonna be outside and doing my thing with the taillights. Typical Cacho form, we painted the car with no taillights. This process is like Old Faithful to me. You know, you set up the grill, you get the plastic to the appropriate temperature, you have all the fittings with the wooden clamp forms, and then you inflate it with pressurized air at the right moment, and voila, you have a taillight. Ha ha! Winner!
Every time I do something new, there's a learning curve.
That's the problem we've been facing.
Specifically regarding the thickness of the plastic, the material your backboard is made of, the alignment of the planets, as Victor's put it.
We keep getting these ruptures.
It's science. It's like clockwork.
With this material thickness and the parameters we're working with, it's just not happening.
Life is a learning library, so the first options didn't really pan out the way I was hoping. I have enough material for one more shot, so I'm gonna make up a whole new jig, try it once more, having learned this much in the prior attempts. While I get that ready, it looks like Victor decided to go with a silver leaf and pinstriping idea down the whole side of the car. This process is pretty cool. They tape out a bunch of lines and they end up with a negative reveal, a masked shape of what their graphic's gonna be. The surface is cleaned and they put on this glue. The glue material dries and then applied to that is this super thin silver foil. It's almost like a paper dust. It's really fragile. So this is applied, dried, and then this turned finish is put on it. He's using a cordless drill, which I've seen him do it by hand, but the cordless drill is really fast.
Putting a little spin in the silver leaf, which gives it a nice little effect. Just gotta take your time with it.
He's got it nailed. I mean, to see him come in with that drill and just pew, 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 just shoot down the line, that's pretty trick. If all this isn't enough, Victor's got his window tinting guy working on top of everyone, getting the windows dialed in. Shop is hopping, the car is really progressing.
Yo, what's going on? Hamburger, it's about time. I'm starving.
No, we learned you can't have any grease. I cleaned this whole thing down and I got your tail light in the oven. The issue is with the 1/4-inch acrylic, it only stretches percentage-wise so much. So I was asking it to like triple its size.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it won't do it.
Now I made an 1.5 inch band by 18, so it should puff. I just want it to go out 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, this is it. I'm good luck, you know that. What? This was gonna come out perfect.
There it is. Well, let's take it inside and see what it looks like.
It's kind of ridiculous, but it's not uncommon to be thrashing on your car right up to the minute the show opens. But I don't know if anyone doesn't even have taillights on their vehicle yet, let alone trying to blow custom lenses while the car is in final paint and polish. Finally, we get one that works. This is the learning curve. So if we had to make 1,000 of these, try number 4 is pretty good proportionally. So it's close. We definitely got something to work with.
My problem is I've seen too many options on the car. Now I'm not confused, but I'm not sure what I want to do. I don't want to say I told you so, but why didn't you leave Jack's freaking lights alone? It would have been done.
I just couldn't stand looking at it, Victor's option is these existing lenses from Moon Eyes. It's almost the same thing that we're doing, just a different shape. He's talking about trimming them down, customizing something that's already there. We got a bunch of options on the table. All we're missing is a decision. The last 24 hours of every car build is all in the details. That's what brings it all together. So it's a thrash, but every little thing is being attended to. I really like this car. I mean, it's classy. It could have gone any different way, but right now, it's presenting itself really clean. This lowrider project's got everybody amped up, even the dude, even the shop inspector is getting in the mode. He's ready to cruise.
How you doing, man?
What's up, Victor? What do you think?
Right away, Victor comes in and he's loving the graphics. The silver leaf, the paint details, the pinstriping.
It almost gives it like a 3rd dimension. That's like crazy.
Right on, man.
Really, really clean. Good job.
It's definitely nice stuff.
That's interesting how this turns into that, but that's the art form. Yeah, that's cool.
We've literally hours to go until we're on the road to get out of here. Victor comes in with just one more enhancement, one final detail,
He's got these chrome lake pipes, you know, side pipes. Yeah, the paint's sort of still wet and we're welding alongside it and, you know, just what I gotta do. What these are gonna add to the final appearance of the car is just like with the low custom bumper, you know, the chrome, your eyes go to it and everything's down. Slightly unorthodox, you know, usually you don't go cutting holes in cars that have been painted, and I look back and Victor has even more taillight options.
And then just cut this little hole out, and these two things just go right there.
We know the lake pipes are a good call, risking cutting through the paint. The taillights, there's no turning back. Wrong call on that, and the car won't show. I say you run it without any lights. It's a show car.
And instead of just putting something Mickey Mouse, because the whole car came together the way I pictured it. So we'll just go to the show. So I'll put you in the back with a flashlight, no big deal. And then we'll see what happens from there. We'll come back, take our time, and figure out what we're gonna do.
I like that idea. I'm just gonna sit in the trunk. We'll just leave it open. 2 frosty adult beverages, and I'll just have this, each time I feel the car slow down, I'll just send out a light. The bottom line of this debate is that the more we look at the rear of the car, the more we agree that it just has a great look as is. To put in taillights that don't complement it at this point doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, the whole front end is muted. You don't even know that there's headlights in there. So, I mean, if we want to talk aesthetics, that blank look, you know, this is freaking classy. It's like a sculpture. But right now, forget it, man. Just take it to the show.
I agree with you. After the show, we'll come back and figure out what we could do to keep this look without seeing the taillights.
What we have finally arrived at is whatever the finished look of these taillights are, they're not going to affect the rear view of the car as it is. You know, maybe the taillights don't even show while the car's parked, you know, like the retractable license plate in the supercar. You know, maybe there's something in the rear window. The look of the rear of the car as is will be retained. I'm just excited to finalize this project for now, get to the show, enjoy a weekend out, and, you know, discuss the project with the people. We made it to Santa Maria. Really, we made it to Santa Maria. Cruising Nationals is a 3-day event. This weekend is pretty special. Not only were we preparing to build the car to debut at this show, I got a call from the historian, the Hall of Fame manager for the West Coast Customs, and they want to induct me into the Hall of Fame at the show as well. True story. They held a private event for the awards, but the big payoff for me was sitting in the lineup, signing autographs with all the legends.
The Hall of Fame is actually carrying on a tradition that me and Barris and maybe Ed Roth and a few of the early customizers, we started this whole thing, you know, clear back in the late 40s and 50s, and now the new guys are carrying it on. And then Eon Russell, it's really wonderful to see him come along, and I know he's doing a fabulous job, and he's doing some really nice, creative, custom work.
It's all the guys I worshipped growing up. All the people that led to me making this career decision to do what I do. Crazy. I mean, I literally grew up reading about this guy, yes. And now I'm in the club. Hey, how's it going? It's like not even me, you know. If you know me, I'm a quiet, geeky guy in the garage. I'm not a celebrity.
Hi, Ian. I don't want anybody else's money. Just yours.
What? We're just waiting for the security to escort us out of here. Yeah. I feel like we got away with something. If you know this car show, you know it's been around for a long, long time. The people who come here come to play, they come to party, they come to show off their stuff, and everybody is represented full force. Cruise Night is specifically set up for people to see the vehicles in motion, so it's like a parade. Everybody's lining the sidewalks, the streets are closed only for the show cars. This is the craft taken to its highest level. West Coast Customs with a K. The lowriders, the tail dragger scene, the bombs,
Anything low and slow is represented in force. This is all about the classics. The whole thing is a cruise night. It's just a warm-up. That's kind of like everybody landing, a meet and greet, have a few conversations for the big show on Saturday. But I'm really looking forward to getting to the show in the morning and seeing the Riviera. First thing in the morning, cars are mobbing the scene, looking for the primo parking spot. Last night was the cruise, today's the show. Everybody's planted, barbecues, conversation, good times. There are awesome cars all over the place, and right in the middle of them all is the Riviera. Victor is that worker guy. He's still in minor adjustment mode. He's trying to shake down a set of taillights. He's got a pinstriper on hire. He's still building the car at the show.
I hope you brought your little jigsaw, because I'm looking around for the lights. My goal is, hey, I'm still striping. You might cut a hole in, so we finish this thing in Santa Maria, lights and all.
One of the stranger things that's going on is Victor's telling me, keep your eyes open. We're still on the hunt. You know, that's the mode. I'm like, I thought we were celebrating our victory.
You are a hero of mine.
Thanks, man.
Like, I watch all your episodes over and over.
Very nice.
Yeah, sharp.
The whole crew's here representing, and my friend Tom with his hot rod pickup.
Yeah, I'm here to support Ian. He's been inducted into the West Coast Customs Hall of Fame, which is a huge deal, man. It's amazing. It's such an honor. And so I came out to show him some support and be there for my boy. The Riviera, man, I love it. And the stuff that he's done to it, it's like, it's so subtle, but trick at the same time. And unless you know what a stock one looks like, you might think that it's pretty much factory.
The response has been overwhelmingly supportive. I was expecting, you know, rotten tomatoes, some heckling. You like the taillights?
Beautiful. Where are they?
We're almost done. Nobody knows but us.
This whole lowrider adventure has been super cool. I've always wanted to do something like this. You know, this is a huge LA flavor. From the Van Nuys Boulevard cruise night to this event, you could see that style is represent.
I'm ecstatic. The car came out like beyond my expectations.
Our mode is reflected by a lot of the people here. You know, ideas are always changing. You could see a car that was here last year and it'll be a different color, different set of rims, change this and that. And you know, Victor and I are the same thing. What's not to like about any of these? This is a Cole Foster car right here.
Everything, they're all incredible. I mean, everyone has their own flavor, their own meaning.
Our current issue is this lack of taillights. There's a billion ideas out there, so this is a perfect location to kind of do some scouting. We got a Buick Riviera. We just finished, 65. Victor can't make his mind up. So we finished the car and it's got no taillights.
You know, I did that one for Bones, you know, years ago, that 63 Buick Riviera.
63, huh?
And, you know, I painted that car 5 times for 3 different owners.
I know Victor, and I know how things develop, and he will not stop until he's satisfied. So, in his own words, whatever it takes. As far as what comes next, we got a million ideas. Once again, it's time to step up the game and march forward fearlessly into the new horizon.
I just went shopping again. The last final piece besides the light.
Oh,
There it is, my speaker
Oh,
blend.
no doubt. That's what this car needs for sure. Yeah,
well,
they go on the rear deck where the speakers
On the
go.
rear deck, go ahead and put it in
Broadcast
play.
the tunes forward.
Yeah, they go out this way too.
Totally cool. So those go there in typical lowrider fashion.
That's it, it completes my goal.
I wanted to get a picture with you and Ian.
All right, cool.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, always.
Hey, can we get those 2 guys over here too?
They want the whole full
want
custom
everybody.
team here. Wow. Cheeseburger.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy.
Oh.
Does it for the fans?
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome, man.
All right.
Respect.
Hey, it was good talking
Good talking to you too, yeah. I'd like to get together with you guys someday. if I
Yeah,
could.
no, we're all
Yeah.
I'm happy to show you our toys in the garage.
Check them all out, man.
Got some
I
stuff.
got a little museum. I got Gumby, Pokey, all them stupid little things.
See, what they don't know is that this was my grand plan of diversion. Without all that inspecting going on, pure art is the result. There'll be no check and balance from here on out. You're in the dog days of summer, literally. It's about 100 degrees in here, and I'm just getting warmed up.
Yikes.
Looks like I got myself into another ridiculous project.
Like anything goes. You know, my other car, we cut it apart. I'm not married to any of this.
No rules.
No
just
rules.
Whatever.
My friend Johnny and I, we worked out this crazy idea based on his Volkswagen chassis. A fantasy show car. That's how I would describe it.
That takes this, and it's like, and I get my roof.
And your porthole.
And the porthole. You know, I got an idea for the back. You know, all we need is shapes.
No hesitation, no pre-planning. He just grabs a saw. This might work.
Chop top camper shit.
Right?
We moved through the mock-up really fast, and the car started to take shape.
Holy Krakatoa.
Then my friend Tom got involved and brought in this monster engine.
This project just got put in the slingshot, and it's drawn and ready to fire.
It's time to get freaking crazy on this.
Well, there's a new kid in town, wouldn't you say?
I thought it was about time to get Shop Inspector some companionship. I got another stray pit rescue. Her name's Angel, and I think she'll be the perfect companion for the inspector.
They've been together for one day, and they're like old buddies.
Dude's kind of a unique character. You know, he is the shop inspector. Not looking for anything more than a companion, you know. Maybe keep Mr. Face busy for a while I'm working.
You saw that temper tantrum he threw with the, dare I say, roll bar? Needs to lighten it up a little. It's a fun shop. No more arguments. Just keep it on the level. You know, a little lady action in the room might help things out a little. So this car's progressing. You know, the body work, I'm just trucking right through it as I do. I pulled the engine out so I could finish off the back of this body, put in some MDF to stiffen it up a little bit, and blended this one in. So it's all screwed and glued. It's nice and strong. Got through the majority of the bodywork, and now it's on to the details, the aesthetics. Johnny's coming out in a few days to check the progress. There's a few key things that I want to get in place before he gets here. I want to get these side pods in action. Johnny's drawing shows some pretty cool details of these fins along the side. Key design point Johnny came up with was this fin action below the fenders. It's open for interpretation. You know, the main thing for me is to make it flow with the proportions of the car. So the outer face of the wheel width is represented in the thickness of these fins, and then it just tapers down to nothing. So a bunch of big wedge shapes. The biggest challenge in translating the drawing to the vehicle is truth versus fantasy. This car has certain proportions that, with any logic, cannot be altered. This is a mock-up. I'm just trying to get something established to work with. The reason for using these materials is that they're plentiful. I can go to the supply store and get way more. Once it's mocked up, assembled, they get coated in epoxy primer, maybe a little fiberglass on the back to rigidize it. You paint them with automotive paint, and that's the finished product. That panel on the bottom, all of a sudden it's in proportion. So you literally have this big block wedge with the fenders running through it. And now you're looking at this. And then the fenders just kind of jamming through it. That's good. Just setting up this backboard, you know, I'm really happy with the way it gives that lowered appearance to the car. You could almost leave it as is, but I really think I could take it up another notch. I don't know how big these darts are gonna be, so I'm just gonna split this right down the center and fit it up and figure out how many, how big. Now I have this giant shape. I'm gonna go something like that, I think. What did I get myself into? Fortunately, they only come one at a time. If they ever double teamed, I might not make it up.
The last thing I needed was another shop inspector. You know, 2 shop inspectors, I'm kind of outnumbered at this point, you know. I'm 6'2", hand of authority, and now they got double teamed on me, so we'll see how this develops. This is pretty much what I was thinking, a series of these going up the line. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have 4 ribs because that's what this is dictating. I've seen this kind of style on some sports cars, you know, 80s Ferraris, some other weird concepts, but you know, I'm going for my own vibe on it. It's like, oh, okay, that makes me think of this, but it's unique. I see some issue here. From here, these are perfectly parallel, but when you're standing up looking at it, they're perfectly unparallel. In the first layout, you know, it looked kind of like Venetian blinds, just lines stacked. I wanted it more like a, you know, a fan, oriental fan, little flare. I'm trying to find that sweet spot, as with everything. The thing about this is the perspective of the lines has to be measured by how it feels, how the whole car flows. You know, you cannot put a formula on it. Yeah. So that's what I was looking for. You see, that upper one flows with the fender line. Getting these fins primered like the rest of the car would really help to finalize this aspect. I got to get the thing grayed out, then it all looks the same. My next step is to envision. Thought you were on supply duty. It's your first day here. We're gonna have to run through a couple quick parameters. Primer cabinet is always full. This one is empty. Take note of it, check the serial number. I want a case by tomorrow morning. There is a certain etiquette in this workshop, as loose as it seems. Bottom line is if you want to eat, you gotta work. I really like this, you know, I'm gonna make a couple other enhancements, both to the interior and to the rear end. That's a big issue. Just like with the sides, filled it in, I'm gonna do something in the back, off to the races. The paint cabinet is stocked. She doesn't even have thumbs, yet produced. The last step of envisioning is the primer. You know, just get the thing one tone, and then it's a yay or a nay. With the white, you don't get the shadow play of this gray tone, so now you can really get a feel for the dimension of this. The white just looks all bleached out. The shadows, everything works together. It's good. I'm totally happy with that design. I'll mimic it for the other side, but there's bigger fish to fry. I'm working on multiple projects. I got all this board kind of fitted in. That's going to be the interior panels with upholstery on it, but I also have a really cool idea for the dashboard. Very little sculpture, all business. We need to enhance. Victor and I did this sports car project, and we used an old Sterling kit car.
The only thing I really want on this thing is this top. You know what, we may use some of the silhouette, but this top, the way it opens, gotta go on the Porsche.
From the jump, that dashboard was dynamite. My challenge is to make this funky 70s vibe fiberglass dashboard fit in that car. This is what we're working with. Vintage Stuart Warner tachometer. These go on this, which is even more awesome. And lastly but not leastly, if you know sound systems from the 70s, Craco. I don't even care if it works, it's going in the car. So look at that. Freaking floating space pods on this awesome wraparound dashboard. The basis of my projects has always been found parts. So this next step is just in that same vein. Victor didn't even look twice at this thing, so you know me. Put it in the back pocket, put it in the semi-permanent collection. He's gonna be surprised when he sees it, 'cause he's like, oh, I should have used that in another car, but it's gonna be too late. It all depends what you're going for in the end. You know, if you just put in a set of cool gauges or whatever in the stock body, hey, you get that out of it. If you want a freak show, you gotta go the full length. And that's what I need. I need a freak show dashboard. Sitting there, you can see how this is all gonna congeal. You know, it's offering a huge support visually to that tube frame. And then, yeah, with the windshield, the split windshield, we need this. I think everyone will agree it's a nice looking unit, but how are you gonna get it in there? As a great man once said, it just isn't even close to fitting. So, we're just gonna cut it up. Here we go. I've cut so much stuff apart at this point, you just look right through it. A butcher doesn't need a road map to where he's going, right? He just knows the cuts, gets rid of the excess fat, and makes it happen. It's summertime for sure, so this is the old standby, Not only does it portably cool, it blows the dust that way, very efficiently. With any found object, as long as you make the right moves, you can get the right results. So this is exactly where it needs to be. Now, the center comes right to here. There's plenty of room for the shifter and the emergency brake. These two pieces did not go together, and hey, now they work. Just put a couple screws to secure that. That's all gonna get fiberglassed. These are obviously not the right shape, so I'm gonna start with the center pods and then work these out independently. So you can see with a few minor pieces trimmed off, the Sterling dashboard is a perfect fit. Look at that. The success of having these three shapes fit in the car, okay, that's great. What's really gonna sell it is getting it all glassed and molded in so it looks like one piece. All the center detail is retained looking like the Sterling, which is what I was looking for. Once it's all molded in together, it's really gonna sell it, but when the inspectors start responding, you can see there's a little curiosity going on. I think we're on the right track. The thing this concept needed was that final coat of primer to cement the deal. I mean, this is kind of what I saw when I first thought of putting the Sterling dashboard in here. It still needs refinement, but you can see it's now one piece instead of all those separate components, and everything's there. All I gotta do is wire it up. That's the only thing that gets you through a project like this is these small rewards. There are so many tasks to be completed on a custom car as involved as this, just to get that dashboard and the primer is like a little glimpse of the light at the end of the tunnel. Inspector number one has given full approval and sign off on the dashboard, and now it's time to get to the details on the back end. Well, the engine intake speaks for itself. These giant megaphone style velocity stacks. I want the exhaust to mimic these, so these big horn shapes are definitely gonna be the exhaust. The whole car's gotta flow together. So those trumpets, the air's coming in, where does the air go out? The exhaust. Those two elements should be in the same flavor. Right there's your custom exhaust setup. Full custom Dune Buggy needs a full custom exhaust. Just like anything else, it's gonna be made from scratch, so I ordered a whole pile of parts to get to getting. The challenge therein is to make this tangled pile of tubing and make it look like a beautiful piece of machinery. The way this blower is perched on the engine, you have an open side and a more cramped side. This is the challenge with this exhaust, because the engine's gonna look asymmetrical. There's no way around it. See the pulley on the blower, everything's off to this side of the setup. So that's the challenge of making the exhaust look like it works. You're in the dog days of summer, literally. It's about 100 degrees in here, and I'm just getting warmed up. This is kind of cool. Like, what if they kind of projected from a center point like this? There's 2 and 2 right there, kind of out. For this exhaust build, my main thought is that it has to look balanced. The exhaust has to complement the engine and not take anything away from the fantastic components that it's already presenting. That's what I'm talking about. That's a total cartoon car exhaust. I like the exhausts. I really want to get the taillights in place just to see how the whole thing plays. The official reproduction Mustang taillight lens. Unlike some other people we know, for me, this taillight decision is going to be real easy. Perfect. I don't think this car needs anything any more crazy than one of the old Dune Buggy standards. And you can see,
I'm kind of a make a decision and stick it guy. My mind's made up. This thing is totally freaky, funky 70s style. This is exactly right. Johnny's coming out in a couple days. There's a lot more to be done as far as assembly and finish work, but those 2 taillights, those 4 exhaust pipes, you know, that's the look. I need to finish up the exhaust on the other side, but there's one more key component I want to get established before Johnny comes back. Duplicated the exhaust concept on the passenger side, did a bunch of finish welding, and now it's clearly represented. And there'll be some finish work just in, you know, finishing the welds, but that's the look. Came out really cool. Even though the sheet metal megaphones are uncharacteristic at the end, these end caps make it look like the laser gun. It's just a good effect. What it needed was that little center engine, you know, it looked like it was wearing a backpack. And now it's got freaking claws. Looks like it's gonna grab something if it backs up. This simple design was really effective in completing that bulked out rear end. The rear end is fitted out for sure. The one thing that's missing is this windshield. You know, this concept of the floating roof will really be cemented when you see the windshield mounted here and there's nothing attaching. In other words, no A-pillar attachment. First things first is these 3 pieces of authentic brass boat windshield. A lot of the hot rods you see, you know, Model A, T-buckets, that type of thing, they're using like a Halleck or Duval style windshield, and it's basically a 3-pillar window. This Scrapheap boat windshield looks just the same as that. I mean, if you just sat it here, it would be fine, but I don't like that. What I like is it for it to sit here, pointing at the roof, so that this is never touching. I think I have to create some kind of a shape at this level, so this thing sits like that. The stage is set for some full custom figuring out. I think they're happy. She's doing the Scooty. See, what they don't know is that this was my grand plan of diversion. Without all that inspecting going on, pure art is the result. There'll be no check and balance from here on out. I'm gonna have to do some modifications to this, so I don't wanna just stack on top of the primer. I wanna get right down to the base material and build off of that. So what I wanna do is take that big sanded out surface, and then I'm gonna sculpt it to look cooler. Right now it's on a shelf, it's like this. It's gonna be a flat plate, it's just a stamp, one shot. This is just establishing the height for the center post to sit. I know a couple tricks that will help me just go through the process efficiently. You set that, and you push it flat. Critical thing is I gotta get the center pillar looking parallel with the roof support. Ha-ha! Is a flat surface. All we were trying to do is just create that flat pad that sits on. That's the height. Process with this is one step at a time. Get your center centered and then figure out what the angle is on one side and then follow through with the other. Really the best way is to eyeball it because you can see clearly, you know, when you're down the line, if they're like that, you know, there's gotta be parallel. You may be asking yourself, how is he possibly gonna get all those things at the same height? Got these epic sanding discs from 3M. I mean, come on, you didn't think I was gonna not customize every last thing. There you have it, 4-foot block sander. Look at that, you sand it. He has that look in his eye. I didn't say it was gonna be professional, but it works. The purpose of mocking up the windshield is just like everything else, a 3-dimensional, full-scale representation of where you're going. The end result of this is still yet open. You know, you can do a traditional clear glass, you can do Lexan, colored glass, colored Lexan, tinted, anything goes. Really happy with the way this windshield progressed. Still some final details, like everything else, but definitely enough to show Johnny, and I got some plans. Making good progress on the car, but as much as I like to stay confined in my own cell, the outside world is always calling. Minding my own business, I get an SOS call from Victor. So is there anything you want to change on this one, or is it okay?
No, this is it.
Okay.
This one's done.
No more enhancements?
Never. Ian, I know I said at cruise night I wasn't gonna change anything, but I got a little bored, so I figure, hey, it's time to just touch it up, right?
The thing is, that's all it takes with Victor. It's just like one little glimmer of, oh, yeah, that's right. We haven't changed this car up in a while. The good news is,
I never finished the front grille. You went ahead and powder coated all the parts and painted the car. There was one other thing I wanted to build on it, and I never got to finish this front end. It was like 15 years ago. As much as it pains me to say, this car was like almost 20 years ago when I met Victor.
This was a 4-door, and Winfield made it into a 2-door, and I had it sitting for years in my backyard. Then I met you, and you started on my hood. Remember, I brought you to do the hood, the front bumper, the back bumper, so the car is iconic.
One really cool thing about this car is that not only did it come from Winfield's shop as one of his projects, but it's also the first car that Victor and I ever collaborated on. When I met Victor, he didn't know what he wanted, so we ended up using parts from like 5 different cars. If you look at the center grille teeth, they're actually castings off of a '53 Ford pickup. There's Cadillac parts in the bumper, there's Buick parts, there's a little Ford in there, it's all mixed up. This collaboration was like Victor. He was the fish on the line. I hooked him with this project, and so it went. Here we are, 20 years later. I know Victor's mode, but it's always a surprise when he just goes for it. I mean, he doesn't really have to go for it as hard as he does.
This has been a good car. I just want to clean it up, restore it back to show quality. It wasn't show quality, it was cruising quality, but I need a cruising show quality car. Your chance to finish up what you were going to do 15 years ago with the front bumper.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's made out of a lot of parts.
First thing I would say I would like it to represent is sort of like the 50 or 51 Chevy, where it has that cool overrider above the grille set. This will be like a little pan that just brings it all together. So Victor was saying, I'm not really changing anything, I'm just freshening it up, New upholstery, new drivetrain, fresh new paint. Basically the same car, just betterer.
And I love it because it's my daily driver. This was the funnest car that I own.
The whole thing about this project is just to get it back in action. Victor's got a team of body guys, upholstery, the whole team's here. For me, it's just a matter of seeing the car back assembled and down the road. It's always nice to have a diversion. I got multiple projects going on. Johnny's on his way into town. I got to get to it. Picked up Johnny at the airport, and we are straight on our way to the Pomona swap meet.
We're just about, not to the finish line of this project, but we're getting close. Not only does the swap meet have parts, it has cars, a full car show, so it is full sensory overload. Keep your eyes peeled. I want you alert, focused, ready to make a deal.
Sweet. Nothing's better than you get back into town and immediately Ian's like, dude, let's go to Pomona. It's like the mecca for finding like really good parts for different stuff. Like if you got a project that you're building, like Pomona's the place you want to go.
Still a few elements to flesh out on the car, so it is like a part search as well as inspiration day, The whole thing is just keep an open mind. We never know what we're gonna come up on.
Look at this vent.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait a second, that's paint work. That's not, tell me you didn't think that was a true custom body scoop.
That look real.
Like I did the little vents on the back of the Johnny 5, they just took it to the next level. I mean, I was ready to put my finger in there and see how it was made. It's really good.
Yeah, it totally looked 3-dimensional.
Yeah. So I mean, an element like that on our little speed buggy,
for sure,
would be pretty trippy.
And Ian's like, let's see if we can find some cool stuff for the project. Anything goes.
Those are some sand front tires. I like that look. Yeah, check these out, dude. I mean, that's the race car look for sure. And look how low the front end could be with those little fronts.
Johnny's always drawing the cartoon proportions, so to get a tire as big as his drawings show, it's a challenge, So we come up on these drag racing slicks. They definitely got a cool look to them. Maybe, maybe not. So here's some big fatties. I mean, those are paddles. That's for the sand, but they might have something else. The great thing about being immersed in this massive swap meet is you have tons of different things to compare.
Like this size here, look at this one.
$35.
not really the flavor.
They look good. I just wish those back ones were bigger.
When it comes to tire size, you know, wider, taller, anything that just makes it look more cartoony.
Yeah, there's some fatter tires. I mean, that'd be some pretty good meats right there.
But then that style is almost like what we have. Oh man. Walking through, I come upon this wider style of sort of the same turbine rim, and they're much bigger.
I bought them for a VW kit car, but they don't make the adapter for that wheel.
Oh.
So
Is that doable?
I ain't scared.
That's what we need right there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Here, hold it. Take ownership.
Well, it's like, yeah, give the guy the puppy, right?
Yeah.
Falls in love with it. Yo, they are 15 by 10, says right on it. This is a step in the cartoon direction. So
Pay that guy.
Awesome. This is kind of ideal scenario. The guy's saying, I absolutely can't use them, and I know I can modify to make them fit.
Ian's the master of the deal. They were a larger size, like turbine look that we already kind of have on the car. I think it's gonna look even better.
Off the plane for 5 minutes, it already cost me $50. Let's go stash these in the truck and get back to shopping. Another thing I need is a new hat, so there's usually a regular person here.
Like everyone's got one.
I know, everybody's got one. Somebody's selling them for sure.
So I just walk up to him and go, Ian? Oh, wait, you're not Ian. You're not Ian. One of the coolest parts of being here at Pomona is, people recognizing Ian from the show, which is really cool. And just seeing him interact with the people who really are excited about what he does. And everybody was really encouraging. Hey man, we can't wait to see what you're building next.
Oh, look at this high roof. Look at that thing. That's
Yes.
the real toaster.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the full loaf of bread. Walking around the car show, there are tons of different cars here, and hopefully you can get some inspiration for the paint.
We're walking down, there's a line of 64 Impala, Fleetwoods, long Cadillacs, old cars, 40s cars, the Mexican bombs that were just chrome for days, and just, you can only imagine how much they cost to get them to the point that they are. Like one after the other, just really well done paint job cars.
I think we're entering the lowrider section. Lowriders are a great paint inspiration because that's one of their primary features is the bodywork guys and the painters just show off their stuff. Dude, so this guy's got all the action going on. I mean, look at the weird tape lines and the fades and everything like that. The main thing about these paint jobs, from my standpoint, is when somebody looks at it, they go, well, that is an incredible amount of work. You can really see the labor of love that this project has been. That's the whole deal with this. It's like we're not making a lowrider paint scheme, but definitely using metal flake and some taped lines or whatever. What I'm looking for specifically is the one thing I hadn't considered. You're always looking for that one unique aspect. The thing I'm responding to is like the simple tape lines, the readable, predictable ones can grow into a really elaborate paint scheme. That's classy.
Hell yeah, man.
Look at the hard root beer to yellow fade. I mean, just a two-tone, blue and white.
Yeah, see,
turquoise and white.
That works.
Yeah. We're definitely not looking to make this buggy painted like a lowrider. I think the thing about these cars is a lot of them have relatively stock bodies, so the elaborate paint job takes them over the top. We're working with kind of the opposite aspect. Our body is totally customized, so to add a really wild, multi-dimensional paint scheme may take away from that. We got some new parts, we got a bunch of ideas. Let's get back to the shop and make it happen. This is where we're at, man.
Nice.
It's a little bit different than it was last time.
Wow, man. It's unbelievable. I walk in, and man, it looks really, really cool. Dude, look at the dash.
That's that Sterling dashboard from the other supercar that Victor and I worked at.
And this is so sick.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that, that's right.
Last time I was here, everything was pretty much attached with sheet metal screws or drywall stuff, and we were just kind of tacking things together, and now it's a full solid body. It came out better than I thought it was gonna come out. I can't stop looking at this part.
I got the engine from this guy, Tom. He saw the car, he saw some pictures and fell in love with it. I don't know what the deal is yet. He may be a potential buyer for it. When Tom came down and saw the car, he brought the engine. He's talking about a trade or buying the car. He's only become progressively more fascinated with the project. He shows up with this Cobra gas.
Oh, sick.
This is a flower pot. It's a plastic flower pot.
Yeah.
Look at it, right? I just put a wood board inside it and cut off the back.
I love it.
All the pieces are here, you know. Our mission is to nail this paint scheme. I'll mount up these tires and then, you know, the sky's the limit, dude. Just as crazy as these components are, paint job's gotta be that big and better. I'm gonna let Johnny ruminate on his paint idea for a while. I've got an idea for these rims. I wanna try it out before we mount the tires. I got this cool media blaster from Eastwood. I've been using it on everything. I got walnut shells in one side and then sand in the other. These rims are way cool, but I have an idea. I don't wanna make them look like fully polished, way too shiny. And I think if I just give the misting of the surface, these rims are gonna look frosted, and then I can detail out the highlights. So it's like you got your satin, and then as soon as the shine comes around, you start to get your blips.
Yep. Yeah, I like that.
So, any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on that paint scheme? It's been 5 minutes. I figured you have it worked out.
Yeah, no.
On the way to the shop, we picked up these new rear tires. They're 295 60-15s. It's got a 12-inch wide tread and about a 28-inch tall diameter. They're gonna be way cooler on this car. I can't wait to see what they look like. Before we can get these rims on the car, I gotta set up some wheel adapters. I have a pair, and I think I can do something to make them work. 5.5. Pop right back in. Aha! Yeah. Look at that. Look at from the back. Look at the two side to side. The way the exhaust plays on this tire is way better.
That makes that fender make sense.
Yeah. This was a total relief because with the engine and exhaust developing, you know, these tires make the rear view complete. So, it's been 8 minutes. Any thoughts on that paint job yet? I like the fact that Johnny's a little nervous. You know, I like pushing his buttons, keeps him on the edge, keeps him creative. So, you know, we're into the paint design of this and, you know, it's gotta count.
Yeah, so as I'm looking around the car, it started worrying me a little bit. You know, can I come up with something that's gonna work? Yeah.
Johnny's feeling a little uneasy, but I'm confident. Everything's in place, all the elements are here. You got some great ideas. You're throwing down some great ideas. Let me get this thing into primer like right now, and tomorrow we are ready to rock. We'll start designing it.
Okay.
At this stage of the game, I'm feeling energized. You know, there was a big hurdle to jump to just get to this point. I mean, I've got a lot of ideas. I'm looking forward to see what Johnny comes up with. I got another coat of primer on the car, and it's ready to lay out the paint scheme.
What I'm seeing is every time I try to do something different from the old drawing, it just doesn't.
There's something magic about that simple two-tone.
Yeah.
You know, with this fading and everything, you don't want to draw too many lines on the car, I don't think. Like, look at the VW bus.
Right.
It's perfect.
Simple.
And the thing is about these cartoon hot rods, you know, we designed the Johnny 5 together, we're designing this together, so, you know, they could be pals in a universe somewhere else. They would be hanging out together for sure. Strangely enough, the exhaust sort of feels like that. The side panels sort of feel like that. Now we got the giant tire. Maybe we just make it look like you're drawing instead of trying to come up with something crazy.
Right.
You know, I'm kind of sticking up for Johnny's initial inspired paint scheme. You know, maybe we don't need to go so wild. The thing about his first idea is that it doesn't translate so well to the true body shapes. I mean, just first thoughts. I love this white panel coming to the little spear right here.
Right.
So what if the white followed through and it came around and then kind of hooked up? It doesn't need to follow this line, but it came up and you had two jutting spears like that.
Ian, like, immediately starts seeing a lot of lines that I wasn't really totally seeing. And he starts laying some pinstripe tape down, and immediately these really cool spear shapes started showing up. I just think that's his thought process. There's never not a way we can do this. Less is more.
And we're coloring outside the lines, which
sure,
you get
yeah.
extra points for. It's like body line? No, we're just gonna
No.
mash
We're
them.
making our own line.
In a panel paint job, you typically follow the body lines, but the exciting part about what we're doing is we're coloring outside the lines. You know, we're trying to hyper-exaggerate some of the features on the body. This is the line. If you were a panel painting a car, you follow these lines.
Right.
This edge.
but we're not doing it like that.
Going optical.
See, so this blue tape is blue paint right through there.
Yeah.
So the blue here, if this is white, what does this do? Come around?
Yeah. Or maybe even go.
See, this is exactly why. This is nothing I would have ever thought of. Bam, all of a sudden he starts to fire on all cylinders. He's like, break the paint line across the dashboard like that and look at the effect you get. I'm like, oh, exactly, right. That's why you're here. To break it across the top and look at that weird
There's
shape.
another blue spear.
Right, so this is blue.
Yep, blue.
Right.
Then there's a spear of blue going through it.
Right. Johnny's idea about the lines on the hood really complements the little spear thing I did on the side. So I'm gonna go back, tighten all the lines up, and then, then it's ready to spray. But feeling really confident that our collaboration is gonna pan out.
What about doing white on the undersides of the kick-ups? Remember the old mud flaps?
Right.
Where it was like Yosemite Sam and the back off. We do that underneath, but not mud flaps.
Right, on the fenders.
On the fenders.
Yes, 100%. So blue, white.
Right.
And then I'll get some kind of cool font.
Yeah.
This is exactly what the car needed. That one thing where you're walking around, you're already blown away, and then you're like, it's the punchline at the end of the story. I'm doing that 100%. Right, and then the exhaust is like the guns.
Yeah.
And we'll put a mustache on the engine. It'll be perfect.
He's like, yeah, why not? Why wouldn't we do that? In fact, let's make it as big as we can. I can't, that's like now like one of my most favorite parts we're gonna do to the car. Is that silly back off thing on the back. These damn vomits, back off. Gigage.
Before Johnny leaves, I want to get this car basically where every design element is nailed. There's one last thing I want to show you, and that's the interior.
Okay.
I started making a couple panels out of this masonite,
right.
But the missing link is that center console. See, now that it's not in the car, you really see that there's two separate pieces.
Yeah, okay.
So what I want to do is, just like your drawing, I want to show two separate pods. I want that wall to continue right up to the back. That way, the driver and the passenger are never rubbing elbows.
Okay. Ian's already got a really cool aesthetic inside the interior of the car, which is this really cool grab handle thing that kind of flows through the center of the car. And I'm like, let's just riff off that piece.
I noticed an element of Johnny's drawing that showed this center console aspect between the driver and passenger seats. I set up the dashboard for that in that the Sterling had that unit that came down into the shifter area. I just wanted to see what Johnny was thinking about how this wall between the two people is going to present itself. I have my ideas, but I'm always interested in what he's going to bring to it. Here's the board, draw out what you're thinking, let's do it.
It's totally the shape I was thinking.
I was reading your mind. I love it. Let's see how it looks. Dude, you're a freaking genius, man. That is the eye of an artist.
Like, please tell me he's not gonna do that. I love all of Ian's over-the-top ideas, and I was like, I hope he's not serious about this one. Yeah, I don't think so.
You always got to keep him guessing. He might have thought that I was serious about doing that, but that's why I left his line in place. All right, let's try the
If that's your
conservative.
vision, I'm with it. If that's your vision.
Let's try the conservative look. Oh, I see what you did there. Look at that. Whoosh. You got an eye for this, man. Yeah, so this tube will only grow out of the center console.
Right.
Right here. And that's hidden. You trace that, and I'll make another one. This always looks so much easier on TV. In the end, I want these upholstered, so once again, this is not only a mock-up, but it's the structure that will be upholstered. All right. That was the thing, I just wanted to have the look that we both agreed on.
No, that's gonna work.
Yeah, I want to show you one thing. You know those fiberglass seats we saw at the swap meet?
Yeah.
Well, I actually found a pair this morning. These are cool because they're vintage. You don't really see them with the white seat covers. These seats are the classic low-back Dune Buggy seats. We're going with a blue base coat. These had blue pinstripes sewn in them, so this will be the theme for the interior. And, I got a bunch of white vinyl, so I'm just gonna do it very simple, white vinyl interior.
Now it really fills in that big cavity, you know? So see the center
Oh, dude, that's
console, as
perfect.
bulky as it looks, it's really not
No,
bulky.
that's just right. Those fit just right in there too, right at the lips.
And you have the pod of the dashboard, and then the seat back, and then the little flipper fin on the roof. The driver has his controls and whatnot. The passenger's separated by a wall, and he's the DJ. He's got the stereo, and he's in his own chair. The good news is all of that crazy, hard, dirty work is behind us, and now it's on to the details.
Yeah, so we step back, we look at the finished project, all the ideas that we've come together. Again, it's it's the next step of the mock-up. We've already mocked up once, now we're doing the final mock-up, it appears. Whatever Ian's gonna do while I'm not here, it's gonna be next level coolness. So I wish I could imagine what it's gonna be like, but it's Ian Russell, you never know.
It's come a long way, baby. Now all that's left to do is everything.
I can't wait to see it done.
It's happening. Really appreciate Johnny being here. He always brings in a fresh element to the design. There's still a ton of work to do, but we've crossed the threshold. So we came in, we nailed the key elements we needed. All I could say is by the time this thing is finalized, there's a few more awesome surprises coming. Fact of the matter is, dude is not the only one getting packages in the mail. A fan from Australia, he's got some products, so he sends us a little gift package.
It's not a kangaroo, is it?
Oh, eye muffs.
Goggles.
Oh, check that out. Usually you're grabbing 2 pieces, right? So this is like a 1-unit thing. Eye protection, ear protection.
That's a pretty sweet idea.
I'm sorry, what?
I said that's
I can't hear you.
Is that a cool idea? And let me see if I can form myself a dingo. Let's go snorkeling.
Sorry, what? This is cool. I like the eye gasket action, because, grinding.
Right.
Anything,
Oh, wow.
you get stuff in your eyes.
Dude, look at the black ones.
Wow, that's like Stormtrooper style. You're a natural spokesperson, dude.
Yeah, it's a good thing I can read lips.
Exactly.
You wanna, what? Woo! There's a dingo that stole my baby.
When you're dealing with someone's prized possession, their passion, the last thing they want to see you do is go at it with a frickin' knife. It's like they're thinking, oh, good times. No, that's later on. Right now it's war. Put the word out, I'm looking for some new projects. Right away, my buddy Tom hits me up. He says, hey, my friend Bob and I, we got a project. Come on out and see what we're doing.
That's a Buick, right? With the portholes on the side?
Yeah, it's a 55 Buick. Yeah, I've always got a bunch of projects lying around. Probably too many. Got it from my dad, I guess. He was always into hot rods and motorcycles and things like that. That's where I got the bug from.
So this thing is cool, man. We could totally work with this.
It's a lot of fun watching Ian walk around like a kid in a candy store, looking at all these different cars that could be potential projects.
Right behind it, across the driveway, is this early 70s Pontiac. This is cool.
Yeah, it's the Uniroyal Thrill Driver stunt car, Joey Chitwood. They used to jump them through hoops of fire.
Right,
and,
at the fairgrounds,
yeah,
they do all
exactly.
kinds of tricks.
They had stunt drivers, Uni, Roy, and Al. This is Uni. The other 2 cars, I understand, are gone. So this one's kind of got some history to it.
I've never built one of these cars. I'm intrigued. If Bob wants to jump through the flaming hoop of fury at 150 miles an hour, he's called the right guy. We can make this happen. It's cool. What is this? I'm already digging this car, looking through it, and I'm like, but wait, there's more. What's up? Is this your shop inspector?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know where these car-loving animals come from, but they do exist. We have evidence.
Dude could never fit in the speaker hole in the rear deck. You can never replace shop inspector. He's a #1. But hey, we're on location here. We're gonna need some support. Interesting project, man. I can't wait to get started on this thing.
This isn't it. He seems pretty excited about everything that's around here, but he hasn't seen my hot rod yet.
So I don't recognize this truck shell. Is a Dodge?
Nope, International.
Oh, wow.
I'm excited to see what Ian thinks of the work we've done and the work that needs to be done.
I've done a bunch of international stuff. This is old though, like what, 30?
Early to mid-30s.
Walking up on this project, Tom's giving me the spiel, hot rod, etc. But I see it was set out in this pasture for a reason. It's definitely a basket case. Oh man, what's up with the back wall?
There should be a window here.
You ain't kidding.
Right, but it was apparent. It looked like it had been in a wreck. There was a pretty big dent, and the sheet metal was wavy, so it had to go. It's an old farm truck, you know.
I see. The wild card with any old project is the damage or the rust, or the damage and the rust in most cases. And this truck's got a good dose of both. It's not even there to debate. It's pretty rough. Well, I mean, it's definitely unique, the fact that it's an international for sure, but is there like a thing with this, family heirloom? Or?
Well, there is. I've wanted an international. And when I was looking for a hot rod project, I went back and forth, Chevy, Ford. I kept coming up to international. Well, I struck a deal with my neighbor to get the international. But once we got it home and Bob and I took a look at it, it was really obvious how rough it was and how long it had been sitting.
We started on the cab, and it's got a great style to it, but we kind of gave up on it.
I know it. It's not the prettiest looking thing to look at, but I see the potential in it. I'm really hoping that Ian does too. I know it's pretty rough, but what do you think?
In this, I could see the potential already, right away. But is there more? I mean, cars, they come with like 3 or 4 tires. You got a cab and a bed and a cat. Look at this thing.
So Ian's like, where's the rest of it? And that's when I get really excited, because this is what Bob and I have been working on for some time, and I'm really excited to see what Ian thinks about it.
Oh, so you guys aren't kidding around.
Nope.
This is cool.
Thank you.
Right on. You know, I deal with a lot of pipe dreamers, you know, guys with a piece of metal and a dream, but
right.
I didn't realize you guys are already nailing it. You've been on this for a while.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I was hoping to see. Now we're talking cars. So I don't recognize the frame. What did this come from? You built it, or?
This is custom built.
Nice.
Tommy and I have been building this chassis for quite a while, off and on. We were kind of at a standstill on it. We reached the point to do the body work, and I don't do body work.
Hot Rod Bob, he's been doing this for quite a long time. He knows what he's doing. He's one of those guys that you can learn a lot from.
This is the easy part for me, but that body work, are you sure that thing's hammered?
Well, I mean, I can definitely handle the sheet metal work. If this thing runs and drives, we're in business. You guys got a deal.
All right, cool, great. He was asking if it runs and drives, and he says if it does, he's in. Heck yeah, it runs and drives.
And like instantly, they're grabbing tires, wrenching on stuff, strapping seat on there.
It's perfect. 2x4s, ratchet strap. It's gonna be awesome. This definitely looks like you're gonna need a stunt helmet. There it is, it's all you, baby.
It's all you, Bob. They don't call him Hot Rod Bob for nothing.
That's the thing, there's something to be said for seniority, you know. Bob knows his stuff, he's gonna be the test pilot. Period correct, man.
Okay.
The reassuring thing was, at the turn of the key, it fired right up. There it is.
Just seeing it drive around, I'm getting excited.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a total hot rod for sure.
Absolutely.
Somehow, super rough projects are like cosmically drawn to me. It's nice to have one that is pretty far along mechanically.
So, are you into it?
Oh, 100%. Sold.
All right, man.
Totally cool. Let's do it.
I can see that this truck really means a lot to Tom, and that's cool. That's why I'm here. You know, I really want to help him out, whatever it takes. Tom's international truck seems like a really good project.
He's telling me that, you know, him and Bob have been building the whole thing here at the shop, and I am more than welcome to set up camp here and do what I need to do. You know, it's definitely a good starting point. The body, I do want to see it on the chassis, though. That way, you know, when I get into chopping the top, I want to see how close to your head it's going to be.
I don't know about chopping it, man. Look.
What?
You'll see.
That's exactly why we want to put this thing on. I got to see what's happening.
Don't scratch my authentic patina.
Tom's done a couple really wild projects with me in the past, and I'm excited to get the cab on the chassis see what he's working with, what ideas he has.
Okay, now here's the problem with chopping it.
I see no problem at all.
Well,
There's almost no metal to chop. Isn't it
keep in
awesome?
mind, I'm like 6 foot to 6'2", depending on what liquor store I walk out of. Now watch this.
That nice, you're 7 feet.
The problem with chopping this is, as you can see, you bring this roof down any, and I can't see.
Right, you're already sitting on the floor. You can't get any lower.
Right.
Well, I mean, we got to do something, man. Maybe we could just raise the roof, you know, bring it up 4 inches instead. We have plenty of room. I was surprised, but it made sense, you know. Tom wants to stay pretty mild on it. He's a tall guy. He doesn't really want to chop it. I'm just going to wait it out.
I kind of get what you're saying with the chop top. Maybe we could do something cool on the back, you know, put in a cool back window or something different. I mean, all this is pretty ratty. So I think from here, wrap right around. We'll just blank it in, and then maybe we can do something cool with the back window.
I got a couple options for the back window.
Options, baby. It's the spice of life. Let's go looking. Hot Rod Bob is a collector. He's got some stuff. I've gotten a few treasures from him in the past. My kind of collection.
Here's this.
Oh, yeah. That's a ship's porthole.
I think you've used something like this before.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's like a camper window.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
That's like almost as wide as your cab.
Yeah. I really like this one, then, man.
Yeah, you try it out.
Yeah.
See how it looks.
I've got one more option.
All right.
Let's check it out.
Search continues. It's all about keeping an open mind. Oh.
It's the original.
Why didn't you tell me that? You had that. I was a little surprised to see this window frame. You know, it's the original.
That's stock right there. That's factory.
Oh, yeah, it's a little bent, but it's usable.
Yeah.
It's really all up to Tom. You know, we can do something really wild, full custom, chop top, the whole deal. In the end, it's Tom's call. It's his truck.
First things first is to repair this back wall. You know, I love the fact that the chassis is driving, so let's not take out the gas tank or anything. Let's just pop the cab off, set on the dolly, surgical procedure, like a surgeon's table, like a lab.
That cab is pretty rough. You know, we got a lot of work ahead of us, but I need to take a closer look.
Now, class, there are a number of things wrong with the back of this truck. So right here, you can see it's out right here. That's a lot, right? And on this side is the exact opposite, so you got the roller coaster effect. If I was to follow this line with the sheet metal, this is what it'd be doing. It's like way the heck out of shape.
Not really sure if Tom knows how far gone this truck is.
So the good news is I got a plan, but the not so great news is that instead of just putting this wall in and fixing the window, we kind of got to rehab the back third of the truck. There was numerous impacts. Instead of just putting in a window, let's just fix the whole back of the truck. It's gonna be way better for it. We'll clean all this crud out of here and we'll make it nice. It's never too late to shop it. That's the whole idea here, you know what I'm saying? So once I start working my influence, my hypnotizing ways. How many fingers am I holding up, right? You're going left, you're going right.
No chop.
Going down a hall, you're turning left, you're turning right.
The bottom line is we need to create a whole new rear panel by any means necessary. When you're dealing with someone's prized possession, their passion, the last thing they want to see you do is go at it with a frickin' knife. It's like they're thinking, oh, good times. No, that's later on. Right now it's war.
It's like visiting the dentist. Don't be nervous.
Oh, man. Yeah, but even the dentist is painful.
Open your mouth.
It's very hard to watch. Was I expecting him to cut out the whole back of my cab? No.
All right, so now we're gonna do a little tar paper template lesson.
Tar paper?
My neighbor was putting a roof on his shed, so last night I did a little shopping. He was done, you know, he didn't need that.
Okay.
Tar paper isn't your typical template material, but it works, and you gotta use what's available.
Man, if I mess it up, I'll just blame Ian.
I can tell Tom has concerns. You just gotta work through it.
Ian's a go type of guy, man. He just jumps right in and he starts getting to work. And it's a little bit hard to keep up with him. All right, so why do we put a square tube down here at the bottom and what's with the rod? But I'm trying. So this isn't gonna look like I've got some beaded line going on.
I just gotta say this. You're the most inquisitive client I've ever worked with. You're hitting all the bullet point questions, and I appreciate that.
Good. Well, I'm asking questions because, you know, I'm concerned, I'm curious.
The whole idea with this is you start with a little oversized and trim it back.
So this is the story. I mean, the challenging part is this one corner, but the center just falls into place. So you see what you're getting, right?
Oh yeah. You'd think that going this method would be all choppy and archaic looking, but this is already looking smooth.
Because I got style, my man.
You do.
What do you think you're dealing with here?
Got the rear panel in, and we're just checking it out. Now I have to ask.
So now the only question I have is, how much are we gonna chop it?
Say chop one more time. I dare you. I double dare you. Ian's relentless, man. He really wants me to chop this truck. I'm thinking no chop, man. I'm too tall. You chop this thing, I'm not gonna be able to drive it.
Still no?
Still no, man.
How about the porthole window? Grab that thing.
Porthole window, all right.
Maybe we can get crazy with the window.
Right dead center, man. Ah, look at that. It's perfect.
It looks like a minion.
It does. Yeah, definitely on the same vibe here. No porthole for sure. That's too weird. But the one contender was the oval.
Too weird for Ian.
Well, I'm saying it's too weird for you. I'd have half a dozen of those things in the back of my car. Whoosh.
I gotta take a look at this from back here.
Not sure if either of these are gonna work, but it's his truck.
It looks like a welder.
It does. It looks like a welding helmet.
This is a welding helmet.
Right.
You know, I like it, but I'm thinking that's more of a, if it was necessary, we would use that one.
The only thing I'm thinking about is that the stock one's kind of beat up and dented. We're gonna have to do a little process to that to make it work. If you want to fit that one up, we'll see how far out of shape it is. That's totally a contender. I mean, that's the right window for the truck. The only issue is, just like the back wall, this thing is all smashed. Both of these panels, we're gonna have to straighten. I mean, and if you reverse it, the theoretical flat side on here, you can see it's way out. That's like an inch off.
I can see how bad it is. It's really out of shape. You know, I mean, I like it. I love it because it is the original window.
I can tell Tom's really set on this window frame. Let's see how bad this thing really is.
Let's use some envisioning tape. I put this stuff on everything.
Think that center?
Once the envisioning tools come out, it gets kind of serious.
What do you think, higher, lower?
Right there, stop. So Ian takes that back window frame and puts it up against the back of the cab with some tape. Yep, it's not looking right.
I mean, the window looks good, but it is bent. It's totally out of shape.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
There's always a porthole, man. I know that thing is perfectly round.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Look at this arch here, and look at this. Tell me it doesn't look like it's out of shape completely.
A little over 9 inches, about 9 3/8 right there. And then we come here, we're almost to 10.
That's what I'm seeing. It's whacked out.
I'm really hoping that Ian can pull some tricks out of his hat to make this thing better.
The good news is we can fix that thing. I got a plan.
You got a plan?
Yeah. About to get medieval on this.
Yeah.
When a piece of metal gets bent, especially sheet metal, the molecules, they get rearranged. It wants to stay in that shape. Heating it up with the torch anneals it. It makes it soft again.
Is this one of the tricks that he has in his hat? I don't know, but I mean, it looks like something that came out of a barbecue. It doesn't look like a good idea.
As well as annealing it also tends to burn it up. That does not concern me. The steel isn't burning. All the crud that's on it is.
It looks pretty rough.
Are you sure this is gonna work? What do you mean? Dude, you roasted my window.
This is a pretty unique shape we're dealing with here. So the next step is to make a little dolly tool that we can hammer the thing back into shape with.
Red on that side.
Yes, Fred.
Hey-ya! Dink. Looks pretty darn close, eh?
The idea here is when you're away from your shop, you know, sometimes you gotta improvise.
You see that dent anywhere?
Yeah, man, it's
Dent
gone.
disappeared.
Man, it was a totally unorthodox way of going about it, but it worked. Ian managed to straighten out this window frame. Wow, man, you did it. Look at that.
Done, done. Tom is super stoked. It's looking good. Now it's just all about the welding. It's the scariest part of sheet metal fabrication is your potential to warp it. The way this is set up, I'm just making every effort to minimize the warpage. Hiya!
Wow.
It's not as good as the porthole, but it's pretty good.
No, man, this is better than the porthole. It's such a relief to see it fit back in there.
Man, that looks like a truck. It's a good looking window, man. Good call.
That's awesome.
That old window frame ended up fitting in there pretty good. Almost like it was designed that way.
Call this repair complete.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna skim this with filler just to take all these little weld dots out of here, but that's pretty darn straight.
That's amazing, man.
Tom's pretty psyched. I want to put that cab back on the chassis and see what else he's thinking about.
That looks a little bit better, man, for sure.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
Seeing it back on the chassis, it's really cool. I'm kind of tripping out.
With the back wall there now, you really get that feeling of how raked it is.
I really like the stance. Everything that Tom and Bob have done so far is really good.
The one thing though, the back wall's totally outshining the rest of the rig now.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like, hey, I'm a back wall. I'm brand new. I'm an old truck.
Yeah? What should we do about that?
Well, that's the thing. There's two options. You know, you could bring the whole truck up to that polished steel finish, or you could try to just, you know, mellow out the back wall. I don't know what the end game is, what the goal is.
You know, one thing I don't want to do is throw a whole lot of money at it, you know what I mean? I think just matching that panel to the rest of the truck is probably the way to go.
That's up to you. I'm gonna do a little body filler on there, but that's your baby. You're the artist in the house.
I'm the paint guy?
There you go.
All right, I'll do it.
It's your truck.
Yeah, let's see what I come up with. This is a challenge. This is a big, important part of the build. I mean, this is the characteristic of the truck. I don't want to mess it up. I don't know if we can pull it off, but in 2 weeks, my car club's got this meet coming up, and I think it'd really be cool to drive my truck.
You know how I roll, man. I'm budget conscious all the time.
Yeah.
You can make that happen in 2 weeks.
These projects can just linger, you know. I'm not saying Bob and Tom were slacking on this, but it's been in progress for a long time. Having a deadline gets everybody motivated.
You know, I got a couple ideas for this bed. You know, there's a huge hole in it.
Number one, that's all that's bugging me is that,
You know, you got your gear. Typically, you throw your stuff in the truck.
Yeah, you know, to be honest, I really didn't think about what was gonna happen back here. I don't know, I'd like to see what you have in mind.
I think we should make, like, literally like a trunk section here and then cap it. Put a tonneau cover right at this level. That way you can secure it. Nobody's getting at your battery. Nobody's getting at your gas tank. Nobody's getting at your goods.
I see what you're saying. It definitely will make it look more of a finished product if there's something going on here.
Let's do something steel as a storage bin, and then anything goes on top as long as it fits your aesthetic of what the truck's gonna be. I'll work on that sheet metal stuff, and then, you know, whatever you can come up with on this bed cover.
Wow.
Made some progress, sir.
Geez, I guess. Wow, dang, look at that.
So that helps it out quite a bit.
That's
huh?
gorgeous. The rest looks like heck, but that's nice.
Bob came in and he was jazzed. You know, I explained our plan.
I got this idea for the shape here, you know, to accommodate these mechanical parts. So if you guys can figure out something for this cover, I'll work on getting this trunk area set up.
I was telling Ian, you got plenty of stuff out here. I'm pretty sure we can find something to make a cover.
Oh yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff laying around. We'll find something.
I let those guys go on the hunt. It's Tom's truck. They've been collaborating since the start. I'm interested to see what they come up with. dog is here because the cat quit. I don't know, it just never showed up for work after the first day.
Dude! Yeah, man, Ian brought the shop inspector in today. That's really cool. It's been a while since I've seen the dude.
Now that we got some progress, I figured I'd bring the quality control, you know? Just a little checkup on things.
I did a little sheet metal work back at my shop.
So I was thinking it's gonna set right on that cross member and weld right to the frame here. And we'll just put some sides on, so you got this big hollowed out area.
Nice.
The idea with this is it's just a storage spot in the bed. You know, I wanted to get it all set up so that I could finish it off today.
This is super basic. I just put this on the sheet metal brake, did a series of folds, and you see I put some little X's in there just to give it some rigidity. And I didn't put walls on it in case we had to change the shape a little, you know.
Oh man, this is gonna work. Oh wow, this trunk that Ian built in the back of the bed, it's really cool. It's gonna come in handy. Yeah, Bob and I, we went and picked a couple things out of the yard for possible cover.
Yeah, let's check that out. This can go in at any time.
I was curious to see what they got for bed cover options.
Yeah, check this out.
There's a car hood, right?
Yeah, 68 Mercury Montclair.
It's a big car hood.
It's got a pretty cool body line on it. That might...
That's kind of neat. I did a roof of a hot rod with something similar to this. It was a Mustang hood. I mean, if you like it, you know, to extend this would be a little challenge. You know, you'd have some body work and whatnot if you wanted this detail to come through. Inspector seems concerned. There's a lot of noise from the peanut gallery.
Yeah, no? Is it a no?
There's that stink eye. What do you think? Doesn't seem very enthused, man.
No.
He's a lot happier walking in. All of a sudden, it took a nosedive.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no on this, but I got one more option I want you to check out.
Okay.
I wasn't really sure if it would work, but I figured I'd throw it out there.
The old picnic table. Oh, totally cool. It's wood, it's old school.
It just looks like something that would be in the back of the bed of an old truck.
What do you think about that? Better than a car hood, huh? Heavyweight, checking it out. Getting a lick of approval. See, right away, you know. That's a good call.
He's really into it, and typically when he likes something, he's not afraid to show it.
It was his idea. Give him the action.
I prefer the wood in the bed, and dude liked it too. I'd say we're soulmates, but I'm pretty sure that's him and Ian, and so we're just good pals.
That's a keeper.
I think we're going with this.
A friend of mine does a lot of woodworking and faux finishing, and sometimes for a panel like this that's so fresh and new, he'll take a propane torch and just blast it, like the old Wild West town, you know, with all the gnarly finish. Would take this store-bought looking piece and make it fit to your vintage truck.
Yeah, I'm all for making it look more old school. Like you said, it's a new piece of wood, so again, I'm excited to see what you do with this.
It's gonna be awesome. Look at that. I know that look. As soon as the eyebrows start doing that thing, he's bored. He wants me to get to work. It's time.
They say the dog and his master, you know, tend to really become one, you know, and it's true. I don't know how we communicate, because it's usually just like, we get the point across. It's crazy.
So the idea is I'll just weld this to the truck. We screw that to the plywood, and I'll weld it right in.
The whole idea with this is to hinge up from the back of the cab.
So the natural shape of this plywood, if it was screwed down, it would flatten out, but it ain't. So I think we just put some ledges under here, so that way when it hits that, it'll be kind of a pressure shut. Oh man, it looks like $100, $1 million.
Yeah, I'm glad we went this route. I like this a lot.
The real question is, what's it look like after we burn it, baby?
I'm excited to see what this is gonna look like.
Yeah, me too. I've never done this before. I just saw it happen, so.
Wait, you've never done it before? Ian says, oh, I've never done this before. And then he hands me the torch.
The whole process with this build is inclusion, you know? A client can just pay and come back when the project's completed. I like to terrorize the client, engage the client. That way they really appreciate the rewards.
Yeah, look at that.
I think the darker it gets, the better it looks. Keep it cooking it.
I should have known this was gonna happen. I'm on Ian's wild ride.
That looks pretty distressed.
This thing's fun. I actually liked it. I'm glad Ian had me do it.
Man, that looks awesome. It was pretty freaking bland, and this made it look as old as your truck itself.
Yeah, man.
That's cool.
I was surprised, you know, I figured it would work, I've seen the results, but never been through the process.
Oh, wow.
That really helped the whole rear view of the truck, in my opinion. That thing is nailed.
I'm blown away, man. This was a good choice.
Couple more little bits, and you're in gear, brother.
Yeah.
I was just finishing up the bodywork on the rear of the cab, and the guys are putting in the taillights.
Yeah, I got these cool 1942 Ford taillights. They're the right measurement height-wise to fit that one spot at the bottom of the bed.
There's a bunch of loose ends on this truck, and I know Tom has some ideas about the paint. We haven't really talked about it. I'm just gonna let things develop.
Oh, man.
It's getting there. My goal is to get this thing as straight as possible. That way, when you go forward with the paint, we never have to go back.
Ian's given me the task of matching the paint. I've never done this before, and I'm kind of nervous. I just want it to be done right. When you give me the go-ahead, I'll slap some paint on it and then scuff it up.
For sure. Well, I'll make it perfect, and then you can screw it up. It's gonna be awesome. And I got another idea for your bed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the whole thing with that bed cover, tail lights. I got one other idea I want to show you, too. I was thinking how cool this bed looked. You know, just always bring it up a little bit more, maybe. You know, it's wood. I thought it would just be cool to have a metal accent to kind of bring it together. Like those little slats in there are neat, but what if you had something that was even neaterer?
Okay, neaterer.
That was even coolerer. But if you put that in there, all of a sudden, it transforms.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the mixture of metal and wood.
Tom had to hit the road, so Bob and I are still trucking. You know, we're gonna keep this thing going.
Since it runs well, might as well have it look nice.
Hey, back window, clean engine, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Bob was cleaning up the engine, and I wanted to finish off this storage area in the bed. To fit this up just on the fly like I'm doing is a lot of testing, you know. Put it in place, mark it, react to that.
This is my improvised sheet metal brake.
I consider one of my greatest assets to work like a caveman.
Set up your line, set up a big old hunk of steel, and then clamp it.
It's a pleasure working with Ian, and watching Ian work, I've kind of thought to myself, I need to learn this stuff. Oh, yeah. That's nice. It's sweet.
Yeah, I'd make a heck of a cooler.
Yeah.
I have no concerns about the structural integrity of this thing. And I know Tom has some ideas about the paint. We haven't really talked about it. I'm just gonna let things develop. Tom is a friend who works at Encore Auto Detailing. They do powder coating as well as a lot of other stuff, so he dropped off a few parts with him. I got the cab ready for paint, and I'm curious to see what Tom has in mind.
Hey,
Yo-ho.
man.
It's happening, baby.
You got a lot done.
Yeah, it's totally bodywork. Primer is dry, ready to rock, whatever you want to do.
Well, speaking of paint,
Yeah.
I've got an idea. I took this panel to the paint shop,
Right,
and I had them match this green right here,
right.
and loaded it up in some rattle cans, right? And see how it's all nice and patina. It got a little bit of white and some ruddy red.
Right.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna layer the paint, then coat it in the green, and then I'm gonna hit it with some sandpaper, some Scotch-Brite, and try to get this.
Like faux finish.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a cool idea.
Ultimately, my goal is to make it look like nothing has ever happened to this pickup cab.
Yeah, if you can match this to what you got going on, then nobody will ever consider that this back wall was even messed with, which is kind of neat. I'm interested to see how this develops.
Yeah, me too. I think I'm gonna give it a shot.
Have you ever done this before?
I've never done this before, and we'll see what happens.
I like Tom's concept, and I really like the fact that Tom is embracing the idea of just winging it.
Working on the last piece that I thought I would need to build, and that's this windshield detail. How are you planning on holding the glass in for the front windshield?
I didn't have much plans for that at all. I mean, I figured Lexan, screw it in, slap some sealer all the way around it.
Like race car style or
Yeah,
something?
and we're done.
I was looking at the way that this windshield area is set up, and it has these two lugs in it, just like the Model A, where it would have those little dials that flip out at the bottom. I was thinking about making one like the Model A. Let me show you Bob's setup, and I could pretty much duplicate it.
Okay.
Maybe even make it better.
Model A Ford has a similar style windshield frame, so I wanted to show Tom Bob's car. You know, the cool feature of this is that they pivot out, so, you know, it gets hot inside the car all the time. So it's got a little lock nut, and then these deals push out the window so you can drive around with ventilation.
Ian's window idea kind of reminds me of my dad's hot rod pickup from when I was a kid. It had a safari window. I like the idea.
You know, this is a little more stylized, I guess. If we had one of these frames to modify, I would do that for sure. But I could take some aluminum C-channel and mimic this design.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's definitely better than what I had in mind. It's gonna remind me of my dad every time I pop open that window.
Awesome. I'm getting started on the windshield frame, and Tom's jumped right into the paint. Tom's just got the style, you know? He's like the Fred Astaire of the paint world, you know? He's got a flow, he's got a rhythm, he's dancing it. Pretty interesting process.
So I'm gonna start by just making a frame out of this square steel.
This truck's been around a while. There's been a lot of different hands in the process, so someone's changed the center of the windshield upper portion for some reason, and it's really misaligned.
You know, you want the top of the windshield to be straight because there's gonna be a hinge up here. Look how far off that is.
Yeah, somebody hit that with a grinder.
That's way out, yeah.
Just like most things I fabricate, I start with a template and then I make a final piece. So this steel part I'm making is a template for the aluminum frame that's gonna be there in the end.
So now you can really see, you know, that little gap difference. I'm gonna take this whole thing out, but that's perfect. I'll make one more of these and then just put it together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the point where I become concerned. That's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Making the aluminum frame in the end is pretty specialized. I have the big TIG welder at my shop, so this isn't a job to be done on location. The template I can bring back, come back with the new one.
That's the shape of the windshield frame, and it's even as opposed to the truck. Whoa! It's like St. Patrick's Day up in here. Look at that green. That is hideous.
It's gonna be a process. And yeah, I hope it works.
I'll try not to judge the work until it's done. Really cool to see Tom taking the reins on this paint. You know, he's got a plan and he's going for it.
Pretty crazy, man. I didn't know where you're going with this, but now I can see all these different values coming through as you scuff it up.
Watching Ian, I've learned sometimes you just gotta get in there and go. And that's pretty much what I'm doing with this paint.
I know it's 5 times more work to make it look like nothing happened, but I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm gonna see how bad I can make it look, you know, but you know, in a cool way.
That's what I'm seeing all over this truck, right? It's not just patina, it's like abuse.
Right,
There's a lot of damage you gotta replicate.
Tom's getting all Bob Ross on it, you know. He's got some happy little details over here. He's got some conceptual stuff over there. This looks like it might work.
I've got patina.
That looks horrible, man. You're doing a great job.
You know, I had faith the whole time.
Hey, I'm gonna cut apart your truck once more, so.
Again?
It's gonna make the windshield a little better. This front angle iron, I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna make a whole new mount for the windshield.
Brought the template back to my shop and made the same windshield frame shape out of aluminum C-channel. Put an aluminum piano hinge on it and showed it to Tom.
While you're doing all that scratching and scuffing, I got your window frame.
Awesome.
Got a little hinge on there, and then that fits right up in here.
Oh, nice.
The advantage of making an aluminum windshield frame is that it looks cool. You know, when somebody looks at it and you say, oh yeah, it's hand built. You know, it just gets extra points with the judges.
So we'll put a lot more screws in, but the proof is in the test. Does it close?
It shuts.
Not too bad for some old scrap aluminum.
That looks great, man.
So you can see how flimsy it is. What I really want to do is, in addition to putting glass in here, I'll put the knobs on there and then the little sliders so you could set it, you know, I mean, if you wanted, you could set it way out here.
Now, I love it when Ian does something outside the box or really extra cool. He's taking my build up just an extra level.
We're definitely hustling this, man. It's gonna happen for sure. We just got a couple more details, assembly, modifications, and this baby's ready to rock.
Tom's club event is only a couple days away. We got a bunch of assembly to do. I got a couple surprises. You know, we got to get things finished. Got this truck just about wrapped up. Tom really pulled off this paint job. He's been working overtime. Brought it out here to Hot Rod Bob's compound, his testing facility. It's looking good.
I feel great, man. I look at the truck and it's like I can't stop looking at it. It's so cool looking. Yeah, I got these mufflers from Porter and I think they look great and they sound fantastic.
It's all about the details in the end. He's got the grill all finished, the headlights installed, the rims are powder coated. This looks awesome, dude. I mean, the patina is something I wasn't expecting at all.
Right,
It's freaking cool. Everything about this truck came together like really clean, man.
Yeah.
The clincher for our deadline was this car club meet that Tom's been talking about. He's invited everybody over. Today is the day, and the truck is here.
The Defenders Car Club, man, it's just a great bunch of people. Yeah, there it is, check it out. They've seen the truck from the beginning. They've seen it when it was just a rusty cab and bed and had no hope.
I remember the day you got it. You were like all proud of it. We're all going,
It's really cool to see their reaction to the truck, you know. They're walking around it, they're checking it out. Yeah, Ian built this trunk area in here.
Oh, it's a great little truck.
And we're getting the thumbs up from everybody.
I think the biggest satisfaction of getting this built together is the fact that it really does look like a timepiece. It looks like nothing ever happened to this truck, which is pretty different for me. It's kind of awesome.
Oh, I love it. I just like the stance and the looks of it. It's got the right look for what I like as far as a hot rod. The truck actually has history, so that's pretty cool to put that back on the road and have it keep some of its original look to it.
I heard there was going to be a race. We came here on a mission. There's a reason we came to the racetrack. Tom wants to race Bob, or maybe Bob wants to race Tom. I don't know how it's going to work out, but there's two cars here, and they're going in the dirt. There's no time like the present. Now, I want you to remember one thing. Go that way really fast.
I'm not saying that I'm gonna win or anything, you know, but it'll be a lot of fun to just get out there with them and tear it up.
I know he doesn't stand a chance. I have a little bit of practice on this track.
I'm here strictly for moral support. It's like a parent raising their child. I've done all they can, and now it's time to set them free.
I'm having fun. I'm all in it. I'm going for it, and then nothing.
This is just par for the course. You know, it's a maiden voyage. It runs great in the driveway. You start slamming it around the dirt, there's gonna be a fail rate.
Here I am. I just built this hot rod pickup. I'm out here having fun with it. I got all my friends watching. The truck dies on me.
That is dry. Yeah. Tap on the float bowl to see if it helps. Something. Don't be so traumatized, man. I've been doing this for 20 years plus. This is typical.
Come to find out, it was the fuel cap, not venting. So fix that, and runs great.
The truck fires right back up, and I'm back in it.
All right, champ. Now, I don't want this little setback to get you down. We're still in the race, man. I got some leeway with the referees, and they're gonna give you a timeout on this one. And I think we can come back stronger than before. The thing here is all attitude. You know, you can't get rattled.
Ian's being a really good pit boss, and I'm digging it. I'm loving the help.
This is the vintage race that you read about. 34 Internationals racing a Model A Ford. I mean, this is cool old-time stuff.
Yeah, that's how you do it, man.
So I get out there on the track, you know, the first couple laps, and I'm loving it, man. I'm learning what the truck can do and what it's responding to. I'm loving this truck, man. I can't stop saying it. I really do. I love it.
Tom pulls in, and he's all smiles. The truck's running good, sounds good, it's looking good. The biggest takeaway from this build is the satisfaction of helping a couple guys out who have done so much for me. That's the way car clubs work, is people help each other out, and this is proof in the pudding.
For him to have his truck out here and everybody hooping and hollering at him was really bitching. I mean, that was so cool for Tommy.
Yeah, I built this!
Whenever I've worked with Ian, it's the hardest I've ever worked in my life. It's ridiculous, you know, but I'm inspired to keep looking for another project.
Ian, and he's such a hard worker and he gets things done fast. And to see him do his magic was crazy.
Tom's truck is a success. You know, this is a good day, good get-together party. I think my job is done here. On to the next. we started with this crusty old blue Dune buggy. The thing is, with a car this crazy, you never know how people are going to react.
Right? Look, he's getting excited.
We are on the right track here. Looks like I got another wild adventure on my hands.
We just have to one-up everything we've done so far.
It all started when my friend Johnny and I came up with this idea for this wild 70s style show car.
Oh, wow, dude, how cool is that? If you see something you want, you know instantly, and that was instantly.
When Tom came in, the whole game got stepped up, and I got to work on the fabrication.
Right there's your custom exhaust setup.
Then Johnny and I went on the hunt for some paint inspiration.
I mean, just a two-tone, you know, blue and white.
Yeah, see,
turquoise and white.
That works.
Yeah.
After some back and forth, we settled on a classic look, but not without our own special touch.
You know, remember the old mud flaps? You know, the back off?
100%.
These damn vomits! Back off!
We got a bunch of ideas floating around, but now it's time to make it happen.
So this is what it's all been leading up to. We got this thing painted, not completely, this is the start of the process. This is the base coat. It's an Eastwood product. It's called Cruise Night Blue.
This is the time we've been waiting for, a time when all the things start coming together and the dogs are on the edge of their seat.
Last time you saw it, you know, Johnny and I came up with this paint scheme, so this is the first step in the process. You'll have to hold all questions until after. No dog bowls were used. Pretty cool?
Johnny and I decided no crazy freak out paint job. It's gonna be two-tone, blue and white. You know, blue fenders with a white hood and roof. Now I need to figure out where those parting lines are. There was one point of concern between Johnny's drawing and this car, and by putting the base coat on, you could see the line. It makes it clear as day. Really digging this blue base coat. What it does is makes every body line just pop.
Look at this line. Look at this brilliant reflection of the highlights. You know, that didn't exist with the primer. So we were unsure as to what was gonna happen with this tape coming through this area.
It may seem like Johnny and I have already covered this, but the thing is, this body is representing its own shapes independent from the artwork, so I have to follow the line of the actual car.
Gotta look right with the car, and this is the moment to make it happen. This is the end result, you know, this is what you see. So, you know, whatever it is, it's just gotta be that showstopper. The problem with the Fairweather friends, namely the shop inspectors, is they got all the motivation in the world for about 10 minutes at a clip.
The whole thing with any of my projects, it's not outside of my means to just, you know, farm out the whole paint job, but, you know, I want to do just like all the old timers, you know, all the legends of customizing. You know, I want to build the entire thing straight through.
I'm a glutton for punishment, and the only way to punish yourself properly is to do everything yourself.
The thing about a tape job is when you're shooting a straight line, you can use a rigid tape for around the corners and whatnot. You need a vinyl tape. I got this 3M product and it works perfect. After the lines are figured out, you know, it's time to mask it. And this is a fairly basic two-tone thing, but you know, it's easy to get dyslexic, especially side to side.
The most important thing is to remember what stays blue and what don't. So I'm just gonna start by working off this little area. So this was one thing that I thought was pretty neat about Johnny's idea. But I'm gonna one-up that just a wee bit.
It just needs a little tweak to the front of the roof line. The way that the white parts with the blue, I feel like it would just be better accented if the white was just a panel on top.
That way there'll just be that little hint of blue right there, and then that's white. So this is one thing that was kind of a breakthrough with Johnny was this interesting thing on the hood here. This blue comes through and it does like a roller coaster over the dashboard, up and around. The hood and the roof cap are white. There's a white side graphic, but the car is basically blue.
These lines are defined. You know, I just need to get the white paint on and then see what comes next. I got the white laid out. I put some silver flake on top of that, and it's got 3 coats of clear.
What do you think? Pretty sparkly, huh?
The whole concept with this is like fantasy show car, right? So I just want to spike it up 1 notch, you know, I want the whole thing to shimmer. Even though the white looks great on its own, you know, the metal flake really does its job. Well, I'm real happy with the way the silver and the white came together. I was a little concerned that the car would go silver, but it's totally white for sure. Let's take off this tape and see what it looks like. The dogs are pretty nervous because they understand the importance of a clean brake once you pull the tape line. And, you know, I'm not known for being so meticulous. So let's pull this tape off and see how it looks. It's like scratching an itch. There is a tremendous satisfaction in seeing these tape lines peel back. Everything looks tight. You know, the contrast is right where I want it.
The deadline I'm trying to make is 3 weeks from yesterday.
There's a great show coming up, and I think it'll be a perfect place to take this for its first time out. Barring any major issue, we should be able to make that deadline. But again, it's always a coin flip. A major issue could arise at any moment. Oh yeah, that's pretty rad. That two-tone worked out good. It really adds something to this C-cab shape right here. I think this is my favorite part of it. The way that the white just comes forward, so you have these 2 stabbing lines. The panels needed to have a little more action than the body was affording, and by just freestyling some tape, it really adds to the line of the car. The lines are lining up. This is rad for sure, but something about the front view is just super white. Saying of, you know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction stands true even in this case. As spectacular as the white has come out, what it's done is totally dulled down the blue. As awesome as it looked with a blue base coat, now the white is just popping and the blue almost looks like primer again. Needs a lot more action for sure. The blue just looks like a matte finish now. Front on view, it's just lacking a little something. See how the sunroof will break up the big white panel in the roof? I almost feel like the hood, those 2 awesome shapes, the 2 bulges in the hood almost disappear. It's like the sunroof in the top. The windshield is gonna break up this massive panel of white on the hood. Yeah, see, all of a sudden it's a different view. I don't want to overdo the paint by any means. I just want it to match. So right now the blue and the white are not cooperating. It really just looks muted now by this brilliant two-tone. It's looking like 2 different cars right now. The windshield definitely helps out this white panel in the front, but not 100% convinced. It looks like I'm gonna have to come up with a few other solutions for this issue. I got an idea for the blue. I'm gonna try a little more paint work and see what it looks like tomorrow. I addressed my 2 main problems with the paint. I added blue to the ridges on the hood to break up the white panel. You know, I really bumped up the value of the blue with 2 tones of metal flake and then a gang of clear coat on top of everything. So now it's really starting to shine. I got the gas cap in, the portholes in, you know, this car is really starting to take shape. But I think the design could use one thing to further the whole effort.
The color combo came out nice. I like that blue. It makes the white pop. It looks really nice.
I brought in my friend Gilbert to add a little graphic element to the rear of the fenders, and I think that's gonna just set it off perfect. My friend Tom Flores, he's done a lot of graphic design work for me, so I had him and Gilbert get together on this project. Tom came up with a font as per my specs, and Gilbert's gonna transfer that to a real live paint work on the car. The background of work that I've seen Gilbert thriving in is like, you know, strict lowrider stuff. So he shows up in this red Volkswagen Bug. I used to get a lot of flack for being into VWs.
Oh yeah, I still love Beetles. I got one, a brand new old one right there.
There you go.
It's classic.
You know, he's talking about how he's excited to get involved with something outside of the parameters that I've seen him working in.
I started out building Volkswagen, so
that's me too.
I'm all about it, man.
So you're the right guy for the job. I think it's really important to be versatile. You know, he gets stuck in one niche, and I think I would stagnate, so I build a lot of different styles of cars. All I'm saying is the whole vibe of this thing is like the funky 70s, so whatever you like.
Well, bottom lettering, man. Can't get more 70s than that. Unless you bring Scooby-Doo in here.
That's it, man. That font is perfect, dude. Exactly. I was thinking a decal. Gilbert is gonna one-up it, handmade.
So then what I'll do is I'm gonna silver leaf these, let them set up, and then we'll do the turn, the engine turn, so they have the little twist, and then I'll outline it, do the drop shadow.
While you're doing that, I got a little upholstery stuff to take care of, so if you need anything, I'll be 2 feet behind you. I'll be right over in the upholstery shop. The main issue here is Jack is my upholstery guy, and he went and moved to Chicago, so I'm left without any resource. I don't even have a sewing machine. All I could do is pull from the experience and working with him and try to get something done. Honest Ian's Full Custom Upholstery. Our tagline is, when mediocre is just what you need, call us. The last project I saw Gilbert working on was the silverleaf design on the side of the Riviera that Victor and I built, and I was just blown away. I've never seen the process before, and Gilbert makes it look like a walk in the park. So that I want on the car, for sure. That's why I called him. So what color will you pinstripe it with?
I'll do white around this. Around the silver is gonna be white, and this drop shadow is gonna be like that powder robinette.
Cool. Thing is, it wouldn't really be 70s if it didn't have like that drop shadow in the font.
Hey, did Victor ever redo the Rivi? Did you guys ever figure anything out with the taillights, how to put them in there, or what style he was gonna do, even if he was gonna run taillights?
No, we haven't figured anything out. It seems like everybody's been asking, you know, the last project you and Victor did, that Rivi, you know, was never settled. So what did you guys do with the taillights? He's a bundle of ideas as usual, but that's the task. We're gonna figure out how to finish the car. People are asking me like I could possibly know what's going on in Victor's mind. And that's basically what the inside detail is. It'll have this little miniature hatch.
That's nice.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, look at the view from here. It's exactly what it needed. Different than anything I've seen, it's perfect. Your job is done here. I'm feeling really good about this paint job, but there's a whole other issue I have to approach next. Just like with the paint work, you know, I modified a couple things, and I'm seeing this huge issue with the fabrication aspect of this. The fact is, you can't get in the car. You know, how is a person gonna get into this thing? You know, there's gonna be a window here. It's just, looks great, it's a nice toy, but you gotta be able to get in. This is a pretty big deal, but now is the time to address it. There's only a couple options. You know, I do not want to cut this body or hinge the roof or anything. It's got to remain intact as one piece. The car's got no doors, but it's got to open somehow. So if you got to make something open, you start with a hinge. So I made one giant hinge. The chassis, everything it takes to drive the car, seats, steering, everything is on the floor, and the body just picks up off of it. People hop in and the body shuts. This is kind of hairy for me because this is basically a live performance in front of the world. But the benefit of it is, if this works, the whole car is going to be open like a clamshell. This is vintage fiberglass. We just did a ton of work to it. The last thing I need is for the body to flex and crack. You know, it's completely painted. I've got hundreds of hours into this finished paint job, and now I'm stressing the whole structure in a way it was never designed to. As strong as this fiberglass body is, where I'm grabbing it with the hinge doesn't have a lot of structure. So I've gone underneath with a lot of heavy steel and bracing and really reinforced around the whole firewall of the car. This is something that is being done by necessity, but it's pretty dicey. The thing about these dogs is it's like instinctive, you know, they can tell when the pack leader is stressed. He can sense it. This is his way of handling things. One thing I need to keep reminding myself is that inspector does not equal assistant. Did you hand me a wrench? Business as usual. You think fiberglass car and you think lightweight. That's not the fact with this body. As petite as it is, it's still pretty darn heavy. So I need something with some serious lift capacity and extension. I got these two big hydraulic rams. So I'm gonna put these in and hook them up to some air and see what happens. I don't know where you would get these new, but they're actually a part of my old city bus. These two rams were the main lift mechanism for the wheelchair lift. All right, so everything's hooked up. You know, this is the make it or break it moment, because I'm sure this has enough power to just rip itself apart. I got the rams hooked up to the air lines. I'm gonna test it with air because that has less power than hydraulics, but it's still got a lot of power. So hopefully this lifts with 150 PSI. I'm feeling like a big question mark. I don't know what to expect. Let's see what happens, because this is not an exact science. First try, no dice. Let's see what's wrong. Something is completely bound up. You know, in kind of quick troubleshooting this, I realized that the body of the hydraulic ram has just been forced into a static position by this round tube. Problem was, see, these need a little room to shake. At least it didn't rip the whole body apart. You know, that was the other potential, was that the body stays still and the rams go right through the roof. Let's see what happens this time. So if anything goes wrong, I want you both to go that way really fast. Get ready. Yes. Hey, it's the simple things that thrill me. That is totally cool. Just like you want to see, this thing pops open, like perfect. I was expecting anything, you know, maybe one hinge breaks off, the thing kicks over to the side, you know, there's an emergency recuperation moment. You know, I was ready for it all, and nothing but what was supposed to happen happened. Look, it's my greatest achievement ever. Can we show some enthusiasm? They've seen it all. They're so jaded at this point. But one thing I wasn't considering is these rams being right in the way of the seat. After this great achievement, I still wonder if I'm able to get in the car. That was why I did this. This on itself, this sold the effort for sure. Now all I gotta do is figure out how to get in the car. This is not a sprint, this is a marathon. Marathon with hurdles. We just jumped one, but I could see a lot more on the horizon. There's one thing in my entire career I have always wanted was a hot rod Volkswagen engine. And now it's in the house. Today is D-Day. We're gonna fire this sucker up. Tom says it runs great. The famous last words are always, it ran great when we parked it. So I just asked Tom, what's your emergency contact phone number? What I don't want is a backfire. The only thing I could say about this, as with firing up any engine, gotta have oil pressure, your spark timing has to be on point, and then you gotta make sure you have good fuel delivery and a fully charged battery. And this engine should pop right off. It should. The primary difference here is comparing, say, a garden lawnmower engine to a top fuel dragster. Same concept, wildly different parameters. I just love the look of this engine. Definitely got the cartoon feel. Done all my systems check. I got the oil pressure up, all the electrical parts are making contact, the switch is working, the fuel pump has power to it. So hopefully this doesn't go the way of that Harley. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Or that Model A hot rod. Just gonna turn the key. If there's one thing I know about cars, anything that can go wrong will. That's why I've prepared for this. This is for the rafters and the roof.
really hits the fan. Where's that fire extinguisher? Fuel pump on. Yep, that's what I was talking about.
And sure enough, like Montezuma's revenge, one turn of the key and there's just gushing. I mean, not a leak, a gushing flow of raw fuel.
Seems like a pretty big leak, because it is. Hence the high flow fuel pump. That's what it's supposed to do. It's a high performance engine, it needs a lot of fuel.
I know these cars and they hate us. The last thing they want to do is run. But the thing is, I am in no way a master engine builder, but I am a troubleshooter.
In a perfect world, I will just tap on that with a small hammer and the problem will be fixed.
Anybody that knows carburetors knows there's a little float bowl in there, and that's most likely the cause. Tap on the carb a few times, and I'm hoping this simple fix addresses the problem. Otherwise, we gotta take this carb apart. Now, with the key turned on, there's no fuel gushing out of the engine. It's time to fire it up. Turn the key, and it starts, just as it was advertised.
I love the sound of Volkswagen engines. It's pretty wild with the blower on it. You see these things expanding, it's breathing, which you don't see in a normally aspirated car. It's pretty awesome. It's like a heart.
There's no backfiring, there's no nothing but a strong running, clean sounding engine.
So this was a major what if, one thing for sure is that it runs, and that is, quite frankly, that's a blessing. That was the wild card in the whole operation. The car show's coming up literally 5 days. We're down the road. The body's off, it needs to be color sanded and buffed. There's no interior, there's no gauges. There's a lot of stuff that has to get wrapped up, but we're one step closer.
As the statement goes, the devil is in the details. Well, this engine and transmission is a great step, but the finished work is what's really gonna sell this concept. A little while ago, Victor and I went on this crazy Riviera adventure. We built this custom lowrider. In the end, Victor could not come to terms with a decision on what taillights it should have, and there it sits, still incomplete. Victor knows that I'm in the middle of this crazy project of my own, but he's constant on his endeavors, and he says he's made a decision. Can you just break off for one half a day, help me out? I need to get this car on the road, and we can get that thing finalized.
I gotta say, it's highly unorthodox to completely finish a car and then cut the holes for the taillights, but here we go again.
In my defense, I figured out what I want to do.
Good, because it's time.
As you know, it's up in the air as to what Victor's thinking, so let's see where we're at.
First option, my friend smoking a bandit's car, Firebird. I'm thinking of maybe two of those. I mean, it's definitely out of proportion.
It's a hard sell, man.
Wait, let me sell better here. Better sell. Figure I'm taking this off, so we're going to here, right? And it starts on this side, look at.
This is the wild card situation I was bracing for. Anything that is heavily modified can work.
That's just option one. We'll look at this and then we'll go to option 2, option 3, 4, and if I have to go to option 5, I will.
Making a decision means different things to different people. The decision he's made is that we're gonna make some decisions all day long.
It's good to know you made your mind up. You're down to 5 maybes.
The upside of this is, plenty of options mean we're not gonna get pigeonholed into just use this now, let's just get out of this.
I could see where you're going with this. This is a good base, but maybe we got something better.
Option number 2, I'm seeing these two like this.
Option 2 is a very different choice from the Firebird lens. Victor's envisioning them to be doubled up, to be Frenched in, like a flush mount.
I think it's just too busy. I think, in the end, you're gonna have 8 taillights.
Yeah.
I think it only needs 2 taillights.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
So there you go. No bueno. Let's see what Victor has in the rest of his bag of tricks.
Check this out. Bought them at a trucker store.
You're that guy that goes in for a cup of coffee on the road and comes out with 16 different taillights. I know your type. I'm constantly running these cartoon scenarios in my head, so I see Victor pulling into the gas station, explaining to his wife, "I'll just be a minute, honey, I gotta use the restroom." Victor's going through the taillights frantically, watching the clock. He's gotta get back, but he still needs those lights. How many taillights does this car need?
I wasn't sure what I wanted, and I wasn't sure how many I needed.
Yeah, once you take this wrapper off, they're pretty snazzy.
This is an option because it kind of goes in line with what we're doing. It would work.
That's kind of interesting.
Maybe we don't put the chrome on it and we just use the lenses and pop them through.
I mean, the idea of the taillight being that wide and only 1.5 inches tall totally fits it, but just those oval holes, it's like you're not seeing anything round on the car. That's the only issue I have.
We're moving right along. We're narrowing this down, but as long as you're not plagued by indecision, things can go well.
And I got two last options.
Two last options?
This is the last one, but together, they have to go together.
Those are cool.
Right.
So it's that flavor, but
Yeah,
you got the
same
chrome.
flavor.
It's the same deal as what you're doing with those other 8 taillight deals. These are looking good. The chrome bezel is what sells it for me.
I'm sick of all this tape, man. We got to get something permanent established.
And I guess I'm committing to this because you're drilling in my damn car.
As soon as I hear okay, I'm on it.
And then we'll double them up like that.
Yeah, pretty much it looks like it's there.
The thing is, this will look much different once it's Frenched in.
It'll have the look we want right now. It's just like paste it on. Okay, Ian, I'm good. I'm committed.
All in all, I think you're making a good decision. Houston, we have a decision. Let's get to it.
Look at another angle too. We were looking at it in the back.
Just
You
said
know,
no
every
more
car
changes.
has different angles.
You just said you were
You're
committed.
not just looking at it in the back angle.
How did you ever walk down the wedding, the wedding aisle when you say I do? How did you ever come to that point when you were that freaking, that dead set on something? Just say I do and let me put the taillights on. I know how this process goes. You gotta strike while the iron is hot.
Ian, wait a minute. I found these.
No, we already went through that.
Or these.
No, that's going to require a ton of work.
Or these. Hey, when I buy lights, I buy lights.
Because they're ovals, I use the step drill both sides, and then cut across with a little miniature air saw. And always, the thing about fabrication after the car is painted is you're gonna have a color change if you have to respray the panel. And that's what we're trying to avoid. Feeling good about our choice. Now it's just a matter of getting these installed, hitting the boulevard. Finally got this Rivi on the road. Taillights are in, everything is attended to, it's looking good. Thing is, I've never seen this car really drive. It was delivered to the car show, it showed, and it went in Victor's garage, so seeing it out in its natural environment is pretty darn cool. All right, man, finally, we have a decision. It's looking good, it's driving good, it's got taillights, come on.
That's a wrap, baby. Look at that thing, huh?
Finally.
My old lowrider days, I'm actually at the park that we used to hang out at.
I know.
My name is carved in that tree over there.
Victor's totally excited because that's what he does. He drives his cars, all 50,000 of them. So 50,001, it's on the road, he's rolling.
I got the car I always wanted with the tail lights. You finally figured out. It's about time. I
Took a
couldn't
while.
believe it. Awesome.
Yeah, they totally fit the car too. I'm right in line with Victor's love of low and slow. That's cool. I'm not a race car guy. I love the rear bumper dragging. It's my kind of ride. The facts are, in California, if you want to drive your car on the street, you gotta have taillights. There they are. They're subtle, understated, legal. I love a car that it looks like it's impossible to get the rear tires off, and he accomplished that. Chalk this one off as finished, right?
It's
no more
complete.
changes.
Simple, subtle. Look at that car. It's beautiful.
Nice to have another project completed, but I got my work cut out for me back in the shop. And time's a-wasting. The next thing I need to get together is this rear hatch. When Johnny and I mocked this thing up, we've changed just about everything. The rear hatch is gonna have to undergo the same process.
This jumble of parts is actually the rear hatch from the camper shell. I've cut it apart and narrowed it because it's going to go right back in, just smaller. The ultimate trickery in this is making it look like it belongs there. So this jumble of parts will become a functioning rear hatch. First step of the process is to just cut the parts down. I always leave them a little bit big and then trim to fit. If you had to create this from scratch, it would be pretty challenging. The aluminum extrusions, the hinge, So by modifying this already production part, but to the point where nobody recognized where it came from, that's the trick. This is worth it in the end, and the same reason you would put trim around a door frame. It just finishes it off. Instead of a hole in the car, you got this cool factory-looking access point. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like that. The main thing that I'm doing all of this fitment for is that the original camper shell had a glass back window. I'm going to use acrylic back window, but there's another feature in there that, the aluminum frame is really going to set off the look. Johnny Jalape's got a thing for these yellow windows, so I got this full sheet of acrylic. The one issue with it is it's so fragile, I need to keep the white wrapper on. The yellow window is a pretty daring choice, but Johnny's sketch showed that, and I thought it was so cool, just to bring this third color element into the car. This goes in just like the wood, and I'm gonna have to do some riveting, some gluing, etc. But for all intents and purposes, this is the design. So basically this design stays through to the end. I gotta do some other behind the scenes work. I'm gonna make it all fasten from the inside as much as possible, and the plexi will be glued in place. Yellow acrylic is really cool. So cool, in fact, I'm gonna continue the theme right to the front. It's gonna be in the porthole, it's gonna be in the sunroof, and it's gonna be in the windshield. It's gonna glow. The blue, the white, and the yellow are just, they work perfect together. Got 4 days to accomplish the impossible, and I still have a bunch of ideas I haven't even tried out yet, so what could possibly go wrong? There's a lot of hours in the day. We're gonna make it. The key ingredient in any build is pre-fitment of all the things before you paint it, but the car's painted. It hasn't really been fit up mounted on the chassis. I gotta put the gauges in, the windows, etc., and it's all just kind of like a one-shot deal. I have a strict punch list to get this thing assembled and driving, because that's what it's about. So the whole thing about deadlines is you're thrashing to the end. Took it out to the desert for a shakedown run, and it is really something. It's way cooler than I ever expected. This yellow acrylic just totally brightens up the whole thing. These cool side pods, they're in development. To get them in place and painted really changes the side view of the car. I mean, it's really cool. This car checks out just fine. I'm interested in going to the car show, having a good day. Gene Winfield has this car show every year. It's the Winfield Watson Gathering, and it's not a judged car show or any kind of ego thing. It's basically just a house party with cool cars. So we had to get there. This year, Gene couldn't make it to his own car show. He's got a medical issue. He's out of the country. So I just wanted to be sure I was here to represent, show him we're coming to his place no matter what. We're in it for the long run. Tom came back down from Washington State, and he's checking out the car for the first time in paint, and he's totally jazzed. He's a pretty animated fella, and he seems to be thrilled with this thing.
It looks way more crazy than I ever imagined it would be. When I first saw it, just the yellow against the blue and the flake in the paint with the sun on it just really stood out and grabbed your attention right away. And that gap in the windshield just looks cool.
I'm going to start it. Tom hasn't heard this engine in a while, and now with this new exhaust, it sounds better than it ever has. He's really charged up about it.
Dude, that thing sounds incredible. It'll be fun to drive. We'll take it out for a test drive later on and see what it does.
This is good. I mean, the thing is, with a car this crazy, you never know how people are going to react. Tom is really stoked on it.
And as it turns out, this buggy is going home with him. Did a little horse trading, and it's all good.
We had about 6 or 7 hours of intense negotiations with the shop inspectors, and we were able to come to an agreement that may or may not have included a couple cases of dog treats. Coming out to the Winfield show, I haven't been to this show before, And it's just cool seeing all the 50s customs, and it's just like you're stepping back in time.
The thing about this car at this show is it's kind of the odd car out. You see the lineup, you know, it's got the Merc, it's got the Packard, it's got the Jade Idol, it's got this other amazing wagon, you know, 50s customs, and then this weird cartoon Dune buggy right in the middle. You know, Gene is known for doing really out-of-the-box stuff, you know, risky, taking chances, so that's why this car fits in here. It's funny, because some older dudes that I've met have walked right up to me and are like, I knew this was your car. It's like, what are you talking about? For some reason, people understand that this freaky style was coming from this guy. In typical Cacho style, Victor and his entourage are on the scene. Oh, did you see the Sterling dashboard? This is all the Sterling.
Oh, shit. Everything gets repurposed around here.
You don't know that I go into your shop at night and I just start taking stuff off the shelf.
Only Ian will pull something like that off. It's like everything Ian does, I mean, you gotta see this car. And I'm not a Volkswagen guy. That thing is bad to the bone.
2.5 now, 275. I got 2.5 right there.
Victor's a player. He's always in the mix. They got this charity auctions going on.
This is a really, really incredible piece. And this is a carving of the reactor out of a solid piece of wood.
And you know Victor's not going home empty-handed.
6 now, 6 1/4.
I'll go 6 1/4 too.
I got 6 1/4 now, 6.5. That's 6 1/4 now, 6.5.
This car is running, it's driving. Tom's got the keys, and I got one more surprise.
Oh, dude, we're totally taking this thing out. We're looking forward to seeing what it's gonna do.
One thing that needs finalization, but I really needed to show to Tom, was how this whole body lifts up. Instead of doors, now the car is a door.
Dude.
So that's the thing, dude. You show up at the car show, nobody's got this.
Dude, this is crazy.
He wasn't expecting that. You know, if you see a picture with it up in the air, it's one thing, but to see it on the ground, and then by the time it's up, you know, the rear fin is like 8 feet in the air. It's a really crazy show car.
Oh, that is sick. That's ridiculous. That was just, wasn't expecting that. And made it easy, accessible to get into, which was nice, especially at my age. Not flexible anymore. Picturing myself driving into a show with that body, just pop it up, drive into the show, people are just gonna freak.
Tom's like, I gotta get in there. I gotta drive this thing right now.
All right, man. I want you to know 2 things.
2 things.
This is a really mean machine. This is not your father's Volkswagen.
Basically, my instructions were go straight, go fast. If something's in my way, turn.
This is his first time sitting in the car, and he's excited. It's a very tangible experience. You're in this little shell with this roaring engine behind you, and it feels like a race car.
It's pretty crazy to drive. I thought it would be difficult to drive, not being able to see through the windshield or something, but you can see right through the plexiglass, no problem.
So we're on this big, long stretch of road, and Tom just keeps going. I thought he was just gonna, like, you know, do a couple turns. Okay, great. So he's gone.
And the car totally blows me away. Yeah, and seeing Ian work on stuff, the guy's just a machine. He gets a image something in his head, and he just works almost 24/7 until that thing's completed and done the way he realizes it should be.
You know, when he finally pulls back in, you know, he's all smiles. Cool, man, what do you think?
Oh, dude, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scare the crap out of myself in this, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It's no fun if you're not.
This thing has come full circle. You know, we started with this crusty old blue Dune buggy months ago, and look what we got now. I mean, working with Johnny, it's like a sure thing at this point. I always know we're gonna come out with something really unique. But then Tom upped the game with this monster engine and his other help. It's really something. I mean, it's vying for position in my top favorite car. So, I mean, in finalizing this project, as difficult as it is, there's no way I'm ever gonna restore a car. You know, this is just, you know, I'm down the road to the next crazier project, and that's just what I wanna do. You know, the art-inspired show cars. One thing we didn't accomplish in time for the show was the interior, the upholstery, and Honest Ian's custom upholstery only goes so far. I wanted to take it to the next level. You gotta call in the pros. My mediocre upholstery was only mediocre. So we're always striving for the best. Finally pulled Jack out from the frozen Midwest. I got him a sewing machine, put him in a motel. It's like slave camp. He's not leaving until it's done.
Sweatshop.
It's a sweatshop.
Like a sweatshop, yeah.
So it's just a full custom sweatshop right now. Jack's an old friend of mine. He does the upholstery on all of my cars, so he was the go-to guy. And here he is. We're gonna finish this thing proper.
Oh, Ian said that his upholstery wasn't making it, so he called me up and said he needs some help. So here I am. I flew out and we're making diamonds.
Diamonds, baby.
Diamonds are his best friend, That and metal flake paint.
Yeah, exactly. You see the Dune Buggy. Now are you finally convinced that metal flake paint works? And it is a truck, if I dare say.
Well, that's really not a truck. It's a Dune.
It's got a camper shell.
Yeah,
it's got a camper shell. It was a pickup truck.
It's not officially a truck.
I don't know. I made these panels in the back. What Jack decided was we're going to put an insert in there with a diamond stitch. So these guys are made from the same panel, just recovered, and these things push through, so they're puffy. Jack then stitched this diamond pattern in the old school seat covers to match also. This project needed stitch work. Jack's the man for that, so here we are, getting it right in the end.
Oh man, come
totally.
on.
You nailed it.
Come on. Yes. Dude, that is cool.
So this ain't no tail dragger. It's just some kind of funky nose down 70s freak machine. How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
I'm bringing in my friend Johnny to collaborate on another project. Hey, howdy.
What's up, man?
The past projects Johnny and I have collaborated on are pure show car, just these wild concept vehicles, and they came out awesome. One was called the Johnny 5, it's just a mutant front engine VW pickup, and another one called the Space Junkie. We're always trying to raise the bar, so it's set fairly high on the last collaboration.
I was super excited when Ian called me up and said, hey man, come down to the coast. I got this cool thing we're gonna work on. My skill set, of course, is just drawing crazy hot rod cartoony cars on paper. Then I get to watch this master of metal building these wild creations that were in my head, and it ends up epic. Under that tarp could be this wild creation that's already been done. It's already this amazing killer custom car that we're gonna now take apart and recreate, or it could just be a pile of 2 or 3 parts, and I'm just ready to see what's under the tarp.
My whole thing is get the artist in the house, no preconceptions. I like to bring the shock and awe factor.
Okay. Yikes.
It's a little funky, right? This is like a 1970s. It's called a Kellison Sandpiper. So it's a pickup truck dune buggy. It looks like this, but what it is isn't what it appears. We just have to one-up everything we've done so far. Johnny and I have been down this road before. Last time we started, it was like, whoa, this is incredible. This time it's maybe not that much. As it sits now, it's not the eye-popping show car you read about, but I can envision it. This has got potential.
There's something here.
I tend to forget I need to get people warmed up to my ideas.
You know, this roof comes off. That's why I called you here. Like, anything goes. You know, my other car, we cut it apart. I'm not married to any of this. Don't think about specifics of a bubble top or a dune buggy or whatever.
So you're not necessarily married to the classic dune buggy thing, then? Okay.
No, that's the thing. Full custom show car.
My whole goal with this is like a nice, finished, high-quality vehicle. I was telling Johnny, dune buggy isn't the key word here, it's show car. That's the end result.
I did all the mechanical stuff, so it's basically a driving car as is if I put the engine in. And I stalled on it because I want to make something crazy.
Okay.
Something like no one's ever seen. It's not a dune buggy.
Still keeping it rear engine, I'm assuming?
It's going to be rear engine for sure. Anything goes back there.
And as far as...
The wheelbase is set.
So in my head, you know, I'm thinking to myself, man, there's not much here. What could I even bring to this? You know, that kind of thing. So I'm really gonna have to push the limits of my abilities.
My whole logic here is I'm trying to bring out the best in Johnny, you know, all of his creativity. If I showed him something, again, that was like a finished vehicle, we'd be running over old territory. Start with something completely, you know, straight in your face, nothing but potential, and just let him run with it.
So is there any more parts that you have for it? Like,
oh, if you're looking for something that has the feeling.
Yeah, that'd be, I mean, that would
help.
help.
I have this. My friend Bob gave me this porthole.
Okay. A porthole?
Yeah.
Anything else?
I have a dune buggy and a porthole, and the greatest artist I could hope to work with. So, I mean, what more do you need?
Last time I had a bubble and some fins.
Oh, here's
and a
your bubble.
chassis.
Yeah.
And then you showed me a picture of a dragster.
I got other windows.
So he pulls out, you know, porthole, and then this long little window. And I have to remind myself, everything I've thrown at him so far, the guy's pulled it off. I'm ready for the ride. It's gonna be pretty exciting. So I'm pumped now. I'm getting the point, Ian. No rules.
No rules.
Whatever. Okay.
The whole thing with the pile O parts that I've set up for this is just cool things with cool shapes.
It's a boat windshield.
Maybe, I don't know. What else do you want? Just like the roof, Johnny could take these parts or leave them.
You know, I have a couple ideas about this, but really, I don't want to tell you anything because I want to see what you're thinking. All you have to do is something cooler than what you did last time.
So there's maybe the challenge. I go as crazy as I can go, and how far can we push you?
Exactly. I ain't scared.
Okay, a little ping pong.
Right, exactly that.
There you go, it's on you.
So,
but it sounds a whole lot like it's on me right now. Ian's real clear about he's not married to anything on the car. The body can go, the top can go, the wheels can go. Whatever you want to do, Johnny, let's get it down and we're gonna build from this.
Just like the Ed Roth cars, if you look at any of his cars, it's basically just a big fiberglass sculpture on tires.
Right.
Same thing here.
With a lot of cool stuff.
A lot of cool stuff.
One of my heroes in car building is, of course, Ed Roth. His vehicles were made primarily out of fiberglass. Even though they were vehicles, they were all sculptures in their own right, and I used that as kind of the beacon, or rather the excuse for what I do.
Colors, graphics,
yes.
Stands,
yes.
Wheels.
Yes, I need that.
The advantage to fiberglass in this situation is we'll be able to set up a mock-up really quick. If we don't like it, it's quick and easy to modify.
I'm ready to do this. Let's, I say let me get my stuff out and throw down a couple drawings, and then we'll go from there.
Johnny's talent is really taking all of this, you know, potential that's in the ether, taking all the discussion and putting it on paper.
The hard part is, usually I do like a bunch of warm-up drawings, but immediately I'm like kind of like on the spot, like, hey, let's get this going. Like, you gotta draw a car now. So that part's sometimes can be a little challenging. And I just think, okay, just let go and just try to come up with something kind of crazy. Too tame.
What I'm hoping to see is that surprise. You know, he brings it. That's why he's back in the shack once again. I'm hoping to see a couple good ideas that I would have never thought of otherwise. You gotta remember, I'm West Coast, he's East Coast. Opposites attract, you know, the peanut butter, chocolate dichotomy, two great tastes that taste great together. I gave Johnny some time to do his thing. You know, he doesn't need me looking over his shoulder, you know, like a manager.
One of the things that Ian made pretty clear about this particular build is we're gonna keep it fiberglass. It's a nod back to the godfather of customization, Ed Roth.
Focus.
There's the car as is. And I tried to like do, you know, here's the original type fender, and then if it was
First drawing looks pretty much just like a Dune buggy, and you know, hey, everybody's got one. I'm looking to push it way further. From here forward, look, that's the thing, the car is arching, right? It's like a thing ready to pounce, which is awesome.
The first drawing was really some simple things that we could do to change the look of the vehicle with still kind of a nod to how it already is. And then the second was a little more dramatic and trying to incorporate some crazy ideas. And then the third one,
oh yeah, let's see.
What about a van thing?
That takes this and it's like, it's still a utility, but it's a panel truck.
Right.
And I get my roof.
And your porthole.
And the porthole.
Like, these are really rough. They're not like fine-tuned drawings. These are real rough. I guess the coolest part is that he's always like, nah, that represents what I see. I see that. He doesn't need this elaborate rendering. He goes, I like that, I like that, I like that, and already, like, it's already built in his head.
I love your idea of arching the fenders up so we can get the car lower. I think that's what we should start with, for sure. Let's do it.
Okay.
Hey, the board meeting's over here.
Yeah, over here.
Come on, check this out.
What do you think? Oh, maybe he's afraid you're gonna use his dog dish again.
Could be a doghouse.
Yeah, the doghouse. It's the doghouse. Yeah, look, there's a spot for you. Okay. Approval? Yeah, okay.
It's not just a panel truck, it's a doghouse on wheels. So, driver's in the front, hands on the wheel, dog is in the back, tongue in the breeze. I think we got the green light on this project. All that's left to do is start building.
I want to cut these open and then create your front fenders. I want to start there.
Where they're really archy?
With that archy top, right. The thing that you did on your drawing is the hot ticket.
Being that this front suspension is adjustable and I want it as low as possible, we need to get these fenders out of the way. What's happening is the fenders are coming down and hitting the tire at the ride height I want. It ain't gonna roll.
I came in pretty nervous, excited but nervous and not sure where we're gonna go. And now we're on to the next page. Now how do we take this and turn it into that drawing?
Aha! All right, now you do the same thing, but better.
It's time to put Johnny to work. No free rides in this shop.
Boom. So you're taking that and you're gonna go out around that as well.
You can even see right here where it's rubbing, right? You'll see. I got room to steer. One thumb.
I want to make the most of my time here with Johnny, and you know, the envisioning, the mock-up process is critical. When you're mocking stuff up three-dimensionally, it's quite a different thing.
Form your fender shape that you desire out of that.
Johnny's kind of out of his element here, you know, he puts the pen on the paper, so I give him a couple envisioning tools, you know, piece of TIG welding rod, and here, pull it, make some shapes, do as thou wilt, and we'll see how to make it better.
It's three-dimensional envisioning. I love that. Is that?
Oh, yeah.
That's all I would think is
roll it back.
Maybe just that.
So even more aggressive, a little more aggressive. Yeah.
Once Johnny has a line drawn, we're gonna take a board, we're gonna trace it, duplicate it, that way both sides are the same. So what I'm creating is a contour of the top surface of the fender. After it's all hardened, we flip the body over and pull all of this material, the foam, etc., out from underneath. And we're using some great stuff.
Shake these.
Shake them.
All right. We're laying down the spray foam stuff. Ian's going at it like a precision surgeon, real nice and neat and clean. And mine's this big blob of mess.
Stay in the center. You're too high. Stay in the center. Yeah, exactly.
Thing is, when you're in the house of the master, there can only be one master. You are top chef. Look at that layout, man. This panel truck idea has got me kind of thinking about stuff. I'm gonna talk to Johnny and take him on a little field trip.
So this stuff's happening. You know, I got an idea for the back. You know, all we need is shapes. So let's take a ride. So this is my friend Bill's back 40. I've got a lot of treasure from this location.
It's about time for the full custom field trip. Johnny's gonna love this.
After a trek up the mountain, built for hiking, Ian goes, check out this ranchero with this camper shell on it.
We're not here for the ranchero. We're here for this camper shell. Just kind of unique, you know? It's like a pickup truck shell, but it's for the smaller Ranchero. And it's in worse condition than I thought.
And I'm going, please tell me this isn't your thought of what we're gonna use.
But I mean, in proportion to the Dune Buggy, it just might work.
I mean, I think this would definitely be pushing pushing your talents, man.
You know what my friend Victor said? You take doo-doo and turn it into diamonds.
You got, well, there's a doo-doo start for you. But I agree with you. I've seen you do crazy stuff. I've seen you take worse.
Bill and I have the same views on recycling. I always need a lot of parts. He always needs to get rid of a lot of junk. We have a great relationship. You know, we're doing this Dune Buggy project, sort of like this body line in that it's a sedan delivery, like the other Ranchero I did for you. So we're thinking this camper shell.
I have another one.
So you have two that you didn't throw out.
Oh, yeah, well,
nice.
We can make a deal.
Told you this guy was cool. The second camper shell Bill showed us was way cooler.
There it is, as I remember.
Wow. Oh, look at this. Totally cool.
Here's that little...
Oh, man. It's got that's the roof, dude.
Ian gets excited. And I'm like, what? Why are you excited? I'm not seeing it.
That's the thing, this is exactly like your drawing, man. Look at the little flipper details.
Yeah, for sure.
All those embossments we were talking about having to make, like the foam on the fenders, they're already here, it's perfect.
Yeah.
This is another perfect piece of trash we're gonna make into a show car. It's gonna be awesome. Sold, sir.
Regardless of Ian's plan of whatever the project is, Bill's just super pumped. It's gonna get out of here.
Bill's got a lot of cars and he loves to talk about them to his guests. There's this one in particular that relates perfectly to our project.
So this is a Falcon sedan delivery. Same vibe with the roof line as what we're doing with our project.
So I walk up on this thing, oh man, it's sitting real nice and real low, but there was something definitely different about what it is or what it was. There's just something different about it.
Yeah, no, this car is full custom.
Yeah.
I took it to him with a donor car and told him put the front end on, back end, we're all good, clip that all on. Well, when I was absent, Ian cut this car right down in half, right down the middle.
We simply split the car in half lengthwise, widened it 8 inches, and put it on an entirely modern chassis.
Even from the early days of Ian building vehicles, it was never about sticking to the rules. Yeah, I'll do whatever it takes. Split a car down the center? Yeah, that's what I gotta do to get it to fit.
As you can see with that camper shell over there, it's the same vibe, you know? Basically, this style vehicle with the wild fiberglass fenders and everything else we got going on.
I just can't wait to get back to the shop and show Johnny how this camper shell will transform into a panel wagon.
I don't know, man.
I mean, look at the roof from here. That's kind of your drawing, dude. So, I mean, it's wide, but we'll do it exactly like the Ranchero. Cut it right down the center.
It's a little, it looks like it's gonna be a lot of work to cut that thing down though, right? I mean, that's a lot of pieces.
So it's simple math, right? So we come in here real fast, right? I see your visor here. We're gonna cut this off, that's gone. This bottom part's gone. This is canted forward, it's sliced through the middle, it's narrowed. Simple, right?
Yeah, that seems really easy to do.
We know right away this thing is way too big, so time for emergency surgery. I'm gonna whack this thing into shape and mock it up on the car.
And again, in Ian fashion, no hesitation, no pre-planning. He just grabs a saw. He didn't run a tape line. He just starts cutting.
Check this out.
And then suddenly, like the lines of the front of where he cut it and the back end start making sense. This might work.
King of the road. I think this is the move, man.
Yeah, I'm totally seeing it now.
Yeah, hands on the wheel.
Raked windshield, this cut back like that, that filled in. Plenty of room for the porthole.
I think it's gonna work.
I'm seeing it now.
The mock-up process is starting to take shape. You know, it's looking better every second. 2 key elements have been addressed. All that's left to do is everything. My main goal is to set up the entire side profile while Johnny's here. I know there's gonna be a lot of loose ends to tie up, but I just wanna get that inspiration cemented before he takes off.
What I wasn't expecting with this spray foam is it's shrunk up considerably. See, it's lifting off the car.
Right.
You've heard the term surgical precision.
Right.
Well, this ain't that. We're gonna trim the shrubbery on this.
Ian reminds me that this is a pretty important stage, that we got to get the shaping right, because again, it's going to be the underside of the fenders. And I'm over there with a saw just hacking away on it, and cross my fingers I'm getting it right. I don't know, man. This is, yours looks way better. So you might have to, yeah, there you go.
The thing about this is it's highly unrefined. So for someone as professional as Johnny, he's having trouble adapting to the situation, you know. You're thinking surgical precision, and I bring out these tools, and they don't jive.
Pro? Not pro.
No, that's why they have different racing classes, too.
Okay.
Secret sauce. Fiberglass is pretty simple in that you cut these mats to whatever desired shape you want, mix up some goo, slush it all together, and apply.
We're building the underside of the car, so it looks super sloppy, but that's okay, because we're gonna refine it.
The whole idea is once we have some type of structure, we can start refining it, you know, and then playing on how it interacts with the rest of the body lines.
I've watched Ian do metalwork on stuff, and usually the results for the eye are really quick. This, it doesn't really look good.
Those are gonna set up, let them sit till tomorrow. Let's get busy on this.
The whole thing about restyling a car, chop top, right? You're trying to make some kind of a statement of a flow of the vehicle. So this ain't no tail dragger, it's just some kind of funky nose down 70s freak machine. The roof's gotta follow suit.
So Ian's like Dr. Frankenstein, and there's the monster, and I'm just Igor, just trying to not get in the doctor's way and be the best help I can be. Yes, master, whatever you want, master.
How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
The whole thing with this is just chop, cut, envision, you know? This is a really easy panel to set in place. It's the angle that counts. Chop top, camper top.
Super working.
Dude, this is it.
Who is that mystery man?
You know, I show up to a car show and I'm like, hey, thanks, glad you like the paint job. Yeah, I'll be with you in 1 second. Yeah, no, well, my friend and I built it.
I mean, you've never heard anybody say, man, that car was so cool. Did you see how he entered and exited with such grace? I feel like this chop top look, we're on the right path. This is what the car needed.
We gotta cut the back of that car off right now. I can't look at it. I can't stand to witness it one more second. It's gotta go.
We'll totally see the look that way.
Exactly, right. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's just figure out this opening, because this looks funny. Yeah, you can see how wide this is, you know? We know we're gonna have an opening to get in here.
Right.
Probably cut this up a bit. It's the old school guillotine technique, right? So this is your wall surface, and that's the line.
Stick your neck out, and wherever that blade came down got chopped off. Exactly that, the guillotine technique.
Strength.
Aha.
We have our pre-seasoned fiberglass panel.
I was using this wooden panel as my mixing board for the fiberglass, and thusly it has become pre-treated with fiberglass resin. At this point, we're into the fabrication aspect of things, and that's where I excel. So I'm trying to keep Johnny in the game, you know? We get this thing colored all one tone, and I want him to draw the opening. I kind of know what I'm looking for, but I want to see where his head's at.
And now it's really starting to look like the drawing a lot. Frankenstein's monster is now starting to look like it's coming alive. Straight through there, and then back to the turn.
Like that. See? That wasn't so hard. That's how cavemen did it. That's it. We were doing the same body line, right?
Oh man, come on.
You nailed it.
Come on. Dude, that is cool.
That's it, man. Look at that. That's totally cool.
Right? Look, he's getting excited. Right?
So we're standing back looking at the car, and the dog is just like a wild man. He rarely shows this much enthusiasm at such an early stage of the project.
Love it.
Chop top camper shell.
Right?
We are on the right track here. We just got to keep this inspiration flowing. Work on the next. Johnny and I have 1 day left before he's got to hit the road. We got to make the most of our time and get this mock-up nailed.
I couldn't sleep last night, man. So I did a little homework. Let's see if the teacher approves.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Wow. Surprise to me, Johnny busts out another drawing, and this time he's gone for it. He's introduced a bunch of other elements. You know, the porthole I wanted is included. This is what I was hoping for the whole time. You know, this is Johnny in his element. Now that he's understanding the concept, he's able to take the proportions and just freak out on it.
My whole thing in my head was I just kept looking at the camper shell that we got, and the way you sat it in there and the way it's just evolved, and from that into, you know, just to give it a more visual of like what it would look like finished. So the great thing about Ian's collaboration with me is he's always pushing me to do better than I thought I could do. This drawing for me really was one of those moments. The color, you know, whatever you decide to go with color-wise, and then it reminded me of the Johnny 5. And remember how much the yellow popped in the sun?
For sure.
Like those three colors together.
Yeah. We're just in the concept phase.
Right.
I'll do all the freaking dirty work. That's what I needed. A good line to go off of. That is crazy cool, dude. Porthole and a sunroof. He's got some crazy moonroof, sunroof thing. This feature that shows an elongated window through the top of the roof. Oh man, that's so close. I wish we had this before we cut the top. We cut it a ½ inch too much.
It's in there kind of wonky.
Yeah, it'll work for sure. We're gonna cut a hole in the car anyway, but it's worth doing whatever it takes.
So do you gotta fill it in first, then put it in, or
No, we're cutting it right now.
That's not gonna screw with the body line. We already.
Nope. Whatever it takes to make this happen, that's what we're gonna do. When you have a good idea, you gotta act on it right away. You gotta feed on that energy and feel out if the concept's gonna work.
You know, Ian being Ian, he just pulls a Sharpie out and lays a couple lines down and starts to hacking.
This element will really help to define the rest of the roof line. Totally cool.
Right?
And I'll have to build that, but that's fine.
Yeah, but that totally works, man.
The porthole is a simple procedure. You know, just trace out your circle, cut it, and it screws right in. Pressure fit. Oh, look at the dimension once it's on the car. It's like a little moon. The one thing that'll set it off, like your drawing, is to modify that fender.
Yeah.
And we're off to the races.
It's gotta be done now.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, we're just trying to get all the lines in place, you know, get something proportional. And one big sore spot is these rear fenders. Something's gotta change. All of your drawings, every one of them, you know, are showing this like up, down. It's a roller coaster, right?
Right.
Roller coasters ain't horizontal.
Right.
Not only do the fenders swoop up, they need to get widened and reshaped a bit. You know, it's all about the look. Because your drawing is showing this surface here.
Right.
So let's just cut, because we love this thing.
I do love that thing.
Let's just cut right through the flat and take this off. Aha! I was thinking something like that.
Oh. Oh.
That's just me. Now for the down drop, we can make it out of this and just wrap this in. We're not doing any welding on this project, man.
We're not mastering of any metals. This has been arts and crafts project the whole time.
The main positive aspect of working with fiberglass is you get the mock-up really raw, and then you're able to solidify it with this really flexible material. So you can see the mock-up comes fast.
Yeah, man, the silhouette is totally there.
I think the biggest part of my future car building revolves around collaborating with an artist. Johnny's a great collaborator simply because we have the same aesthetic. You know, we have this love, this passion for those really far out show cars. There's a ton more work to do, so by the time you get back, you know, you'll see there will be a whole other adventure happening.
Right.
And, we'll be on to the next.
So I know I gotta hit the road, but I'm invested in this project. I plan to be in this thing from start to finish. Who knows what'll happen? Everything that we just did might go right out the window. Ian might come up with another idea. But all I know is at the end of the day, it's gonna be a badass machine. It's gonna look super cool, and I can't wait to get in it.
All right, after my collaboration with Johnny Jalopy, I took all of our inspiration, foam and tape, and fiberglassed it. I trapped it. After that, I went right on to this driver's side and refined it right through the finished primer. Did a couple cool elements of my own in the rear fender, and by finishing off the bodywork, I solved a lot of the questions I was having,
But I also have a whole new can of worms with issues to refine.
One of the main challenges, back to front, it goes from this very flat, faceted shape and turns into these curved sort of fenders.
It's flat, ridge, flat, ridge, flat, ridge, flat, 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 round.
This is an ongoing issue. I'll continue to refine this as the build progresses.
There's about 50 hours into this bodywork as is. One problem I'm having that I didn't even consider was this free-floating roof thing. And I had to put in these temporary braces to keep it aligned. Those gotta go, but before I get rid of them, I gotta come up with some kind of structure to keep this roof from flexing anymore. My first idea was I would just support the roof somehow to the body in the front, but I will not compromise that floating roof boat windshield thing. Is too cool. One of his drawings showed this kind of cool center console that wrapped up towards this moonroof here. So I'm thinking that look, could very well come into being as some type of a structural element. Of course, this element will be refined, whether it's painted, upholstered, who knows, but you're going to see it. So it's got to be super strong and look super cool. It's like a race car, You get up, you're in the stadium, before you do your jump across the Snake River Canyon, you wave to the crowd, and then you're in. Ideally, just coming in naturally, I grabbed right here through the hole in the roof, so maybe that's the answer. It has some kind of a grab handle. You gotta squirm this way, and naturally you're wanting to grab something. Wave to the crowd, and then you're out.
Like everything else I make, I start with the envisioning procedure. I want it to support the roof, and I also want to create some kind of a grab handle that can support a person getting in. So, that's my loose mock-up.
As you can see, the contours are following the look of the side profile. It's pretty cool, huh? Speechless. Make this out of 1.5-inch round tube and I'll bend it to spec. Good call? Is it a deal?
He still doesn't seem convinced. Shortest description of what I'm using is the 2-inch round heavy wall tube and then like 1 3/4 heavy wall tube.
It'd be easier for me to just bend these in separate pieces. That way, for length, I can just adjust it and weld it. It doesn't need to be certified. It's not a racing roll cage. He knows a racing roll cage should be TIG welded, stress relieved, all that other stuff. It's not a race car, man. Not named the shop inspector for nothing. It's like a Rolodex of specs that you have to adhere to. A stickler for detail. The issue I was having with this roof was it was going like this, left to right. So I think that this thing coming forward is gonna have a T-bar on it with 2 adjustable perches.
Now that I see it in the car, this is the look I'm after. I need to set up a little extra support for some strength, and this thing will be installed.
So you're gonna want the handle right there.
The end game for the visual appearance of this is yet undetermined. Maybe there'll be like a center console that this element sprouts from. All I know is what I've accomplished has secured and centered that roof panel. So that's the story. I'm sticking to it.
We got this crazy looking contraption that is both a roof reinforcement
and a grab handle. For those who have put their time in at the fiberglass prison, you know the process. And for the rest of you, it's about time you've learned.
Truth is, there's nothing good about this material. From the start to the finish. In the end, it's still a fiberglass car. It's a miserable process. I don't know why anybody would repeatedly try this. So here I am, urging you to not try this at home. This is horrible.
As tedious and laborious as it is, it's gotta happen. And I'm doing it for you. So it's important to see the process.
Just like I did the driver's side, I'm bringing up the passenger side, but with a few different contours. The hard thing in these fenders, even when it was stock, was how this really flat rear fender blended into this rounder shape up front. And through time, the whole body's sagged down. I mean, if you compare this side to the other side, look, this is not vertical, this is pulled in. There's no way this would release from the mold. Aging sucks, quite frankly. So I got this piece of PVC. This guide bar is gonna give me a nice new straight shot, and I can come off of all this this is a new modification, the old repair, and everything. And I'm just gonna bury it in new material. These screws will be removed later. I just need them right here to adhere the fiberglass and keep everything in shape. Gotta lay up the nasty. This is the root of all evil. I don't know why they call it kitty hair, but when you look in there, it's a vile concoction. That just oozes personality. The necessary evil of a fiberglass car is you're literally working with the fiberglass. You've heard of the hair of the dog that bit you? This is a hair of the cat that itched you. I joke about how gross all these materials are, you know, the kitty hair, the fiberglass. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for this project. You know, the can says fills gaps and strengthens. That's exactly what we need. This process might look fun from the couch, but I assure you it's not. I know we're together for just this short time, but the process here is exactly what's happening throughout. And in any finishing detail, it seems like the more you do, the more you need to do to get to that end result. Coming for us. It's the paparazzi. They're on to us, man. Run. Kitty hair is like the one-step miracle cure for fiberglass work. It takes two processes, both the body filler and the fiberglass mat. You just slop it anywhere that needs support. But now it's time to put all that behind us and get on with the car finishing. Got through that fiberglass process, made a lot of progress. We are over the hill, into the finished bodywork stage. Inside and out, I flipped the car upside down, body filled and Duraglassed and fiberglassed and undercoated and all that other fun stuff. So, you know, the repair I was doing on this rail, when you're getting in and out of the car, you're gonna be on this, so you know, I made it thick. It's all spray foamed up inside and it's really strong. I'm really excited and relieved and pleased with all the collaboration thus far leading up to this. First things first, you know, every car needs a bumper, so I'm gonna get to work on that. The whole concept on this front bumper is stealth. I just want a neat little lip, you know, something bumps up against it, it'll hit metal instead of the paint. This tube bumper's super simple, but its placement is critical. You know, it's gotta support the look of that nose coming down. The width should be appropriate, and then just two bars to triangulate that should it run into something. That looks right to me. Hey, check this out. This looks so good. This would look great in the middle of the dashboard, don't you think? He's not having it. It's just gonna go right to the front beam and weld on, just like a buggy bumper should. So, that's the deal. One Dune Buggy bumperette. Very, very strong. That bumper's looking good. Now that we got that in place, it's time for the next and final step of the front view. I got these cool vintage KC units. They're off-road lights, but I'm gonna make them into headlights, you know, high-low beam. They go with that kind of groovy 70s thing, you know, you see them on choppers, you see them on trucks, you see them on dune buggies. They're all right. Now that I got the bumper on, I gotta get the headlights in place. You know, their positioning is critical to the overall look of the front end of the car. This car's got too mean of a nose to have those, you know, up in the air headlamps, so they're gonna be down in here somewhere. You know, the placement of these is pretty critical. Oh, a special delivery. He's arrived. I got a special delivery, and apparently it's arrived. We've got a little arrangement in progress. Oh my God, that's the coolest car I've ever seen. Holy Krakatoa.
I knew that my friend Tom was on the way. I just really didn't expect him to show up with the rig he was driving.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. How's it going? Good. You said you were throwing it in your truck and coming by. What the heck is this?
It's a 77 Super Bugger.
You ain't kidding. Where do you even get one of these?
Back in 77, you could buy them right off the showroom floor at Super Campers.
Oh, man. It's too bad I was only 7 years old.
This is unlike anything I've ever seen. This is possibly the coolest thing I've ever seen.
What, how's the rear view? I mean, it's awesome.
I think I've gone through maybe 70 cars in the last 5 years, and out of everything I've owned, no matter how crazy it is, this Super Bugger gets more attention and looks than anything I've ever owned. It's just ridiculous.
I've just been outclassed. I might as well just quit. Everything I've ever done with VWs, it doesn't even compare to this. So how many of these things did they make?
I heard they made about 200, but we've only been able to find a handful of them.
I've seen the vintage trailers with this look, but
yeah,
this is incredible.
I've been into cars most of my life. My dad owned an auto parts store, so I grew up in the scene, and I've just been into everything, you know, stuff with the history, 60s, 70s vibe. It's just a crazy time period where they're building stuff like Ian's doing.
Just get in the camper.
Stove, your sink, your fridge, your water.
Oh, and an engine. So this looks expensive.
A little bit.
I put the word out that I was looking for engine options, you know, kind of anything goes, and he said, let me come down and show you what I'm thinking.
That's a 2332.
That's
full
big.
flow, deep sump, balanced, Dick Landy blower, and then it's got the dual 44 side drafts on top. Yeah, and that's putting out over 200 horse.
So this Volkswagen has two engines. I thought we were pulling it out of the back, but we're pulling it out of the middle.
Anybody could pull up with just a motor in the back of their truck, but I figure we could fit the motor in this somehow, pull out the table, move the seats out, get it in there, get it down here, and just surprise them with it. I figure you'd appreciate seeing all this and
yeah,
get a kick out of it. Cool, let's go check out the Buggy.
Yeah, come on in.
Oh wow, dude, how cool is that? When I first saw the Buggy, it totally exceeded anything I was picturing or imagining. It's actually way cooler than I thought it would ever look. If you see something you want, you know instantly, and that was instantly.
And I'm excited to see that engine here. You know, they pop right in.
I say let's mock it up.
Bring that bugger in here.
Yeah, let's get that in.
I am really digging the Super Bugger. I don't know where his head's at. If he's willing to do some trading, we could probably come to terms.
This thing is totally cool. Man, what does the guy got to do to get this off your hands?
Oh, man.
You look burdened by this, so I'm trying to help you out.
I think I'm gonna need a Dune Buggy probably.
Yeah, that could be arranged. I gotta let the inspector check this out.
Oh, right on. Looks like I picked up a passenger.
He's gotta do the thorough inspection, man. He's gotta put his nose on all of it.
First things first, we gotta get this engine out of the rig and into the Dune Buggy.
Wanted to make sure that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I know. Wow. It's a little heavier with all this extra horsepower bolted to it.
Aha! There we go.
Look at that. Ta-da!
This is like the king of mutants in the VW world. This is heavily modified, like it's full race. Every aspect of the engine has been modified for performance.
Let her down.
That is it. You can't figure this stuff out until you put it together, but the horns are pointing at the fenders. It's like it works. I gotta send this picture to Johnny. He's gonna lose his freaking gourd. Wave to Johnny. Perfect.
It was cool to see him, because I know he doesn't usually show a lot of emotion, and to see him just totally blown away by the overall look with that motor in there, I knew that was just gonna get the fire lit up and that thing was gonna be finished right away.
This project just got put in the slingshot and it's drawn and ready to fire.
I know I'm gonna get this car one way or another, but we'll do some horse trading. It'll be beneficial for both of us, and I'll end up bringing it home.
This engine was the missing link. You know, this is the thing, this is the impetus to get this car to the finish line. So I am just fired up. It's time to get freaking crazy on this. Some people like going shopping for clothes, shoes, golf clubs. I like going through piles of scraps and letting my mind roam free. Somewhere in this pile of potential lies a truck. You just can't shake some clients. Here we are, back to Bill's place. He's telling me he's having some trouble with his big red international truck. Bill and I discussed this truck last year, and we never got around to doing anything with it. You know, I've always liked it from the minute I saw it. It's just one of those things, like, what guy doesn't like a big old truck?
I've been trying to sell it and not really had any luck. I love it a lot. Nobody else seems to think it's that cool. These 1953 survivors are so rare. They're always beat up, torn up, wrecked. And when I saw this, I went, oh my gosh, look how original this darn thing is. And I guess I'm kind of hooked on the international heavy-duty name, and I don't understand why people aren't as enthusiastic as I am. I thought it would sell the first day.
You just need someone just like you,
yeah,
and
exactly.
they'll buy it.
Yeah.
You know, I love the huge factor of the whole thing. It's got kind of a Mad Max Road Warrior feel to it, but maybe that's a turnoff to some folks.
Well, when I found this, I was so excited. Look at the cab, Ian. It's cherry. I mean, original cherry. You just don't find it.
That's right, it's
and,
weathered. But
you know, the doors, everything works perfect. Look at the interior.
You know, sometimes when you have something that's so close to your heart, your passion, it's kind of hard to see how things are from the outside. Some people may be a little bit put off by the sheer amount of spider webs. You know, it looks a little like a haunted house in there. I think it needs some kind of cosmetic upgrade, you know, like the typical used car salesman. He's gonna freshen it up, and I think we can move it.
Ian always has just a lot of ideas. And I'm anxious to get started, watch it go through the Ianize process.
I got a couple ideas for this right off the bat, because, you know, who doesn't like a vintage pickup truck, right? So this is not presenting itself as a vintage pickup truck. This looks a little bit like a horror movie. I think we can remedy it.
Horror movie, shame on you.
The great news about this truck is that it drives perfectly. You know, I drove it around last time we checked it out, and knowing Bill, you know, all of his stuff is really well maintained. For me, that's a great starting point. You know, we can concentrate on the aesthetics. The mechanical aspects are right on point. Well, I think firstly we're gonna do a complete makeover. You know, I don't want to get into a restoration of the cab. I think the running gear is solid. I think the cab is solid. We just want to change up the look of it, you know, make it look more updated and more usable. You know, make it look a little more stylized instead of just this big utility thing.
Look at that window. Is that just the coolest thing?
For sure.
You know? And if you got rid of all this headache rack, it would really be cool.
I think that's the whole issue with this truck is, you know, everything that was added to it was purely purpose-built. And, you know, that's taken away from the look of the cool international truck.
Yeah. He threw out the idea about kind of making a big vintage pickup. I love that. He did great on my other internationally built.
Among other things, Bill is a serious international truck guy. He's got another big rig where we went all the way. If we can get this one to exude the same vibe, you know, then we're on a good path. The main thing about this truck is when you walk up on it, it's screaming, hey, drive me, you know. People are probably running from that other truck as it comes down the road. This truck has that classic old school international body. It's just covered with tons of steel fabrication. You know, it's a work truck and it's been working.
Well, you know, I was looking to sell that to recoup a little money.
Sure, I get it.
It didn't happen yet.
That's the thing. I know you're not looking to spend a grip of money. You've got so much potential here, you know. There's stuff all over the place. So I think we can use a lot of the stuff you got.
That's a good idea.
Clean up the yard. Your wife will be happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll be one truck less in the driveway,
That
guaranteed. This project is all about what we can find around Bill's place. I like the challenge of using what's around. Bill has all kinds of material here, so we really don't know how it's gonna turn out. Just gonna pick and choose and make something good. First thing I want to do is get this rig back to the shop. I want to tear off all that heavy metal, get it down to a blank slate, and see what we're dealing with.
I know you're both very concerned with quality control, etc., but I've got a bunch of stuff to do. We don't even need any debate at this point. I don't want to hear it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do back here 100%. What I do know is the heavy stuff, this massive trailer hitch, doesn't need it. Doesn't need this trailer hitch, and it doesn't need that headache rack. My goal is to get all of this baggage off the rear of the truck. Just get it down to the chassis, and then I can build from there. Hi-ya! And this is a really heavy, filthy job. But come on, who doesn't like cutting stuff up? Change is tough. These dogs love cars, and all they hear is destruction. So for my next act,
I'll remove an exhaust pipe. This exhaust has to go. It's not fitting my vision of the final outcome. That one ain't going in the trash. Excuse me. Now we're going on to the thing I'm looking most forward to getting rid of. This headache rack is no bueno. Winner! The truck is looking good. It's much lighter feeling.
This is the blank slate I saw from the start. Now the cab is really showing itself off. This is awesome. That big rack was hiding all this cool sheet metal, and fortunately, protected it. No dents, no rust. This truck has tons of possibility. It's looking good, and I got some ideas brewing. My vision for this project is to bring this vehicle into more of like a pickup truck realm than a big commercial truck. Now that the rear of the truck stripped down, I want to go up to Bill's and see what kind of material we can find. Well, nothing starts a good project like a good treasure hunt.
When I collected all this stuff, I thought, oh, well, I can use this for that, or pretty specific about it. Well, Ian, he's different. And I don't even ask him what he's gonna do. Don't wanna know what he's gonna do. Just wanna watch.
Oh, you got bigger sheets on the heel. Nice little mouse nest, look at this.
I know there's gonna be a large area in the bed of this truck that we're gonna have to fill in. So these big metal sheets are gonna be exactly what I need.
Like a diamond in the rough.
Nothing says truck like diamond plate, so I think it's a good start for, sheathing materials. Let's see what else we can find.
I know this rack here, and I know you got some stuff. Mainly what I'm interested in is these long lengths of tubing. Any project's gonna need some structure, so this is heavy truck stuff. If you're not married to them, I can use them.
All this stuff is available.
Wait a second, you got bed frames here.
Got bed frames.
I need a bed frame. I have a mattress and a box spring.
You're in the right spot.
I just bought a new place, and I pretty much need everything. So Bill's got these 2 bed frames, so I'm in luck.
You think it'll do a queen size?
I think it's adjustable.
Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, look at these steps. What are these from?
Those are, I don't know what they're from.
I know what they're for. Look at that.
Yeah.
You got a whole truck sitting here. It's just in pieces.
Ian kind of looked around and he said, oh, you got this, you got that. You got almost enough for the build. I didn't think I had that much junk laying around here.
What's that from?
I don't remember.
Typical.
We've just scratched the surface of Bill's treasure. Many a project has been fueled by the treasures of this wild land. Bill's upper 40 has got some stuff.
Now this is where the magic happens.
My wife calls this my junk pile. I call it my treasure pile. Ian's right on board with me.
Kind of like the kid in the proverbial candy store. We're getting up here and I don't know where to look first. Is it behind that truck, behind the tree, on the rack, in the box? It's everywhere. I don't know what we're getting into.
Oh, and look at these things. What are these tube frames?
Shopping cart storage.
Oh, of course, okay, I get it right. They pull in here.
Yep.
But look at this length and the turn down, that's like a truck bed side, right?
You know, Ian is a metal man and an artist, and he looks for shapes, but shopping cart corrals?
These are good, they're straight. What else you got? I recognize these. These are 55 Oldsmobile doors. I wonder where they came from.
Yeah, I have a recollection of that as well.
You know, if there's anybody out there that is converting their 2-door into a 4-door, we've got the parts.
I don't think anybody's gonna do that.
What?
But
No, see, the 4-doors are in the new style now. Hey, if 4-door Oldsmobiles ever come back into fashion, this guy's sitting on a gold mine. So I remember this thing. This is the same year as what we're working on now, right?
Yep.
It's a little dinged right there, but at least it's a bumper. We could start with that if we need it. What's going on in here?
You want an inline 6-cylinder with the...
It's the rare factory 50 pine cone option. Look at that. In addition to the piles of stuff, Bill has a couple of storage containers as well. Behind door number 1, I find these cool old cabinets. And the thing is, I'm not counting anything out yet. We're looking at all the potential. We are merely priming the palette of potential. So everything's going to the shop. Well, we've got quite an assortment of goodness, you know, between the metal, the diamond plate, shopping cart rack, 2 cabinets, we're on a roll. I'll get back to the lab and start configuring.
I'm gonna be very excited to watch this project and see what he does.
Mush! Mush!
He's a one of a kind.
We got this. This is a really nice change of pace from the other projects I've been working on lately. Instead of building this full custom fantasy show car, I'm challenged to just bring up the natural look of this old truck. I did yank that bumper off the other truck, and I also got some good rusty steel, all that I could find. That front grille, just like the rear end, is just way overkill. I'd really like to show off the international styling instead of this big, angry-looking death bumper. First task at hand is to get rid of this massive front bumper. Yeah! Move it, move it, move it, move it, move it, move it. This bumper is really heavy. You know, I'm used to sacrificing for my projects, but I don't want to lose a toe if this bumper comes crashing down. Watch the paint. Well, now it's starting to look a little more like a vintage truck, not some road menace. The stock height on that truck, the frames were right here, which is cool, it makes sense, but I'd like to see it a little bit lower. The whole idea here is to make the truck appear closer to the ground. This international bumper could work with some modifications, but you know, I just want to explore the other options. You know, maybe just do something a little more full custom. This still just looks way like the utility bumper. What if I took this and just turned it? Yeah, that's cool. Brings it down a little, looks lightweight. It actually makes the fenders look really exaggerated now, which is something I wasn't expecting. So far, my assistants aren't impressed. I get you can't just slap a tube on the front of a truck and call it a bumper. I mean, come on, they should know by now. I'm not gonna just stop here. Make that angle like that. The old persuader. Yeah, so you can see, it's gotta come back just a bit more. Just cut right through that and trim it a little more. Not only do the bumper ends need to match the front of the truck, they need to match the other side of the bumper so that it's symmetrical. This is the process of trial and error. You just keep cutting and bending until the angle's right. It's looking good to me, sir. It's gonna be fine. Next step of fabrication is to trim off the bumper end. As strange as it seems, this random piece of bent aluminum is gonna be the gauge. I mean, I seriously just picked this up out of the corner. You need to be zen, in tune with the universe and beyond, to allow yourself to be open to this happy accident thing, you know. Or sometimes maybe you just find a piece of bent molding in the corner and it seems to work. That's the angle of the dangle. You saw it, man. Don't act like it's a surprise. So there's something in this area that I'm really thinking about. See how this and this, it's like it needs something here.
Fortunately, Bill's place isn't too far from the shop. I want to take another look at his pipe rack and found some really good square stainless steel tube that I think I can make work. It's exactly what it needed. It's subtle, but it helps. Get the end caps on and it really finishes it off.
But right now it's conservative. You can see that's a clean bumper.
I want this whole truck to come together as one piece, so for now it's a work in progress. I got some other ideas that are really going to help with the look of the front end.
Bill told me all my tools just got too small. This proves it. The old 12-foot breaker bar.
With a big truck comes big parts, and this truck's got them.
I want to soften up the suspension. Without any weight on this truck, it rides like a freaking jackhammer. I mean, you can see me on the front, and my girth doesn't even move this thing.
You know, I've lowered a lot of cars, but the hardware on this behemoth is massive. So it probably hasn't been disassembled since 1955. Who knows what we're getting into?
All we got to do is figure out how to lift this behemoth. I've got my team assembled.
I may not be known for my safety precautions, but I'm not taking any chances with this one. I've got every jack in the neighborhood under this thing. I've got countless safety measures in place.
And that is one thing to be said for Bill. He knows his trucks. This is in great shape. I mean, there's no rot. Look inside here. You know, you always find rot down in here. None. It's a good old truck. So let's see how the heck we take these leaf springs out.
First up is to remove the shackle bolts.
It's just old and temperamental, like me.
Once the shackles are removed, it's all about determining the right number of springs to remove. Once I reassemble it, there's only a trial and error, so if it's not right, I gotta do it all again.
And just in case you gotta put it back together, front is front.
And anytime you remove springs from the spring pack, you're going to have shackle bolts that are longer than you need. So the remedy to that is to just cook yourself up a set of full custom shackle spacers.
So this is perfect, this square tube. That'll never crush. Stainless steel with that thick wall. No complaints.
I'm glad this moment was captured for all to see, because it's not every day he approves of my technique.
Yeah, see, so right now, they're even, so that bolt, so this is plenty of freaking grab. All right, let's reset this whole pile of nonsense to the other side.
Not only am I hoping to see this front suspension lowered, like that raked look, but I'm hoping to get some action out of the front suspension.
All right, that's that.
You know, before it was super stiff, I want to see this thing moving.
Going down. That was ready. Oh, yeah, totally. It's exactly what it needed. You know, it's not crazy down, but it's tucked. Oh yeah, look at that, see? Now it rides like a vehicle should.
This is the suspension I was looking for, but really it's about the ride comfort, so I'm going to take it for a cruise. Even just pulling out of the shop, I can tell it's a lot smoother than it was before. When you have a truck that's this heavy duty, high pressure tires, it's just going over everything like they're steps. So now it's got a little sponge in it. What a difference. You get all that bulk off the vehicle, and you set it down, all of a sudden it's a hot rod.
It's the smell of success.
Front view of the truck is really improved, but I got one more idea that I think will step it up.
When you see a big rig going down the road and it's got a visor, you know it means business. So I feel like that really helps give it a good look. It's either like this or like that. I like that, it's a little more serious.
You know, I'm not able to just apply this thing to the vehicle. You gotta hump up there like you're riding an elephant. Good exercise. Primary factor in creating this visor is how the material will bend without any tooling. I want a nice formed shape, and that's why I'm using this soft but very rigid plastic as a template. That'll work. I have a sheet of aluminum that will be just the right call for this visor. This is a reasonably difficult shape to make simply because it's symmetrical. The different PVC sizes are helping me to try to form the shape I'm looking for. Just like the top corner of that cap, you see it's a dome, and it's going to require a dome shape to turn that corner. This is an anything goes process. You know, I don't know what result will be offered. I'm just going for it. It's just high spot right there. The hardest part about this is the symmetry. As each fold comes down, they have to look the same. And from the front of the truck, you don't want it to be doing the roller coaster. You want it to look right. It's making the visor appear way more crooked than it is because the light set is on this side of the roof. The biggest problem I was having getting this visor equal left and right was that as much as I put it on the table and envisioned it, every time it went on the truck, it looked like it was off to the side. I just couldn't figure it out until I really studied the placement of the marker lights, and they're over here. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start trimming this one and pulling it down. So those 2 points are fixed. I'm just gonna pull this down to match. So there you have it, one full custom visor. This is exactly what I was hoping to see. It took that big arched up window and makes it look a little more aggressive. This looks like it could just be a little more graceful in that this line will probably just come up like that. Maybe in the end I'll put a little center bracket on it, but right now, that's perfect. We got other things to deal with.
Aha! So you have been working.
Yeah, a couple revisions, nothing too major, but change it up a little bit.
Wow.
Surprise, surprise.
I love the stance. It looks like you lowered it, how much?
It's gotta be 3 or 4 inches, I forgot.
Yeah, because it was way above the tire. I love that old truck.
Yeah.
And you've just made it better.
Glad to see Bill react so positively. We literally had no discussion as to what I was gonna do.
This is like all your projects. You do them and then I want to keep them. The idea was to sell this.
I'm hearing whisperings from Bill about maybe trying to hold on to this thing, you know. The big plan was to sell it, but now it looks so good, maybe he's buying. I don't know, maybe it's gonna stay home.
I got a present for you for this.
Right on.
It'll help the look of your stance. And let me show you.
Cool. This is the kind of thing that really just explains this car or truck addiction perfectly. Oh, wow, these are cool. These are perfect. Yes,
just a little bling.
Good deal. You can't just stop halfway, right? And Bill's a man with a passion. He steps up every time and brings the good stuff.
These are 22.5 rims, but the tires are a little smaller. They're for a motorhome, actually. I'm working on something for the back, but I'm not going to share that yet. Want to get them on there?
Yeah, for sure. Mostly what this does is just puts a more modern look. And the truck's lowered, those big truck wheels, they just look stuffed in there. So it goes from like this weird pudgy cartoon look to more like a performance vehicle. Totally cool. Changes it dramatically.
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, I sure love what you've done so far. I'm anxious to see what you do for the back.
Much like the front, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Front's looking good. The rear is up next. I got an old shopping cart corral, some rusty old metal. What could possibly go wrong? This is another of Bill's big old truck projects.
Hey.
You know he's an international guy. Next up is the rear of the truck. I got my friend Dominic coming in to give me a hand. I met Dominic through Bill, so he's familiar with the project, and he's a great fabricator. That's exactly what I need to get this thing assembled. So the thing is, just like with the ominous view of this truck, you can't just take things as they appear at face value, you know. You've got this big, crusty truck. You've got a shopping cart corral. I think we can make a fine tow vehicle out of all this stuff.
Well, we'll take your word for it. We'll see it.
I pulled off some stuff in the past.
You got some style, that's for sure.
By this point, I'm used to people being skeptical of my ideas.
It's a shopping cart corral. Like, how is that even gonna work on a tow truck?
Dominic has fallen right into place with that. And yet again, I do my best to explain. So that's the back of the cab. Where's the back of the truck frame?
Oh, that's perfect. All right.
There's a method to the madness.
Yeah, all right.
Ever since I found these gems up on Bill's Hill, I've had visions of grandeur forming in my head. So the idea is just put some walls on this thing and just wing it. You know?
Okay.
We've got that and those.
Okay.
And how it looks, you know, it will be determined as it develops.
All right.
This is a match made in heaven. Now all that's left is to put it all together.
So we're just gonna come in here and draw a line. We're gonna get rid of this whole piece of tubing, and it'll start new with our shopping cart corral.
I think so. Every time you go to the supermarket from now on, you're gonna be thinking,
yeah,
truck beds everywhere, full of shopping carts.
Exactly.
Maybe you could start with a grinder on these things, and I'll just plasma cut through the sheet,
okay,
and then we'll just pop each side off. So if you work on one side, and I'll work on this side. This is the same mode of operation as the front of the truck. Get rid of the ugly and just make it better. Beyond the time-saving aspect of using these corrals, you know, I think the finish of them actually is appropriate for this rustic look. Does that work for you?
It works.
I could see Dominic has turned the corner on this project. You know, he's 100% on board with this concept, but of course, the #1 naysayer is always close by. He's never seen anything like this. Look at that. He's just like, what did I just see? Because it's a pickup truck, we're gonna have bed sides. I got this rusty steel plate, and we're gonna trace it to fit, plasma cut it, and weld it on. As much as I like working alone, to get the thing finished, you need extra help. It doesn't mean I got a casting call. Very selective, only the elite. This round really looks good with the roundness of the truck, but then we'll take that square tube and we'll make that an element for all the trimmings, right from the front to the back.
Same as the front bumper.
Yeah, I think we'll just cover that. See, the cool factor of this concept is it's not just flat, you know, it's dimensional. So you're seeing this round tube and backed up is a flat wall. So it really looks dimensional, as well as the color contrast. As crusty as it is, it's got a cool look. It's not looking like a cart corral anymore, is it?
No.
This is like a freaking work truck. There's still a few loose ends in this rear section, but we've made a ton of progress in establishing the cool look of this bed.
It's gonna turn into the perfect hot rod working man's farm truck.
So this old switcheroo with the shopping cart corral, you ain't seen nothing yet.
All right.
I'm going to Bill's tomorrow. We got a whole new pile of junk coming in. This giant International is really starting to take on the look of a pickup. My typical process is just winging it, and this build is no different. As much as I really like these medical cabinets I got from Bill's pile, they're just not really jiving with the overall aesthetic of this truck. I was trying to get some kind of a tool cabinet in the side of this truck. I would love to just install them, but they're too tall. We'd have to cut the top shelf off, and we'll have to cut the legs off.
The styles are both there, but I don't think they match.
Yeah. I think these medical cabinets and I have a future together, just not on this project. We experimented and went on with the fabrication on the bedsides, you know, kind of a fleet side look. We added these lower panels and it just wasn't working. It looks like a toy truck, like a giant toy truck. As big as it is, it looks 3 times bigger with that sail on the bottom.
Right.
No bueno, it's like the worst idea. Sometimes you shoot and score, sometimes you shoot and miss. You know, that's the whole process here. Just making an effort, seeing what sticks, and moving on. So basically went back to the original design. I thought it needed more, but it didn't. So what I did was started building on the rear just to kind of take a rear 3/4 view. This is the bare bones of the operation. You know, all of this is going to get sheeted back in. You know, this is all just the fabrication to be super strong. And then to finish off the visual part of it, I'm going to put a small tailgate on it, maybe around this tall. Bill had a whole ton of this stainless steel angle iron, and it's too good to pass up. This tailgate needs to function like any other tailgate on a truck, but it's got to fit the style of what we've been building so far. I don't need it to fall all the way down. I'm gonna want it to fall pretty much level, horizontal. Like any other truck, I need something else to hold the tailgate horizontal for loading and unloading. Fortunately, in Bill's pile of stuff, I spotted a crusty old chain. So, you can see that thing is aged to perfection. Sometimes you need a piece of chain that's been sitting in a puddle for 15 years. Today was the day. It's a trip. It's got a funky beat, and I can really bug out to it. All right, hopefully I learned how to measure. Man, that is one burly tailgate. It's just like every other old farm truck. You put one more piece of chain right there. Tailgate looks good. The last fabrication detail on the rear of this is to just sheath in this area below it where the license plate's gonna go. So weird how this works. That just did exactly what that side panel did yesterday. You're on a roll, you're trucking through it. I don't like it. Right from the start, I was thinking that this was just gonna have a plate covering it so you wouldn't see the rear suspension. And as soon as it was in place, all the plans changed. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but you got this kind of, you know, very mechanical structure. You're seeing the mechanical stuff, and then you come in there with this, and there it is, it's just a big slab wall. It's hard to describe how one little piece can change, you know, this entire rear look of the vehicle, but just in looking at it, it makes a perfect example. I can be, what's the word? Impulsive. I can be impulsive. Come back and this whole thing's cut apart just because the license plate doesn't look right. The theme here is clearly less is more. You know, I tore all that heavy metal off the truck trying to make this massive thing look a little bit lighter duty. Truck looks better by the lack of extra stuff. All right, so next course of action is to get this cab looking a little bit better. Nothing wrong with Christmas, but the red and green kind of keeps it pigeonholed. This vinyl sticker, it worked well for its previous life, so I will bring out my laser gun and I'm gonna laser them right off. Wow, if this is what the truck looked like when he put the stickers on, that's pretty wild. Now that I'm pulling these stickers off, I never really paid any mind to it, but there is a painted sign under here. There's a texture of brush strokes. I see an S. This is like an excavation project. We found the owner. We found Ray Dennison. If he was around today, I'd like to have a little talk with him about what this truck's been through. That way he knew when he came out of the bar at night which truck was his. It's like, I think there is some advantage to having a logo on the side of like a working truck. I'm just not sure that this one is right for the truck specifically. This green stripe is not helping the truck in any way. I think bringing it back to just one color is the ticket. The whole plan here is minimalist, so I sanded off this green stripe and in doing so, hit bare metal. I'm just gonna take some spray cans and lay it on there. Hopefully the color works. Truck's really coming together. Every little thing helps. I got one more idea that I think is really gonna cement it. This truck's getting real close, so I got one other trick in my bag of tricks. Scratch is an all-around car guy. He's an awesome painter, as well as a pinstriper, and he is definitely the traditional hot rodder. You know, he's got his own idea and opinion on things, and somehow we coexist. Welcome home.
Oh man.
Good to see you.
This thing is great. A little hot rod-ish.
A little bit.
But it's still a work truck.
Scratch is big into vintage, period-correct stuff, so this project is right up his alley.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
so
it.
nice.
Yeah. My idea for this was, you know, I like some kind of sign on the door. I love the script. Where does orange truck come from? Was it like an orange grove in Florida or something?
So every time I would go somewhere, people would just walk up to me, hey, is that your orange truck outside?
It's like
so
a
I'm
gold
like,
car.
I just wrote orange truck on the side of it so everybody would know that that's orange truck.
Perfect.
Aren't you glad I drove it today?
Yeah. I mean, yours is orange. What about like old red?
It's like old red or old red.
I like old, like with the little
With the L and the
apostrophe, yeah. And I was thinking, I love this edge striping that you did on yours.
Yeah.
I definitely want that. Because before with the big grill, you didn't see this at all. So it's like, I love those little whiskers coming off.
Okay. There's all these like really nice accent lines here and here that should just be like highlighted a little bit. We have that belt line up there and stuff like this. And like you said, the whiskers here and here.
And also something that would be like a classy work truck. So you show up and you look respectable. It's not like all rockabilly'd out or anything.
Yeah. It doesn't need to look like nonsense. It needs to look like a work truck.
My favorite thing is to work with other artists because if you try to instruct them, you're not going to get the maximum potential. So you got to let them roll their dice, do whatever they like, and then, kind of take it in. Do whatever you want. I got a couple errands to run. Could take all day. So I'm looking forward to what you do. Like I say, no demands, do your thing.
You don't want to talk about the...
Nope.
Okay.
I want to be surprised.
Artist freedom.
Yes. I'm looking forward to see how this pans out.
So right now I'm just kind of like brainstorming and then jotting down my ideas. I remember my uncles walking around with like a match in their mouth all the time. Maybe do the owl and then the little mark to the side could be a match. I kind of like that, like a little blue tip match with some fire coming off of it. With this, I'm trying to make it look old. If I would have painted that solid, 30 years from now, it would have faded like that. It's so good to work with Ian because he just trusts me and I can just do whatever I want. The first time I met Ian, I interviewed for a job to work for him. We kind of always stayed in touch. We were around the corner from each other. So when he needed pinstriping work, I was there to help. A little maroon drop shadow here, because I wanted it to be darker than the body. It needed that pop, Oh wow, yeah, that looks way better. So I'm just gonna do little accents around these edges here. Von Dutch is the modern day pinstriper, that he basically invented that. Somebody had messed up a gas tank and they wanted him to just kind of like outline it and like hide all the scratches. He just became more and more known for doing that, and that's where pinstriping kind of came from. Oh no. So they're coming to inspect my work. You wanna take a look at it? What do you think? Yeah, you like it? You like it. It looks like both of you like it. You love Uncle Scratchy or what? Oh, that's a yes.
Wow, they seem excited also. Exactly what it needed, just like it could have been that way. All of a sudden, it's a special truck. It had no identity, but now it's Old Red. Groovy, man.
Yeah.
I think Bill's gonna be real charged up. This little bit of paint work was exactly what it needed. I got a few more loose ends to wrap up, but I can't wait to get this thing over to Bill's and show him Old Red. Old Red is all wrapped up. This project's a bit different than my other ones simply because I didn't know what I had to do here. It would be way easy to go off the rails like I typically do, but fortunately I was able to keep it in check. I drove it over here to Bill's, and there's one thing that Bill loves, it's old international trucks.
Wow, Ian, you've arrived.
Got a little change, looking a little different than it did last time.
Woo! You're another miracle.
Old Red at your service.
I saw Ian rolling in with that thing, and my first reaction was, now that's cool. The bumper, oh my gosh. The little sun visor, the tailgate, he redid the whole back of the truck, and the stance, he lowered the front. I mean, all of it was like, that's it, Ian, you did it.
My buddy Scratch, he put this signage on the door. There was signage before that was under that original sticker.
I love the signage on the side, Old Red. Yes, it's old, and yes, it's red. And then there's a little pinstriping. I love the subtle pinstripe.
Yeah, that was Scratch's idea. He was talking about wanting to keep it weathered like the rest of the thing.
Yep.
So that changes the whole truck, man. I mean, the stance and these freaking massive rear tires. One surprise that Bill brought over was these back rims. They are massive. I love the aluminum rims, but then when you brought in those big super singles in the back, it's like race car stuff. I mean, looking at it in the shop, you don't even get the vibe until it's outside.
It looks like a big pickup truck.
Yeah. The Thing is, I saw this truck in a completely different light than what was presented. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, love it. I got plans already, you know, with a very limited budget and short time frame. Couple key choices really transformed the rig. You know, the first day when I was just taking stuff, I didn't know if I was going to end up with like a lot of aluminum features on this or whatever, but you know, literally you see everything came off of the hill and it just kind of melded together.
Those shopping cart holders or whatever you call them, I thought when you were taking those, I thought, what in the world is he going to do with those? I made some comments about the shopping cart corrals, but they are absolutely perfect on there. Just a great, great job.
I know you're looking to get out the door and sell it, so.
That was the plan. Like all your projects you do, I always fall in love with them. I think I'm gonna keep it for a while and cruise it. Why wouldn't I cruise it around and look at it? I'm excited. Now, I'm gonna bring my wife down and see if she's excited.
I know, that was the kid, that was part of the deal from the start. But all we did was move the stuff from the top of the hill back down to the bottom.
Yeah. How could you not love that truck?
You gotta drive this thing. It's the same truck, but it's way cooler. It actually has suspension now, so.
Well, I need some firewood. You wanna go with me and we'll pick it up?
Yeah.
You
cool
got time?
Yeah, I got all day. That's what I
Okay.
do.
Let's
I hang
do it.
around. I know how these old dudes work. My dad's no different. It's like, oh yeah, while you're here, I got some work to do, some more work. Why don't you help me out with this task now? Got a little Getty up. Old Red is rehabbed, refitted with some new shoes and ready to cruise. You know, I always take something away from a project, and this is something that keeps repeating itself. Wheel and tire combination and the stance of the vehicle, sell it right away. You could see this project didn't even get sold. It got sold right back to its owner just on first impression, and that counts. Roll the credits. So this project was pretty conservative all in all, but I've got something lined up that should satisfy my appetite for the outrageous. If you know me, you know where I'm headed. The next project's gotta be wild. It's the crazy thing. This is the least passionate I've ever seen this dog. I don't know if maybe I'm on the wrong course. First I get the lecture from Victor, and now I get the rear end of his royal houndness. He's supposed to be supportive, man. That's what a relationship's about. He's giving me the silent treatment. I'm not sweating it. I've had critics since day one. That's the fuel for the fire. I ain't scared. I'm going for it. I am always looking for new projects. I just wanted to do something that was fun. I've always been into skateboarding. Someone took me to the sand dunes once, and it just, to me, spoke that it was a skate park for cars. I got this fascination with dune buggies ever since, and I really just can't get enough of them. See this one here, these people are actually going for it in the sand. I couldn't believe any of this was real. You know, I'm looking at these magazines from the year I was born, 1970. The scene was so radically different than it is now. Maybe that's why I've been so fascinated with it, because it's stuff that I never saw it happen before me. These cars were primarily just handmade. You know, it's all about the experience. Traditional hot rodders may turn pale. Perfect. Just like hot rodding, you had every aspect of creativity. Some guys wanted to go real fast, some guys wanted a crazy look. You know, there's all kinds of experimental designs, and that's really what I dug about these old magazines. Little traditional, little classical, but like that, whoa, what is that feeling? I want to build a car directly in the line of pre-kit car off-roading. Something that's hand-built, late 60s. I just happen to have a perfect donor car for my next crazy idea. Every project I do, there's always potential parts that get sidelined.
Case in point, Victor and I did this project where he wanted to build a supercar. So he shows up with this Volkswagen kit car and only uses one piece of it. Victor wasn't interested in the mechanical aspect of this car at all, so I got it running and took it for a test drive. I know Volkswagens, they're not super fast. This car really had something going. I don't know if the engine's been built up or what, but this car moved out really good. It's a 1964 Volkswagen. It is period correct. I knew it was a strong runner, and I saved a whole chassis. One of the main inspirations for getting this project going is there's an event coming up. It's called the Old School Dune Buggy Reunion, and it's at Pismo Beach. This event is themed for this late 60s beach and sand dune scene. You know, everything that would have been there is welcome back. I had gotten started on this chassis. Once I kind of got a feeling for what I wanted out of it, I had to go on the hunt for the rest of the parts. See, I'm always checking out your stashes, man, and this little fiberglass treasure trove got me thinking. Victor is a man of many facets. One of his many facets is a lot of yards with a lot of treasure. And he's got this Model T kit car body. Picture this. The Sterling, the old Sterling chassis, it's become a hot rod. It's morphed from the glorious opening roof project to an off-road sand buggy hot rod T-bucket project. Usually when you pitch Victor an idea, he gets excited and he's like, yeah, we could do anything. And this time he's starting to draw a blank. I just see a lot of the side-to-side motion.
You just finished the supercar. Now you're gonna do a dune buggy with this, whatever you wanna call it.
This T-bucket body is exactly what I need.
I don't know, Ian, I'm not seeing it, but if you see it, then go for it.
Victor was pretty much like, yeah, do whatever you want, take the body. I don't need to know anymore. I'm like, dude, you gotta understand, this is gonna be awesome.
Just picture it, sun hat on, glasses, ice cold beverage, cruising the sand dunes. I think it's gonna be perfect.
Go for it, man. I was gonna throw it away anyway.
I'm just gonna have to build this thing, you know, never mind the sales pitch. I'm gonna build this and just show him what I'm thinking. And he may just turn the corner.
You don't even need help carrying it?
No, that's what I'm saying, ultra light, man, it's perfect. I thought I was just making like a pan buggy is what it's called. Just shortened Volkswagen pan. Then I saw this body at Victor's and it got me thinking in a whole different direction. You know, I want to build more of like a hot rod styled dune buggy. So me and numero uno, El Shop Inspector, you know, we get out the cart and we go browsing. The thing that really cemented this idea was the body from Victor. You know, I also have a bunch of old suspension parts from another project. I have a 28 Ford Roadster pickup, and I swapped out the entire front suspension. So I have a stock Model A axle, all the hubs, spindles, I have the rims. Thing is, I don't throw much away. So I'm thinking, okay, suspension, axles, gas tank. Oh, I got a couple beer kegs. Classic, fits right in. Think about that. I've used the statement a million times. My favorite thing is like the jazz player who's in it, right? They're riffing, they're experimenting as they're going through this arrangement, and that's exactly how I like to build cars. I haven't seen anything like this, and I can't wait to try it out. I got the old Sterling chassis from Victor. You know, it was a runner. I shortened it and put in a screen floor in typical old school buggy style. Thing is, after kind of ruminating on it a bit, I decide I'm only going to use a piece of it. The VW suspension is bulletproof. It's a great choice. That's why they make dune buggies out of it. But I'm not looking for a great choice. I'm looking for something different, something unique. The big departure from every other old school dune buggy is I'm not using the Volkswagen front suspension. So first thing, off with the front. All of my ideas have been leading up to this. I've just been thinking about it. Basically, I have to build it complete to see if it works. Another leap of faith. All right. Start of a great project. Whole new turn of events. In losing that Volkswagen suspension, I want to kind of lend a hot rod flavor to this. Concept for the front axle and suspension is basically Model A.
Model A tie rod and components, Model A front spring, Model A hubs and spindles. You can smell it, it's very old, don't you think? He's disinterested. It's just, Dune buggies don't get the passion they deserve. Look at this. He's on Victor's team.
I got a piece of pipe that will be the axle, and I'm putting the spindles, kingpins, hubs, and rims of the Model A car on it.
So it'll have a radius rod, basically the same formula you'd see on a hot rod front suspension, except for this. This is the trick element of this design. Typically on a car like a Model A, your leaf spring is mounted in the center on this perch, so you just have a spring action. And I mean, it does articulate a bit, but you're always flexing the spring. What this does, with these shackle bolts, this piece here goes inside it, and it allows the entire front axle to swing without putting pressure on the spring. In other words, if you're coming up on a sand dune and this front tire lifts, it would potentially cause the rear tire to unweight and lose traction. So as you come onto the different terrain, the whole front axle swings and it leaves the two rear tires planted.
That's really the one thing that sets this car apart from the rest, you know, the cool factor of, oh yeah, it looks like a hot rod, but it also does this articulating thing, which gives it traction in the sand.
It's the crazy thing. This is the least passionate I've ever seen this dog. I don't know if maybe I'm on the wrong course. First I get the lecture from Victor, and now I get the rear end of his royal houndness.
I guess it's hard to give the sales pitch and find any buyers, it seems.
You're supposed to be supportive, man. That's what a relationship's about. It's giving me the silent treatment.
I'm not sweating it. I've had critics since day one. That's the fuel for the fire. I ain't scared, I'm going for it.
So this is the concept. In order for this to get attached to that, I'm gonna throw the whole chassis up on the table. That way I can square it up and measure. So now we've got the patient on the operating table. It's time to get funky. I trimmed it up a little bit to fit the Volkswagen suspension. And hey, it's a Dune buggy, you know, it can look a little chopped up. That's what I want. I want it to look like a mutant. Don't be distracted by the crusty look. This is not a rat rod. This thing's gonna shine up.
The thing about this car is in shortening the chassis, the wheelbase got really shrunk up. It's purely visual, you know. Maybe if you tried it again and again, you'd come up with a formula for ultimate performance. I'm just going for the visual aspect of it. It's gotta look long and lean.
Yes. Looking through my dark helmet, everything seems to be perfect.
I'm using this really heavy 2-inch tube, 1/8 wall. See where I'm going with this? And I'm just trying to create a truss structure to extend the wheelbase and keep it really strong.
All that noise and sparks and stuff is all led up to this. You got your pivot, check. You got your sleeve that allows clearance to the fitting, check. That goes on there, check. And then you got your thrust washer. Wrap it all together. I call this pivot a success. I mean, theoretically, this axle could swing 360. If it wasn't on the table, it could literally just go around the clock.
Everything about the suspension looks great, but the one issue is I gotta figure out how to steer it. Before I go any further on the front end design, I gotta find a way to steer it. And I got an idea that just might make it work. As per the usual, we're at one of Victor's many yards. This time I spotted a gaggle of golf carts, a group of vehicles that is no longer in service. So I start doing some poking around. It's like, oh, they got like these lawnmower engines. Some of them got a lot of batteries. Oh, look, rack and pinion, club car steering. This is perfect. This
is a fine piece of Americana.
This is a really basic setup. You got your steering wheel here, and then you got your tie rod there. So all I have to do is adapt it to the chassis. This is an off-road car, so aside from my theory and design of that extended element, I added some structure to the front end to really beef it up. It's gonna be bashing around off-road, and I want it to stay together.
The idea being a triangle is strong, so your twisting motion is always supported in every direction. So this is the golf cart steering box, the club car donation box. I'm gonna set this up like a cross steer, just because that's what this rack and pinion is designed for. My mission today is to get this thing steering by a steering wheel and on 4 tires.
This was one of the things I was looking forward to at this project. I mean, who has this kind of weird contraption welded to the front of their Volkswagen?
Like everything in this car, there's nowhere to mount this box. I just made a quick plate with the bolt pattern. I'm gonna stick it on there and then weld something to it.
Making mutants is all my business. I'm used to this kind of stuff, so merging a Volkswagen steering shaft with a golf cart steering box and a Model A suspension, no problemo. Cut, weld, assemble.
Steering box is now part of the car. What do you think? Still skeptical? I'm making progress, whether you like it or not. This is the steering column and the wheel off the Sterling. So you can see it's got that old school, funky vibe. And this is gonna have to get put in here somehow. My goal with this entire project is it's a found object art piece. That truly is how these old school buggies were made. You know, I've been doing research, all these magazines and everything. Before there were kit cars, people actually made vehicles for the sand by hand. You got steering. You know, the wheel's way up, out of shape, but I'll be able to tailor this height-wise and distance from the seat back once I get some seats. I really want to put this on the ground.
Test of this design is what happens when the wheels travel. There's going to be some feedback into the steering wheel for sure. I just don't know how much until I test it.
Ready to witness the greatness? Check it out.
Look at that. Smooth.
So not only do you have the up and down bounce, but without the bounce, you have this swivel. That's a lot of suspension travel.
This is what I've been waiting to see. You know, I wanted to get these 4 wheels on the ground and see how it operates, so it is a small victory.
So the idea here, I mean, you see guys with Jeeps doing this all the time. So you got articulation in the suspension, but the 2 back tires are still planted flat. You know, even at that angle, it steers well, and that's the whole thing. You're cruising on a dune, your rear's not losing traction. This is exactly what I was hoping to achieve.
That's the big satisfaction about this career I've chosen. It's taking all these mixed up ideas and getting to build them and try them out. And sometimes you actually succeed. It's pretty awesome.
Yes, we need seats. I understand that's next.
Starting to look the part. You know, there's a few other things I need for sure. I think it's time to get back on the hunt. Decided to swing by my friend Robin's workshop. I'm really hoping to pick up some seats from him for my Dune buggy. Walking in right away, it feels like home. There's stuff everywhere. This guy's got the treasure. This looks like my kind of place. What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Man, good to see you.
It's been a while. You got stuff.
It's really great to be able to link up with Ian because we both share a love of cars and Volkswagens and weird things.
I have a couple seats, Italian car seats from the 50s.
Yeah.
They're nice. I kind of don't want to beat them up and change them.
I have a couple Italian cars from the 50s.
Right. Couldn't keep my eyes off of that.
Yeah, this is a 56 Vespa Ape, and it's a coffee cart, and I really just fell in love with it.
Yeah, me too. That's the crazy thing. It is basically a scooter, But it's a pickup truck, and it's steel, right? Is it aluminum or steel?
It's all steel. If you could fit in this.
Oh, yeah. This is my kind of ride.
Yeah.
Man, definitely cool, for sure.
I'm taking Ian around my garage, and there's just a lot of stuff that he had never seen before.
So what's this?
So if you don't fit in the 3-wheeler, the next upgrade is the 4-wheeler.
4 wheels, 2 wheels, and 3 wheels.
Yeah, if you get 2 Vespa scooters and, and you weld them together side by side, you get...
That's what you get.
Yeah, Vespa 400.
The clincher for me is this 4-wheeled Vespa car. It's a micro car. And when I say micro, I can't stress that enough.
I'm not even sitting in that car. Your head's already sticking out of the roof. How big were these people? Was this like from medieval times or something? Like
No,
the
these are
4-foot beds?
These are Italian. Look, I'll sit in the back seat and you sit in the front seat.
Oh man, this is too cool. This is like an Ed Roth drawing, where the monster's sticking out of the car. Like that. Oh man.
It's like a go-kart that he's put a Volkswagen engine in. So just like I'm building this mutant hot rod Volkswagen, he's built a mutant micro car with a Volkswagen engine.
Yeah, I had to stick some boat seats in here because I couldn't find any seats that would work.
Oh, I see.
So I'm hoping to get something that's just a little bit more authentic.
You're in the same predicament I'm in.
I was working on a project with Hot Rod Bob and Tom Flores, and Bob had these seats. And he's like, oh, you're building a Dune buggy, I'll never use these things, just take them.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as he brought them over and stuck them inside, they fit perfectly. They were just made for that car. I couldn't believe it. I love it. I really needed those seats for my tiny Italian car I was building. So I was like, maybe we can figure something out in a trade.
Robin's up in the rafters. There's dust coming out of every corner. I don't know what he's doing up there. Whoa.
Yeah, I pulled these out of my junior high math class. These are actual Herman Miller chairs.
He's saying these are Herman Miller chairs, school chairs or something. I guess they were a mass-produced item, and now today they're collectible.
Dude, these are perfect.
I'm looking at these things like, this is perfect. They're very light, they're fiberglass, they've got the 60s flavor.
Yeah, these I think are right for me. We just got to come to some kind of arrangement, because if they're worth a fortune.
Well, I just saw a pair like this go on eBay for $1,200 bucks.
That would make my car worth at least $1,300. These are awesome.
Are you happy with this trade?
Yes, this works for me.
I need those seats, and he needs them seats, and now everybody's sitting pretty.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is like the best possible case scenario for my project, and hopefully for his project.
I'd say mission accomplished. These seats are a good step-off point to get the rear section of this buggy in action. I got these seats back from Robin, and they are Dune buggy seats, 100%.
Not too shabby, huh? It's the weirdest thing. Just like with Robin's car, the seats look one way, but then when we're in her car, it's the opposite. And this has the opposite effect. It makes this car look much bigger than it did. But the question is, do I fit? Sometimes you never know what you're getting yourself into until you just go for it.
The thing I needed with this project was minimal offset of my big carcass. You know, I needed a thin fiberglass shell so I could sit back in the vehicle, and these were exactly that.
What do you think? I think he's into it.
The fact that the shop inspector likes them is definitely a bonus. And now I'm moving forward.
Steering next, then roll bar. Brake.
Typically with an off-road roll bar, you want it as strong as possible. So you make all your measurements, you fit it in, weld it. Roll bar is primarily for looks, like most of the old Dune buggies, so I could pull it off by using 2 pieces.
Speed buggy roll cage. You know, it's just enough to represent off-road. Real crash scenario, I don't think any of them did much. And hey, I got nothing to lose. Take the body off, mount some seats.
This is a small car, no doubt about it. I just had to figure out where the steering wheel felt comfortable, so
got them in there and shortened up the steering column to match me. So you got your roll bar for support, steering wheel, one seat. Perfect. Let's see. That's what this has all been leading up to. I want that cartoon monster feel, you know? That's the whole idea here. Big giant ape in a little car. Whoa. I knew from the jump I wanted to use a beer keg for a gas tank. Beer keg fits behind the seats perfectly. Don't need a ton of fuel in this thing. It's got a stock Volkswagen engine. That goes right into place as it should. This is exactly what would be in a vintage dune buggy. That Sterling was a period piece. So what it is, I think it's a big bore, single port with this carb adapter. So it's probably high compression. I mean, it ripped in that Sterling. It really moved out. It's a good engine. So I think in this lighter vehicle, it's gonna be all right. The engine wasn't this nice in the Sterling. You know, the innards are what they are. I just took off all the sheet metal, cleaned it, painted it, reassembled it. So it's as it was in that car, and you could see it did some pretty hairy burnouts. I envisioned this whole car from the start having a Model A grill shell. You know, that's the whole hot rod look. Just chopped it down. I put this mesh in here. Nothing says hot rod like Model A. And basically, it sits like that. Still unimpressed. If I was building a Corvette or something, he'd probably be like, you know, dogs love Corvettes. So this is mechanically there. I could literally hook up a battery and some cables and brake hoses and drive it. But cosmetically, it's not what I need. I need something that's just like, pow, you know. I like the funky style. You know, I want it to be like, whoa, nobody looks past it. So that's the challenge. You know, black car, red rims, everybody's seen it. I gotta get to thinking. Like almost everything I do, there's no way to figure out if it's gonna work or not without just doing it. So it's time to get busy. Fleshing this thing out, getting some paint in place, I decided white was just a really clean look. Color says everything about a vehicle. You know, this is a good time, fun toy. It's not like a scary looking mean machine. You could really give the vehicle different flavor with a different color. I want that light reflectivity of a white base coat, something that really is blinding in the sunlight. In addition to some of this stuff. I called Little Daddy Roth. He's hooked me up with a lot of metal flake for different projects. And he has this new stuff called Snowblind White. White dune buggy, white metal flake. What could improve on that? Some of this. This is glow in the dark, top secret. Something about the late 60s, early 70s, you know, you had this like monster-fed cartoon monster stuff. I remember like glow-in-the-dark model kits were a huge thing. I want the car to reflect that time period. So, you know, I'm thinking, I have not seen a glow-in-the-dark dune buggy. This might be the next big thing. Every time I've used metal flake with auto paint, I just mix up about a half a cup, and then I pour the stuff in there. How much do I put in? I don't know. I'm gonna dump a lot in there. Oh man, that's fantastic. And I'm gonna put a lot of this in. Because this hopefully will change the color to more of this eerie glow yellow tone. Do I need that much glow? I don't know. I don't want to have not enough. Like almost everything I do, there's no way to figure out if it's gonna work or not without just doing it. So I'm gonna paint up a couple parts and test it out. So it has the effect I was hoping for. You can see it's like a frosted effect, and I'm gonna bury all this in clear, of course. This is just the first application. The thing I wasn't sure of, but I'm very excited about, is the glow green. It's still white, but it has like this greenish aura coming off of it. My theory from the start was that it looks pretty mellow during the day, but at night, it's party time. The only way to test it is put that rim in the dark room and see if it worked.
One thing I know is when I turn the lights off, that bottle of stuff glowed. But once you mix it with paint and put it on something, I just don't know if that is going to still happen.
So this is the test. This is what it looks like in the daytime. That's what it looks like at night. That is totally cool.
It's a glowing Model A rim. It's exactly what I had hoped for.
It's like a ghost ship going over the sand dunes.
That's what this whole design is, you know? It's just one crazy idea after the other, you know? It's not a performance car, it's a party machine.
This is better than I expected.
Instead of doing a test plate, I just sprayed the whole chassis and rims. So it's kind of a gamble, but it paid off.
It's a glow-in-the-dark Dune buggy.
Getting this accomplished glow-in-the-dark effect is gonna kick this paint job off.
This one's a hit. You just gotta top it with that bodywork.
It's time to get to it.
Just like the chassis, I put a white base coat on this body.
Primary reason for this white base coat is anything can go over it. I want kind of a classic pinstriped look, so it's not too technical, it's just a lot of layout.
One thing I know is that dog is just here to be the critic, you know? I gotta prove it the whole way through, apparently, on this. Not even small victories thus far.
As crazy as the car is in its fabrication, I want like a classy vintage look. If you look at the early Model Ts, they would have this pinstripe deal around the body edges and the door, and I'm just trying to reflect on that.
Pinstriper came in, he would probably follow certain lines on the body. Like you see these embossed areas around the doors, around the top of the body. Pinstriper would try to highlight all those. So I'm just gonna start by surrounding them with a tape line and see what it offers. It's not like I'm making the paint glow in the dark or anything like that. It's just a very conservative tape job.
I want this to be a simple pinstripe design, but something about that really thin one line just wasn't holding the weight I wanted. I wanted to have kind of like a panel theme. There's like these boxes down the vehicle in different shapes.
Basically everything that gets masked stays white. So we have white, fat, white, skinny. And then I think I might have to put another border inside or outside.
It's kind of challenging in that when you're taping out something, you're taping out the negative of it. So dyslexia could interfere, especially if you're doing multiple sized lines, etc.
So you can see what I'm painting is actually pretty small, but that's how much tape you have to do if you want that.
It's a little challenging. You got to sit back and kind of reflect on what's actually going to be painted and what's going to be masked.
So I'm just thinking what I want white. And I know I definitely want that top ridge of the body and all those embossed lines to be white. So I'm gonna mask all that stuff off first.
The whole thing is the majority of this car will be masked simply because it's going to remain white. So what I'm doing here, I've decided it's going to have two candy green pinstripes. This very thin white section here is a stripe, and this thick section here, so the center of these panels will be masked. So you'll have a heavy one with a nice round corner and like a tight little outline.
Probably would be easy enough to just pinstripe this line, but I'm not a pinstriper, that's why I'm taping the heck out of it. So as long as the tape looks okay to your critical eye, I'm gonna spray this thing. I'm just gonna mix up some of this candy green I got from Eastwood. So looking at the value of this green, it's very green. I don't know what it's gonna look like on white. Well, wait a second, yes I do. So that's very thick for paint, for spray, but it's gonna be somewhere like that.
One thing I know is that Dune buggies sparkle. I'm gonna use this Little Daddy Roth metal flake all over the car. The green's a nice color, but I think with a little action in it, it's gonna be even better.
There it is. That's what I'm looking for.
The thing about this is once you spray it, it's a lot of work to go backwards, you know? Especially putting a pigment over white, you'd have to sand the thing back and start over, so you don't know what it looks like until you pull off the masking paper. Paint is applied. We gotta pull off the mask to see what it looks like. The good news is the shop inspector seems to have come around. He's taking a position of relaxation right up against the project. So, it's cured for 24 hours. Nice candy-coated metal flake thing. I don't really know what this is gonna look like, so if I did, I may leave some tape in place, but I'm going to choose to pull all the tape, see if it's good enough. I've made a couple pretty hairy mistakes in paintwork in the past, so it's like, I never know what it's gonna look like until I'm pulling it off. It's like opening a mystery gift basket. This was the debate in my head from the start. You know, the green could have taken over. It could have been a green car. Pulling the mask off, you see, it's a nice white Model T body with this sort of classic dual stripe. The thing I'm trying to do with this is like keep it lighthearted, you know? It's not like a badass, nasty hot rod. It's a beach buggy. Sunny day at the beach, you know? What looks cool? What looks like a fun thing to do? This car. The whole thing I was going for with this was like following the lines of the car. So like a vintage pinstripe would simply be around the contour of the body. And that's what you get. Double line, one fat, one skinny. Surprise, surprise, pulling this tape off, it's happening. You like it? Stepping back and looking at it, I really like the way it came out. I think it just needs one more thing. Dune buggies sparkle. I had a Roadster pickup truck years ago, tried some gold, didn't work out. Round two, here we go. Tried this gold thing before and it hasn't worked out in my favor, so, you know, hopefully time heals all wounds, you know, I'm a little more mature now. This time I might be able to pull it off. It's the whole thing with the gold car, you know, it's here I am again with this gold flake and I'm just gonna dust it on the car until it looks right. The challenge here is to be subtle and less, you know, more Elvis, less Liberace. Progress-wise, everything's really fleshing out. You know, the paint scheme is looking good. All the fabrication is basically complete. It's all about getting this whole setup to the event. You know, building's fun. Cruising this thing's gonna be even cooler. Well, we made it. The old school Dune buggy reunion is in effect. Pulling in here, the reunion is well underway and the parade is about to start. And I'm just totally checking out every different style of machine I could ever imagine. Some of them right out of Mad Max. Then you have like your standard Dune buggies. Manx style stuff. Totally cool. I mean, that's the thing, it's a slow speed cruise, so you really get to check out all the rides. And what I'm seeing is every car's unique. A lot of really old hand-built stuff. You got your sloppy jalopies, you got your super cool sand rails, and then these crazy water pumper things, which are like the full modified wild customs of the show. That's the first Myers Manx, the first ever. The parade is just the kickoff of the show. It's like, you know, the marching band coming into town. Number one about the car is first impression, right? It's got that cartoon, old school hot rod vibe. The paddle tires take it to the next level. You know, I got to think pinstriped, it's looking good, it's all polished out. I met up with Court, he's the main guy that runs this event.
People are really excited about seeing this car. You did a fantastic job. Adding the body to it just makes this so unique. It just has this unique, complete retro vibe with this kind of hot rod thing thrown on it. And it just, it's a really cool buggy. Can you tell me just a little bit about this paint? Because it looks, at first you'd think it's been out in the sand.
Right.
Right?
That was the idea. Court was really responding to the paint job. You know, I had my idea of what it was gonna look like, but him coming in, you know, fresh to it, he's like, this almost looks like the sparkling sands of a beach. It's like a white flake, and then I used a gold flake. So when you're looking at it, it looks like the beach.
It does, it does, it totally does.
I saw his car years ago and was so inspired by it. That was the basis for me for creating this pan buggy in that style. When you get up next to it, you know, you can feel the history. You see the way his car is set up with the Model T steering and all this 60s vibe in the build characteristics.
So this is my dad's car. He was the original owner. It was built in 1967, 68, so it's a 50-year-old car. The original roll bar were stainless steel swimming pool handrails.
Awesome.
Okay.
When I heard that story, I was like, primo. That's where I'm coming from.
All these buggies from the 50s and 60s were home built, much like you did, right?
With all old parts.
Yeah.
I saw your car in Hot VW's magazine years ago, and I wanted to build something styled after your front suspension.
Yeah, how did the front suspension work out for you?
It works great. The thing about this suspension design in Quartz in my car is that it is specifically designed for these tight sand dunes. The only way I can describe this place, it's like a skate park for cars. If you see any skateboarders on TV in a big concrete jungle, that's what this is, but it's a sand skate park for cars. I've been to the sand dunes before with different cars, but I've never experienced the authentic old school buggy ride. You have sand in your teeth. I should have brought goggles. The car's ripping it though. It's a wild ride. I'm having a great time. This is one thing I've always wanted to do. I mean, it's very satisfying. I've had a couple other buggies, but this one exceeds the thrill factor of the others. It's totally cool. Talking with Court, he starts telling me about the history of the event.
What's really cool about this event is it is a celebration of the origin and the older dune buggies, but it's open to all dune buggies, everybody to celebrate it. It doesn't matter whether it's from the 50s or whether it's a modern sand car. What draws people here is, one, a connection to their past and their families, and they can bring their whole family. And of course, it's all kind of encapsulated around the buggy, but when you actually talk to people around here, it's about the connection to their friends and family.
Yeah, to get outside, some antique vehicles, and camp out, the whole experience, it's like be something you don't see typically. It's a really unique location to be able to drive on the beach especially. Having the meet and greet, chatting with Court, and Bruce Myers walks up.
You know who that is?
Yeah, the guy that started it all. Right on. That's awesome. For those that don't know, Bruce is the guy that invented the Myers Manx. He is deep into the roots of this dune buggy fad. So way back in the day, I think it was 1964, he created the first fiberglass buggy body kit. I was born when it was all happening, and those cars, there was the one that started it all, the whole fiberglass buggy craze. The thing I was digging most about this guy is I think our brainwaves are kind of vibing, you know?
You got to break the rules. See, and that's what it is. It's a little bit of the thumbing of the nose of traditions.
Love that.
And everybody wants to do that because we all want to break a rule if we don't get caught.
His statement about why he did this was that the car was all about being creative, you know, doing your own thing, not driving within the lines, you know, no conformity. This is a fun vehicle to get out of society and just be you.
Did you create the top on this?
Yeah, I built the top. Yeah.
It's metal, is it?
It's metal with vinyl stretched over it, yeah. It's just a little hoop frame, so you can see it. To get in and out, you know, that's the look I seen on Quartz website, but to get in and out of the car, I just hinged it. So when you shut it, you just put a hitch pin right through there to keep it locked.
Wow.
When I trailer it on the freeway, I just take the roof right off.
Okay.
But for around here, 10 miles, it's like you just put it in the truck, you just take it and slide it off, like that.
Holy cow.
While we're here also, one of the guys from Hot VW's magazine is here. And if you're in the Volkswagen world, you know that is the pinnacle of what's going on in the VW scene. And I've been trying to get in there since 1985. Since my first car, I've been submitting to Hot VW's magazine. And here I am, a wretched old man, and I build a mutant T-bucket Volkswagen, and finally, he wants to do a photo shoot.
We can do the photo shooting for the magazine, so my name is Shin.
My name's Ian. Yeah, we'll be here till tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, good, very cool.
Thanks. Paint job worked out great. The car does glow. I didn't want to drive it at night. It's still a little sketchy, so, you know, mission accomplished on that. It looks great in the daytime. It's got the metal flake, and at night, it's glowing in the dark.
I think the worst thing you could do is just get stuck in your lane, you know? This is what I do. I'm meticulous. I'm the best in the business. That's not me. Ed Roth said it. Big mess, big success. Let's get dirty. My friend Ken, he's a car guy. I've known him from way back, and he called me about this new project.
Welcome to the Orange Empire Railroad Museum.
Yeah, I'm all about new projects.
Man, if I got something for you, bud.
Ken's been telling me about this train museum he's a member of, so when he called me in, I didn't know what to expect. When you say museum, I'm thinking about like a room with, you know, maybe little trains in it. Look at this place. It's like a whole environment.
It really is.
I met Ken a while back at a car show dedicated to the art and life of Big Daddy Roth, and we've been friends ever since.
I'm an animation director for animated films and volunteer here at the Orange Empire Railroad Museum. There's something about being in the film industry or being in animation that makes you train crazy.
This is like a real old-fashioned railway.
Yeah. Oh, and just tons of projects, tons of trains, streetcars.
Signs, the freaking building.
It's a big toy box for rail fans and railroad guys. I wanted to bring Ian in and show him around, and before we took him to show him the project, I just wanted to whet his appetite. So I've got my buddy Ken over here, who's a huge fan of the show, which I figure I'd warn you first.
Okay, so it's Ken and Ken.
Ken and Ken,
double
yeah,
trouble.
We're a franchise.
Okay, all right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
You know, Ken can give him like the best tour of the property. And he is the guy to show him around, have some fun, and then we'll show Ian the project.
And what's this run on, coal?
No, this is just our little electric car.
No rails on this one.
No bells or whistles on this
I'm more familiar with rubber tires.
Yes, yes. Well, no, and now you're going to get familiar with the rails.
This place is sort of like Disneyland, but with a private behind-the-scenes tour. I thought I came out here to look at a car project, and all of a sudden I'm getting schooled on every form of train concept there is.
Before they had hearse and stuff to go into the cemetery, this is what would take your departed into the cemetery.
What a way to start a tour with somebody's last ride.
Yeah.
I understand trains, right? But these guys are like super rail fans, and they know everything about everything. Oh man, so this is a crane that's a train. It's one thing to have a collection, but the fact here is that everything works. Oh, it's on.
And there we have, well, our lights are on now.
It's like a giant model railroad, if you will. Look at all this stuff. This is my kind of place. They even got some shop hounds. Look at this.
Yes, those are our...
The quality control. I can see he's already checking us out.
Yeah.
We're clear.
Sure everything's all right.
We're accredited. We have a history with K9s. Oh man, I've done a couple big truck projects in the past, and I don't know what you're thinking about with these, but they are right up my alley. Something tells me we ain't seen nothing yet.
No, we got something for you. This is our other project, the 508 from San Diego.
1937. No wonder they want to make America great again. What do I have to do to this one? Chop the top? You want to lower it a little? Oh man, look at this thing. Whoa, this is super old. It's crazy cool.
What do you think of that?
Unreal, it's like a giant toy train.
Yeah. Well, this is like the Ward Kimball collection. Ward was one of the 9 old men at Disney. He was like one of the great animators and directors they had over there when they first started. He also got Disney into trains back in the 30s, and that's why there are trains at Disneyland, and we have examples of that here. This Chloe is actually a full custom garage type build. He did to this what you do to cars.
These guys are fanatics, and they definitely want to immerse me in the entire rail experience.
But this isn't really the reason we brought you here, bud. I need you, so come on with me.
Finally, all the suspense has led up to this.
What do you think?
That's right up my alley. I mean, I don't know if you heard about it, but this is what I do.
Yeah.
This is the iconic classic Ford pickup truck, model AA, the bigger truck, and why it's in a train museum is beyond me.
Looking to get out of the train business and into the hot rod truck business.
Yeah, well, you know,
Perfect.
I finally had a car project in the barn.
It doesn't look like a complete truck from this vantage point.
Well, it was a complete truck when we rolled it in here. It had everything.
Oh,
I mean,
I
it's
see.
all here in pieces. We just came to a point where we needed Ian.
I mean, it's not too far gone for sure. I work with much rougher things. This is right in my reign, man. It's totally
Yeah, but
cool.
the thing is, dude,
Yeah.
we want to make this a train. We want to make this a rail truck. We want to put it on the tracks.
Hey, I think it could happen.
I mean, it's not a hot rod, like 4 wheels and out you go. This is such a one-off and such a weirdie. And I'm like, nobody can do this but Ian.
So what's the gimmick? You need like another
train wheels.
Train wheels
We gotta put-
on the pickup truck.
Yeah.
Like the little engine that could? I think I can. This isn't a restoration by any means.
No. This
is
needs
gonna
to look
need-
like it sat out in the Nevada desert for the past 90 years.
You pretty much want a rail car that acts like a flatbed truck.
Absolutely. I don't have to worry about Ian because I know I just, here's the welder, here's the grinder, I'm gonna go make cartoons, bye. Right?
That concept is awesome. I mean, I love the idea. I just don't know how the heck I'm gonna do it.
I'm not worried. There's actually a picture somewhere that we're gonna dig up. We're on the hunt.
Okay.
But that'll be pretty much your only template.
Okay, it's a first, that's all I'm saying. I'm gung-ho. I could, shoot from the hip. But,
You need a challenge. You can't keep these hot rods and hopping around, And if you're worried, the exit's right there.
Right. He's the answer, man. Okay. Now I get it. I'm called in because the impossible needs to be made possible. All aboard for the full custom train build. We'll see how this pans out. Usually when I see a project, thinking 10 steps ahead of what I'm about to do, we're opening these doors and I'm drawing a blank.
Good morning, Grizzly Flats, huh?
If we can get this thing out of the way, then we'll have plenty of room to get in and get the bed off.
I don't know if we can, but you can.
The awesome part about working in this train museum is you get the full hands-on, behind-the-scene access. It's just super heavy duty.
Yeah.
It's like, why does the door need to be that strong? Give it a little juice and let her warm up. They're letting me try everything out. Yeah, I gotta say, I never expected to ever drive a train, but here we are. My brain's been spinning, man. It's a pretty major task, to put a truck on the tracks. It's very clear that that axle doesn't fit. So just like you back half a race car, you cut the back of the chassis off.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna do the same thing with this. As if you were tubbing a car, we're gonna narrow the frame rails and do major surgery on the axle.
I was really, really pleased that he didn't flinch. He didn't do this. We didn't know what we were going to get from him when we showed it to him because he wasn't really prepped all the way. It just pulled him, and I was so happy to see that.
In simplest terms, that truck is this wide and the tracks are that wide.
Get the Sawzall out, rock and roll. When I was on the hunt for this truck, I would look at a couple of trucks. And the owners of the trucks would be like, so you want to cut my truck up and make it into a train? Get out of my yard. It's a no-holds-barred thing. We're not restoring an old truck. That's not what we're here for. We need a functional rail truck.
Cut through here and here, narrow it, and then just like when you're boxing a frame for a V8 engine or something, plate this right through. That ain't going anywhere.
I knew that once he started, we were in really, really good hands because he immediately went to the old hot rod stuff, boxing the frame and trimming everything down. It's hot rodding, but it's also railroading.
The goal for me, because I'm a truck guy, right, not a train guy,
Yeah.
I want it to be a truck with train wheels in the back. That way your engine, trans, and axle, drive shaft is all Model A. If you can locate the wheel and axle set you think is appropriate for this,
Sure.
We can get started.
Yeah, no problem, man. We'll take care of it.
We are not building your average train, This place is an awesome museum. We're gonna build something in line with the caliber of stuff they have, like a full custom rail truck. Let's get dirty. So, it's 5, 15. We need to narrow this thing 15 inches. You figure a truck like this, 1928, and it's 2018, that's 90 years old. Some people might get nervous. This might be the cringe moment. The only way to get started is to cut it up.
You don't have a chassis jig, so I'm gonna set up something that's as square and frame-worthy as possible. This frame jig would never be adequate for a race car or even a street car, but it doesn't need to steer, it's on rails, so it's gonna work. The main challenge here is just keeping the thing square and attaching it as it was where it wasn't. It's exactly what it was, it's just narrower. This was the easy part. The challenge is still on the horizon. After my first task has been accomplished, there's nothing like a little criticism to step things up. Check this out. A little different than the typical hot rod project. It looks like a truck, but it's actually a train. This is interesting. I'm not hearing a word of opposition. I guess they're okay with it. Speak of the devil, here he is.
You just got here, come on.
Yeah, well, that's
How
what
cool
I'm
is
saying.
this?
We're gonna bust this right out.
Beautiful, man.
Little nip and
really,
tuck.
really slick. This is from the State Railroad Museum. There's the truck, buddy. Is that cool?
That is freaking cool.
And you've
Whoa,
already done.
Look at that. That's nuts.
You've already done this. I mean, you've already brought it in.
I knew Ken had a real strong concept of where he was going with this project, but I was kind of in the dark. This photograph illustrates perfectly what his concept is.
They did what they could with what they had on site. This is a great merging of our railroad knowledge and Ian's hot rod knowledge and, you know, his fabrication knowledge. Sort of what we're recreating. It's a truck from the last days. There are things we have to do, you know, with the motor that we have. This is the actual motor out of the truck. The driveline's the same. Nothing's gonna change. It's just that, you know, that's the train guys. You know, that's us. We're just gonna see. I mean, that's a lot of tonnage to move. As far as Ian goes and the project, if you can make the photo for us or anything close, we're good, we're golden. We're not even gonna paint this thing. I want it to be a rolling tetanus shot.
If you want it to look like that, we can do it for sure.
That's what we want.
Right.
And the good thing is, I found a wheel set out in our yard.
Awesome.
So if you
We're
want
ready
to
to
come
go.
out, then we'll get it over here and we can mock it up.
Look like train wheels,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, they're freight car wheels. What we'll do is we'll do what the railroad does. We'll put it on the turntable.
What the heck do you got going on here? That's like a giant freaking bridge.
Yeah, and you're gonna push it.
You know, from the full tour of this place, the behind the scenes, to driving the train, you know, Ken's like, no, we're not going to just put the wheels over there. You're gonna see how the turntable works, and we're gonna direct it down the lane and then back into the shop as the train would roll. Totally cool.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Look at this, dude.
Ta-da.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like the photo. It's a truck on train wheels. This wheel set, as it is appropriate for the vehicle. It totally works, but mating this to the Ford axle is where the challenge begins. Those train wheels are sitting way inboard on this axle. So if you guys can help me out, I need to get rid of these tires, this brake drum, and these wishbones. Ken and his crew are gonna break down and prepare that axle. You know, I got a million other things I'm thinking about to get started with, make this project happen. So, you know, onward and upward. I came in pitching them every idea in the heavens about how radical a train truck we could make. I was like, yeah, you know, massive rear tires, all raked down, super slick, you know, maybe like flames on it, who knows? And, you know, as we're walking out the door, everybody smiles and Ken's giving me the pat on the back. Yeah, Ian, just make sure it looks like the picture. Look at what they're doing here. This stuff is like world-class, high-end history. They want this rail truck, a work vehicle, to go in with their collection. The thing is, you know, the client always gets what they want, so I have to embrace the challenge of making their dreams reality. What we are doing here is a strict, period-correct piece. I'm pretty honored that they have faith in me as a fabricator to pull that off. This is straight up home-built hot rod stuff, you know. Joe the blacksmith was like, hey, let's put that pickup truck on the tracks. Everybody's having a cocktail in the evening. They're like, well, it's got 4 flat tires. Let's do it. We're gonna face the same gauge issue with the front axle. You know, it has to be narrowed. But before we get into that mechanical aspect, I wanna create the visual statement of the rest of the front of the truck. So this fender situation, as much as I love the look of it, it's just not what this project calls for. Glad I brought my pickup truck, because I think these might be coming to my shop. Just like any other project, you know, this thing has a deadline. The museum is having an event, it's Christmas season. They want to include this rig in their Christmas lineup. Time is of the essence. Silver Surfer. It's time for a little parts gathering. I'm looking for a few things. I'm looking for some rods, looking for some angle, I'm looking for some plate. Not only does the stuff have to fit the look, you know, it has to function. It has to feel like it's old and crusty. I mean, it takes a trained eye to really spot what you need. So you got angle iron, flat bar, heavy duty, but that's what we need. We need one of these in here, like a 1/2 inch thick. You know, Ken told me if it's too big to carry, duh, he could just send the forklift over, and I'll grab some of the smaller stock. This is like shoe shopping, you know? What style looks the best, what style fits. This is exactly what's on the drawing. This matches the turnbuckles, this diameter. Driving around this place, I mean, there's potential everywhere. You know, there's a lot of train parts, but there's a lot of other awesome sauce. Oh man, this thing is toast. Got totally burned up. You know, I've done a hot rod fire truck, and this would be an awesome contender. Come on, look at the cool factor. Should have brought the hellhounds. There's talk that there's an 11-foot witch that guards the property. But if you navigate just right, you'll find the leaf springs you're looking for. Next stop, the Enchanted Forest. Take a lot of courage. Those woods can get dark. We'll have to move fast. Run. Let's get the heck out of here. I think we can outrun her. You can feel those eyes looking right through you. You got nothing on us. We're fast. Power of the electric vehicle. This is a dangerous job, you know, in more ways than one. There's 2 leaf springs right there. Oh, that's exactly what we need. See that? They got eyelets on both ends. We got the rods for the front cow catcher. We got leaf springs. We got some angle iron. We got a line on the plate, and we evaded a giant witch. I'd call that a successful outing. You're gonna trip out when you see this. I ordered some really heavy steel plate from the museum guys. You know, they have a forklift and a torch. I sent them my measurements and it's already here. I measured the outside as wide as those running boards, so once it's on the truck, I got stuff I can work with. Yes, now we're getting somewhere. Ta-da! For the last part of this adventure, you see this going right in here like that. So this is just the base, you know, this plate, as heavy and complex as it was, is just the start of the whole look of the front end. Right now, it's starting to look like that picture. Well, all right, got a couple things buttoned up here. You know, sort of mocking up what I'm seeing in the photo. The only thing I'm seeing that is gauging the width of these front fenders is that headlight bar. Making sure the proportion is right is the critical element. You know, that's the big challenge of this. First thing I have to accomplish is assembling the headlights, and then I can build the cow catcher. The thing is, this truck came into the museum as a complete vehicle. Ken says the parts are all here, they're just stashed around. Hopefully he has 2 good headlights. Otherwise, it's a knuckle sandwich. Christmas is in full swing in Grizzly Flats. People say it's a complete car. I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard that. Oh cool, look at this, a windshield. Headlights, groovy. That's what I'm talking about. Without those, we're kind of stumped. And then the gas tank and the hood. Perfect. And the light bar, there it is. Stock headlight bar, headlights, hood, gas tank. So yeah, it's a complete truck for sure. Seeing that these parts fit up is a relief, you know, it frees me up to do what I need to. So really the visual aspect is the task here. Headlight bar is pretty much smack center in the grill shell, so I need a riser. I need something to come up off of that flat plate. That headlight bar was made to bolt to that bracket. Look at that angle. I have no way of accurately measuring the photo. It's kind of like a perspective issue. So by fabricating the parts on the vehicle, it gives me a good gauge just visually. You know, if it looks like it, then it's gonna work. Totally looks like a truck, but it's a train. That's what it needed. Gives me a perfect gauge on how wide this front end should be. With the headlights and the grille in place, starting to get a feel for what the dimensions are. The next challenge is figuring out how to make that front cow catcher look as convincing as what I've got so far. This is a little bit of a different workout for me in that typically I'm looking at something and then doing my own thing. Now I'm trying to replicate something. And the challenge is cool, but I still get to do my own thing because I'm choosing the materials and how to go about it. And it's actually a bit of a relief in that there'll be no body work on this. There'll be no sanding. The great thing about this job is that not every car guy gets to build a train. You know, who gets to build a cow catcher? I gotta make this cow catcher catch cows. This is our canvas. It's all about comparison with the picture. You know, before I set up this cow catcher rods, I'm already seeing a difference. The air gap here is looking different than what I'm seeing on that photo. I'll drop it an inch. That is ready for a collision. Now we gotta figure out the layout of these large rods and then bend them. So I'm laying this thing out, trying to do it at an even number, and the more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wait a second, this is missing a rod. Look, there's no rod here. This one is clearly at the end of the angle, and there's nothing there. The truck in the photo is missing a rod, one of the vertical uprights. It's not there. I'm building it like the drawing, but just because the photo shows some damage, you know, missing pieces, doesn't necessarily I'm gonna build it as bad off as that vehicle was. That's one. I don't want it to look damaged. Something don't look right. Yeah, the whole character of this truck is this front cow catcher. It's way out of proportion. Okay, here it is. So I'm looking at this truck because I'm this tall. I'm looking right in line with the top of the windshield. This viewpoint is looking at the truck like this. I'm trying to judge the photo by the shadow that's cast on it and the angle that the lens was set. You know, I'm standing here at 6'2" looking at the thing. It's a completely different angle from the way the camera was positioned. I think I'm gonna have to take a little artistic license on this. Don't tell anyone. This will be our little secret. I really want that cow catcher to be a little more prominent. Let me raise the truck up 4 inches. This is all just winging it. There's no hard measurements on anything. It's just gotta feel like it looks. Yeah, so I raised it up a little bit and that's what we needed. So obviously, according to the picture, these things aren't straight. They're pitched forward in a V formation, ready to catch cows. So we gotta make these look like that. First step, set up the acetylene torch. Pow! A nice hot stick. Put it right there and give it a bend. This is old school metalwork, you know. It takes fire to bend metal. That's what I'm talking about. Full custom blacksmith. This cow catcher's really taking shape, you know. It may be the best cow catcher I've ever made. I got one more idea that'll really sell it. I got the front of this cow catcher in a pretty good spot. They were saying that they're fine with this crashed model, but I just can't bring myself to do that. I'll make it a little bit nicer, and then if they want, we'll smash it. But I gotta get this lower portion on to really sell the concept. The last element of the cow catcher is this lower beam you see in the photo. The front end modification is the primary visual thing, you know, that takes you into that train truck experience. You know, there's no roadmap. It's just look at it. It's like it's kind of kicked up. It's definitely been in a collision. It's definitely been used. And, you know, you're really just using all of your senses. As much as it is fabrication, it's total art. Who put these frickin' train tracks in the shop? They're in the way of everything. Okay, same thing on this side, just a mirror image. So the last step, I may do more like this, but that photo showing these rods coming through, actually being bolted together, and I don't have that luxury. So I came up with the oldest trick in the book, the old fake rod scenario. Sometimes tricks are exactly what you need to make things convincing. You know, this hardware is all bunk, but I gotta make it look like it counts. Me, coming from a sculptural background, I worked in an art foundry, so we were doing bronze castings of literal mechanical things. And typically there was hardware presented, but you know, in a bronze casting, it's all one thing. So we would fake welding nuts, screw heads, rivets, etc. to these sculptures. This is basically the same idea. So instead of trying to source out some old hardware that works, which probably doesn't exist, I'm just gonna put these on, and hey, it looks like threaded rods. Check. This thing is looking cool, just like it would have been on the rail line back in the day. Now with this in place, I want to trim the fenders and just get the whole look of the front end cemented. And you can see from the start, you know, I started with that massive plate and just tailored it to fit the dimensions of the real truck. Really satisfying to get this part of it squared away. This is the aesthetic I was really going for. You know, it looks like the photo. The next challenge is getting these train wheels under the rig. The next part of this project is getting these train wheels to literally mount to the forward rear axle. This is gonna be a pretty big issue. I moved the body over to the side. I got a couple ideas on how to get these two pieces to mate up. There's train parts all over the place. So I'm cruising around the little buggy they gave me and I come upon this other wheel set. In the past, what someone's done is taken this truck rim and welded it to the train wheel, which is great. That's a step in the right direction. The downside is this bolt pattern doesn't match the forward at all. These don't just bolt on, but I have a plan. So this rim is actually perfectly smooth, but you see these bolts, which is good, and then there's a collar that extends back to the actual train wheel. My plan is to simply make a wheel adapter spacer using the Model AA truck rim and these already modified train wheels. This isn't just a pile of stuff here. This is the jig. You know, this is science. So I've come up with a blueprint, set the train wheels up with these parallel bars and the axle in there, and you can clearly see that the truck axle is way wider. We need to be at this distance, and that gives me my dimensions. Science. I think we should go over to the machine shop and do something scientific. Plan is to get out of this building and into a better one, a little more appropriate for what we're about to do. Like everything else that's huge around here, they have a giant machine shop with everything we'll need to do this. Based on my calculations, I had the fellas gather up some of this big tubing. This is 10-inch diameter tube. This is gonna be our offset for the wheel adapter. But one thing I know is the center of this rim is in the wrong place. I gotta take it out. And this is our dimension. Unique, like me. That could be said, that's a great statement about this place. We're all here because we're not all there. That's exactly the piece I need. The whole thing is that when this thing's rolling, you don't want it to be slopping around, you know? It's gotta be fit up properly. All right, so let's take a tour of this fantastic facility. The thing about my invitation here is it's like all access permitted, you know? So I've been scoping this room out and it has all the tools I need. Man, if I had this shop, I don't know. I would finally build that UFO, I think. Sheet metal shear, 10-foot sheet metal brake, massive drill presses, 1, 2, 3 lathes. Look at that drill press. I can't stand it. But this is where the magic happens. This building is designed for heavy metal, and I can't wait to get cutting. For those not in the know, a lathe will come in many shapes and sizes, but basically what it does is it spins you right round, baby. Right round, like a record, baby. Right round, round, round. This lathe is gonna do exactly what I need. It's gonna make a perfect fit up between the wheel hub, the spacer, and then the new train rim. So in the end, see, instead of that big torch cut surface, you have that nice, perfectly machined, centered disc. I can't weld to this rusty surface. See, I made it so it's darn close, right? It's just about perfect. So now I'm gonna put this tube up in the lathe and cut a nice machine finish on this. These two, that perfect fit. The whole thing is this fits together like a puzzle. So once you get one piece set, you put the other part on, cut it to match, and then assemble it. All right, this next step is some heavy metal. So fortunately, I have an assistant. Moving these wheels around is like a four-man project. Fortunately, they have this big gantry that swivels, so I could pick the piece up right off of the cart and put it on the table. So what you don't want to do is stand underneath that thing. These fins have got to come off. This ring has to mate up with that surface. So just as we set up the top side of this, we set up the bottom side of that. Coming off of this, we're measuring down to the rim face. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm just gonna tack it in a few places, put it on the axle and test it. You know, once I got it welded up, put it back on the crane, carted it over to the shop. Fortunately, my friend Jeff is there to help me muscle this wheel into place. All right, that's that. Getting this thing on and in place, you know, I kind of wanted to see it roll. You know, that's what this thing does. Now it's the moment of truth. Like butter. This is a big part of the build, you know. I've been sweating this from the onset. This was the uncharted territory, and here it is, a sigh of relief. It won't be fully true and tested until we go down the rails, but this is the first step in solving the problem of the vehicle not having any wheels. So that's a good thing. We got 2 wheels, 2 more to go. I'm gonna do the same thing to the wheel on the other side, but we really have to figure out this front axle, you know? That's a whole different style. The train has not left the station. You're getting down to the end of the road, or rails as it may be. We got all hands on deck. The whole Grizzly Flats crew is here. The mechanics are on hand. Everybody's pitching in to get this thing finished. It looks pretty loose, but we're making progress. Time is of the essence. The whole task with this project was to get the truck to look like the photo. What I need to do is get this front axle in place and get the truck on the rails. The whole crew is on lunch break, and while that's happening, my lovely assistant and I have the ability to get this thing on the wheels. This has to look like the picture. So once I got all the machine work done, I put these wheel caps on and weld them in place. So now it simulates a solid wheel. All my calculations proved solid on the rear end. The wild card at this point is the front axle. It's come in late last night, and now I need to figure out how to attach it to this rig. There's a shop up past Fresno, California called Hillcrest, and they custom machined this front axle. Just looking at it was a relief to see that it was already in gauge. You know, it was as wide as the track needed to be, so no modifications. I got my buddy Jeff on hand. He's gonna help me get this thing in place. So looking at the picture, the thing that's determining our proportion is this shackle in the front is looking like it's attached just about where the headlight is. Found these leaf springs out on the back 40. I'm thinking about the same thing as I've done through the whole truck. You know, scavenger hunt, grabbed every part I could find.
that looks old and looks like it fits the photo.
So we don't have U-bolts, so we're just setting up a series of 2 plates that will grab this box.
The thing about springs like this, as it stretches, it gets longer. So this shackle always makes it go back into place. It's kind of like an inchworm. You see this hanger here? That's coming way down, and the spring is actually up here. So I'm gonna have to create this leg that comes down. I need to make sure that this thing rides straight on the rail. So I'm measuring everything I can, just as I would, you know. We don't have a chassis jig. I'm trying to do it off of the frame, upside down.
This is yoga for mechanics. I gotta say, that's pretty well hung.
I always try to keep things lighthearted, you know. I'm shucking and jiving, talking the talk. Sometimes the assistants, you know, this is his first thing, you know, and I'm talking about deadlines as well as making jokes and keeping it lighthearted.
Taking some caffeine to steady my nerves.
Some people are a little bit more concerned than I am, apparently. That is a good cup of coffee. Drop her down. Pink. I try to just keep myself as focused as possible, and who knows what's coming out of my mouth while it's happening.
It's ready to rock. The only question is, does it roll?
What's not to like about that? Oh, it's such a victory. I gotta say, just getting this thing on 4 wheels, I feel good.
Definitely works. It's a train truck.
Let's get everybody in here and slam this thing together. There's still a ton to do. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing this on the tracks. You know, just like everything in the shop, when it's outside, it's a whole different thing. We got this train truck thing out the doors, and it's looking good. I gotta say, it's pretty fulfilling to see this thing sitting there on the tracks. Their mission of me following the photograph, I think I accomplished it. The use of all the old parts, you know, the scavenger hunts, everything lends itself to this look. The way all the fabrication is, you know, everything is torch cut, it's rusted, it looks like it could have come out of the mine. When you stand back and look at it, you really get the vibe, you know?
It's a gift. It's such a joy to have this here at Grizzly Flats. You really, really did a terrific job.
For using absolutely, I mean, no new material besides the front truck, right? That's it. Everything is out of the yard. It worked out great. The last hours of this were just details. I found a bunch of scrap wood, made the bed look like the photo, a couple other things in the front suspension. I loved that dump bed so much, so I retained that exactly as it was, but it's all custom. It's all narrowed out, C-notched, and super strong.
You hot rodded it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
100%.
Oh man, that is so cool. So basically the back of the truck now is hot rod technology and railroad technology together. He's made this fusion, which is amazing.
I'm super proud of it, man. It's nothing I expected walking in the door.
The main thing for Ian was to come in and get him to do the fab work and match the photo, and he did it exactly. And it's wonderful. Just the look on the crew's face. They've been crushing that motor and transmission and everything. There's been working a lot of hours and everything else, you know, and, you know, it just, The motor's completely rebuilt, transmission's rebuilt, everything's all set. We had a faulty head gasket. And when you're running with Ian, it just takes one thing and you start to drop back.
You know, working with any antique thing, there's a million things that can go wrong. So they had an issue with the head gasket last night. We're gonna have our test run with the assistance of old Smokeless. I'm getting in that thing. This is an antique vehicle, so it's got all the clunks and screeches and everything. We are on the rails. Pretty interesting. It's a very tactile experience. There's no steering, no brakes, no throttle. You're just cruising. Man, this thing rides like it's on rails. I can't believe how it handles. It's kind of like having a chauffeur. Right turn, Jeeves, right turn. Just having you burn some calories for me, man. I did all the work this week. Somebody fix me a beverage. All's well in the world, you know. Did a couple of revolutions on the turnstile, and it's time to go back to the shack.
Will there be anything else, Mr. Michelle?
Take me home, Jeeves.
Country road. Hold still, don't go anywhere.
My takeaway from this is steam engines. I am in love with them. Now, you walk into the museum, so you see people dressed in their uniforms and they're really being the part of the whole train thing. And now you understand why. It is like super rich in history, and that's what the passion is.
I think he's got the bug now. I think he's got the train bug. Ian said he'll be back. My favorite part of this whole build has been watching Ian work, you know? For me, I got to be the tourist in the strange land of Ian. It was really, really cool.
All right, well, my job is done here. Put my cape on. And, oh, wait a second.
Hang on 1 second.
But wait, there's more. Well, it is Christmas, right?
Yeah, it is.
Wow. Let's see what we got.
Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
Oh, man, of course. What better than that? Right on.
For the house, man.
Oh, yes. Exactly. Lo and behold, what would you expect as a gift from a bunch of train fanatics? That is rad.
Thank you, buddy.
That's totally awesome. Thanks, Jingles.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, fellas. That's awesome.
Thank you, brother.
Cool, man. Right on.
Thank you so much.